Salve, rapaziada. Pô, cheguei na hora, hein, Emílio? Obrigadão pelos 5 sub-gifts, viu, meu palmeirense? Deus abençoe. Um salve aí pro Cabeludo, pra Verônica, pra Isa, pro Nando, pro Daniel, Capixaba, Renan, Rororô. Cara, eu acho que o bot hoje ele tá devagar, né? O Stream Elements. Ele tá demorando um pouquinho, velho. Ainda não acordou, né? Domingão, né, guys? Domingão, velho. Ó, vamos acompanhar a PEC. Aí, quando encerrar a PEC, eu vou fechar a live, vou dar uma descansadinha e à noite a gente volta para acompanhar a PAS, tá, rapaziada? E acho que deu Fúria, hein? Tava assistindo aqui também o jogo da Fúria. Vencemos a The Mongols no mapa deles, velho. 16-13, né, guys? Porra, jogaço, mano. Foda, a Fúria pode ser campeão lá da Fishery Playground. Irado. Salve pro Severo, pro Axer. Obrigado, amor. Pro Papazito. Pro Kaito, vocês estão bem, rapaziada? Ó, hoje à noite eu separei todos os códigos pra gente sortear hoje à noite, tá? Então a gente vai ter código de 2K, vai ter código de 1K, código de 500 de coin, vai ter bastante coisa aí pra gente tá sorteando pra vocês, tá, meus amigões? Salve, MHP! Tá assistindo aí a Super Fúria também, moleque? Cara, jogaço, né? Tá maluco, velho. Hum, ontem tinha me falado que esse jogo começava às 10 da manhã, pô. Eu achei que. Eu achei que, pô, agora, 1 hora da tarde já tá no segundo, terceiro mapa, tá ligado? Atrasou mesmo, né? Imaginei. Obrigadão, tá, Emílio? Estamos a 20 subs, né? 20 subs bateu os 700, velho. Os 1000 aí real, né, guys? Vamos botar o pezinho no chão, né? Tá, Ed. Obrigadão, viu, guys? Todo mundo que tá colando aí na chute, muito obrigado, rapaziada. Salve, Kai. Como é que você tá, amigão? Aqui não, Kai. É pra gente descobrir as 3 equipes aí que, junto com Nave e Twisted, vão se classificar, né? De tarde é Qualify Europa, guys. Não tem equipe brasileira no Qualify Europa, né? Tem no Qualify Américas. Que é pra gente descobrir quem a galera do Américas vai jogar lá na PGS 910, né? Pô, não fiz minha aposta, velho. Será que eu usei com a VP, mano? Será que eu dou uma zicadinha neles? É, tem a farofa da GK, né? Tem a joga bonito. Como é que você tá, cabeludo? Vou encerrar as apostas, tá, rapaziada? Lembrando, ó, mês que vem tem sorteio da camisa da Team Liquid aqui na nossa Twitch, né? Esse primeiro sorteio é lá na Kik, pra quem é sub lá da Kik ou pra quem dropou sub lá na Kik. Então, farmem os amicões de vocês, velho. Farmem os amicões, participem aí das apostinhas que vai ser importante aí vocês farmarem esses pontinhos, beleza? Cadê? Encerrei, tá, guys? Cara, pior que não, tem que mandar pro Daros, ADD Points, Daros. Deixa eu pegar aqui. Foi o Daros e o Jachinho, né? Inclusive, mano, a galera já rapou a lojinha, né? Acho que tem só mais um códiguinho de Gcoin pra galera resgatar. É código de Gcoin que tem pra resgatar? Ou é Pix de 50? Inveja de Batulins? Deve estar frio, amor, mas aqui hoje tá o arzinho, né? Salve, Said! Como é que você tá, amigão? Mousepad sub só, já rapelaram tudo? O Vitão deve ter resgatado aí esse mês de novo, né, Vitão? Falou isso aqui também, cabeludo. Anteontem choveu aqui em Brasília, né? E aí ontem fez um calor absurdo, guys. Tá bom o áudio pra vocês, mano? Pra vocês verem, ó. Aqui no 12, eu tô escutando o barulho do carro, tá ligado? No nosso Américas tá muito baixo o som, né, velho? Eu acho que o nosso tá mais baixo ainda. Tá podendo bater a pratada já? Eu tô na saladinha de fruta, mano. Tô no café da manhã ainda, guys. Hum, pode que se a gente aumenta, fica muito alto, né? Os caras falando no nosso fundo. Hum,
They've already won one of the big globals that their aims
limpa a
on.
orelha aí,
Now,
guys.
what we've seen from them so
Limpa a
far,
orelha aí,
World Cup,
pô.
what we've seen so far from them regional, this could be the year where they do the double. They
Deu
both
até
get
um
exposed
estalo
to
aí
the
na orelha
top
de vocês,
PGC
né?
in 1
Pô,
year.
orelha
They are
suja,
already,
domingão,
if
guys.
they did that, and if they do that, they will cement themselves as
Teria de
top
ouvido,
team
né?
in PUBG esports history.
Oh, absolutely. 100%. I would agree with that, definitely. I mean, they're already in contention for, right? And that's also undisputed. But doing the double in 2025, there is
Ó,
no
ainda
doubt
temos o
at that point.
Mateusão lá na Kick
So,
também.
and they're going to
Brigadão,
be
viu,
going for an
Matheus?
emergency pickup
Daniel,
the start
Ined,
of our day
Severo.
number 3. From Power Grid, not challenged, no Yoga Benito
Severinho vai
over
acabar
towards that
ganhando
Impala area where Foot would normally be.
merecido,
And
tá,
they're
ô
not being chased
Severinho?
by FaZe at the moment, looking for big points themselves. The comeback from FaZe at the end of yesterday, Martin, very important, very impressive,
O
considering that
Vitão
this team
também.
now
Brigadão,
has
viu, guys?
a
Verdade,
violin
mano.
underneath them. They've been
Se a gente,
denied
mês que vem,
those
conseguir
lands
pagar
at the start
aluguel
of
e
the year
fazer
as well as middle of
SLS
the year.
é por
They
conta de
have
vocês aí
to
na
get
Kick, tá?
to PGS.
Na Kick, no YouTube, na
Big
Twitch,
step
nas
up yesterday.
três.
Obviously, 69 points coming in nice from Twisted Minds, but this is a great pickup for Slam G. Also, one of the teams that potentially could come in here and grab one of those PGS spots and PGC spots.
Cara, será que essa Slam vai classificar,
Getting
guys?
tons of damage onto Lyrics as well. He's down to a sliver of HP. Mogo is here to also follow up. Could they?
Salve, Biel. Ó, vai me atualizando da Fúria, tá, guys? Tô de olho aqui também. Domingão aqui é dia de frango de padaria. Já fui comprar, tá liberado? Nossa, mano, frangão inteiro, né? Tá liberado, tá, Vitão?
Positioning themselves, but Mogo takes down Dequel on the other side, and Mogo takes down Supiocean. I mean, this for Kref has been a dismantling. They are gone in an instant.
Que é isso aqui, hein, ô minha Crife?
Just try to get out of there. 81 HP. Try to see if you can survive and hope that the guy.
Ué, irmão. Que é isso? Esse cara tá querendo se matar, né, mano?
Get out of there.
That was a good rotation, correct?
Ainda não, Biel. Eu vou guardar tudo pra noite. Tá, os coisinhos que a gente tem ainda.
Could be either, can't it, really? You know, the car rotated on a certain axis. You know.
Cara, então, eu vi uma galera na transmissão lá da Med, do Lucas, uma galera perguntando, Gaules não vai transmitir. Tem muita gente xingando ele, velho. Rolou alguma coisa, guys? Mas, pelo que eu vi, ô Biel, o Gaules não tem a transmissão, né? Acho que ele não tem os direitos de transmissão, velho. Aí ele não tá transmitindo, é só no canal da... Ó, o Bida, Lucas 1, a Madhouse, essa galera tá transmitindo. Paulinho Louco tá transmitindo CS também? Caralho, como assim, mano? Tô vendo o Lucas 1, eu tava vendo lá também. Mas eu coloquei no Bida, pô. O Bida tá transmitindo e tem um brother meu, pô, de infância lá, tá ligado? Renan Meira, o Nameira, velho. Nem sabia que o Nan era brother dessa galera, velho. Tem muito tempo que eu não falo com ele também, né? Quando a gente era pirralho, eu ia lá pra casa dele, ele morava aqui em Brasília, não sei se mora ainda. E aí, porra, moleque, ele tinha um primo, era um irmão. A gente ficava jogando uns jogos de terror, Medal of Honor, era massa, velho. Vou encerrar aqui, guys. Ah, não, eu já encerrei sim, pô.
ever adapting you have to be to stay on top.
On Ascend needs to be ever adapting as well.
Sai fora,
They had a great group
Biel.
stage, but their grand
Deixa eu abrir aqui o
finals hasn't
mapinha.
quite gone to plan.
Moleque, quando eu falei, eu tinha certeza que alguém ia falar isso, velho. Qual
Qual
foi, Caiote? Como é que você tá, irmão? Tá bem? Não, gente, pra caramba, a Fúria ganhou o primeiro mapa dos caras, ô Said. E de virada, né? Foi de virada ainda. Hoje o Mengão vai porrar o Vasco? Mano, eu achei que a gente ia com reserva, velho. A gente vai de titular, né? Só que, pô, falar pra vocês, mano. Eu não sei se a cabeça dos titular vai estar nesse jogo, não, mano. Eu acho que os caras vão estar muito com a cabeça na liberta, tá ligado? Tava de 7-2, isso aí mesmo, Krat. Como é que você tá, Krat? Tá bem, amigão? É, pois é, eles priorizaram BR, né? Então, mas isso, velho... Pensa comigo, Caiote. Tu é jogador de futebol, tá ligado? Os caras falam, a gente vai priorizar o campeonato nacional ao invés do internacional. Moleque, não tem como. Na hora de jogar bola, a diretoria pode pensar uma coisa, mas eu acho que os jogadores ali em campo, mano, entrada e tal, os caras não vão estar com o mesmo ímpeto, tá ligado? Os caras querem ganhar liberta, né, mano? Brasileiro liberta. Mas eu acho que pra jogador, mano, tem um peso maior ganhar uma liberta, né? Um América. Salve, Sachizeira, Léo Book. Vocês estão bem, rapaziada? É, tá ligado, Caiote? O fator que pesa é o clássico, né? Fator clássico. Só que, porra, moleque, a gente sabe que o Vasco... Caralho, que safe é essa, mano? A gente sabe que o Vasco... Vasco qualquer outro time, né, velho? Quando vai jogar contra o Flamengo, irmão, é guerra, tá ligado? Cara, a BB não vai classificar não, tá, o Capixaba? Betboom não classifica, guys. Escuta o que eu tô falando, mano. Cara, e a GK já foi lá prejudicar a Betboom e tá atrás dos caras ainda, tá ligado? Acho que a GK deve ter botado na cabeça, porra, galera, não passamos, vamos foder os caras, tá ligado? That would put them on 130 some. That would actually put them in really deep territory here, so that'd be great. But still, we're gonna see. Mano, foda é que o Palmeiras tá muito forte, Caiote. Palmeiras, eu tenho mais receio do Palmeiras do que do Cruzeiro, tá ligado? Palmeiras tá com um timaço, mano. Palmeiras e Flamengo, assim, pô, lado a lado, tá ligado? O Andrés Pereira, eu sei que tem muito flamenguista que não gosta, mas, porra, moleque, o Andrés, ele é muito craque, rapaziada. Lembra que ele chegou no Flamengo quando o Gerson saiu, né? E, mano, a gente não sentiu falta nenhuma do Gerson. Falhou na final, mas, porra, o cara tava jogando muito, mano. Tem um chute de fora da área absurdo. Tem alguém já garantido? Tem sim, Axel. Twisted Minds e Nave já vão... direto para PGS, né, por ser Global Partner Team, classificam mais 3. Então tá mostrando 4 aqui porque a Twisted está em primeiro. Mas se a Nave entrar nesse top 4, aí mostra um 5, sacou? O Léo Jardim, ele é muito foda, o Said. Eu gosto muito dele, velho. Lembro quando o Flamengo perdeu o Jesus, né? Eu era louco pra trazer o Léo Jardim pro Flamengo, velho. Segundo colocado é EMEA, Américas com a mesma quantidade de pontos, 104, né? É a Team Liquid, né, que tá com 104. Tem algum outro time que tá com 101 também, não tem? Salve, Deus K! Como é que você tá, amigão? Amém, ô Caiote. Sequência de jogo vai ser difícil, tá, mano? A gente vai pegar Vasco, pega Corinthians, pega Cruzeiro, Bahia. Por isso que a Nave tá jogando à toa? Cara, não sei, porque vale doll e vale pontos PGC também, né, guys? Inclusive, eu tenho que ver as mensagens do Tasca. Salve, Aguilarzinho. Tem que ver ali no task que ele fez o hold PGC do EMEA também, velho. Ó, e lembrando, tá, rapaziada? Tô vendo um monte de jogador de SLS aí, gente que assiste. Mano, colhem lá na Kik, tá, rapaziada? Importante aí pra gente poder tá realizando nossa próxima edição de SLS, tá? Sem vocês por lá, sem a presença de vocês por lá, é impossível a gente conseguir botar essa SLS 7 aí em andamento, né? Nossa ideia era abrir o registro amanhã, mas, pô, mano, a gente não pegou nem metade do nosso fundo e ainda não estamos, né? Não estamos com bala na agulha para estar realizando essa próxima edição. Antes da SLS eu tenho que farmar meu aluguel, né? Farmar meu aluguel. Vai ter sorteio na Kik só à noite. Fazer à noite. Os chicõezinhos que sobraram. Ah, o da Team Liquid. Você deu a chamada, né? Pois é, ó. A Isadora já puxou a chamada aí, ó. E além de vocês ajudarem a SLS, né? Estando lá presente, quem tiver condição e quiser escorregar um subzinho por lá, vai estar concorrendo a uma camisa autografada da Team Liquid que a gente vai sortear muito provavelmente sexta que vem. Então, se você tem sub lá, você tem um ticket. Se você dropou algum sub, se você dropou 5 subs, 3 subs, que seja, você tem ali a quantidade de tickets, o número de subs que você dropou, beleza? Mais o seu. Meu Deus do céu. Nossa senhora, velho. Foi o Lucarux pegou, né? Mas Firerish ainda deletou ali o Aduze. Importante, tá, guys? Deixa eu abrir aqui também, que agora que eu fui ver, nem eu tô lá na live da Kik, porra. Ah, agora sim, velho. Eles botaram esses kick, né? Esses kick eu acho que é como se fosse beats, mano. BB não passa, guys. Pô, vi até uma galera falando da meta. Cara, acho que eu não vou botar mais meta de sub aqui na Twitch não, rapaziada. Muito difícil, tá ligado? A gente não pega nem sub nem beats aqui. E... pô, tô pensando em fazer as metinhas tudo de beats agora aqui na Twitch, tá ligado? Fazer as metinhas de beats, ver se a gente bate aí a nossa metinha. A gente fez o que esse mês? 1000 bits, né? É, mano, esse mês aí, porra, velho. Minha vontade é parar de fazer live na Twitch. Bota fé, rapaziada. Minha vontade real é não fazer live mais aí na Twitch, velho. Desanimado, mano. É, a Twitch precisa se reinventar, mano. Tipo, porra. Foda, tá ligado? Muito desanimador, mano. Você todo mês tem que, porra. Tá ligado? Ai, beleza, ó. JB tá bem, VP tem um high ground. Pô, a VP tá gigante aqui, mano. Eles não fizeram split, né? Geralmente botam 2 aqui nessa pedra, 2 na de lá. A equipe da nave tá bem posicionada também. Salve, Ian. Faz nas duas? Pô, eu faço nas duas já, ó, Redzera. Só que na Kik, se eu fizer só na Kik, eu recebo bem mais, tá ligado? Se eu fizer ali, sei lá, 12 horas na Kik, igual eu tô fazendo esses dias, eu... ó, em 3 dias de Kik, eu fazendo 12 horas de live, se esse final de semana, ó, pra vocês terem noção, se eu pegar esse final de semana, eu tivesse feito 3 lives só na Kik, eu já teria farmado o que eu tenho na Twitch esse mês, mano, tá ligado? Em 3 dias eu teria farmado tudo que eu fiz na Kik esse mês só com a receita de transmissão, sem contar sub, sem contar nada. Nossa! Então, pô, mano, tipo, porra, é foda, tá ligado? Que eu abro multitransmissão, é a Kik paga menos. Então, se eu abrir, tipo, só na Kick, não tem multitransmissão, eles pagam mais, sacou? O foda é que não tem Pix na Kick, né, Eduardo? Isso é foda, mano. Mas, pô, tô cada vez mais desanimado com a Twitch, guys. É foda, mano. Sacou? Se eu faço live multitransmissão lá, eu recebo 50% da Kick. Se eu faço sem ser multitransmissão, eu recebo 100%, sacou? Então, pô, em 3 lives eu teria tudo que eu fiz na Twitch no mês. Pô, a gente não consegue mais pegar sub aqui, não consegue mais pegar bits aqui, tá ligado? Os últimos 2 meses aqui na Twitch a gente fez 4.500 bits, pô. Tá ligado? Então, pô, não sei mais o que fazer, mano. Voltei a trampar também, né? Aos pouquinhos em pouquinhos aí a Crafton, sem ajudar nós, vai acabar fazendo eu parar de fazer live, mano. Não vai ser mais rentável, tá ligado? Ainda mais, pô, fazendo um evento desse tamanho, onde eu tenho que, pô, investir uma grana todo mês pra conseguir realizar, tá ligado? Mano, minha vontade é parar, guys. De verdade mesmo, trampar, tá ligado? Procurar um negócio que me dê estabilidade ali pra eu não ficar ansioso, tendo ansiedade ali todo mês, mano. É, então, exato, Redzera. Twitch mercenário é foda, moleque. Eu continuo aqui porque, pô, tem muita gente que me assiste aqui, né? Muita gente ainda não conhece aqui, que não vai pra aqui, que se eu for pra lá, tá ligado? Então... A parte mais difícil é sua, nossa, é apenas assistir. Tamo junto, gratidão. Obrigadão, viu, meu mano? Se eu não desistir ainda foi por conta de vocês, guys. Mas, assim, tô a um fio, mano. Um fio mesmo, velho. Tá foda, guys. Tento não demonstrar fraqueza nem nada por conta da Alessa, mas... às vezes pega, tá ligado? Samuca FPS, obrigado pelo follow, meu mano. Seja bem-vindo, tá, Samuca? Salve, Enzo! Como é que você tá, irmão? Obrigadão pela presença aí no YouTube, tá, Enzo? Vou no banheiro ali rapidinho, tá, guys? Só tirar a água do joelho e já volto. They've been looking the way of SlamG for quite a while now. So SlamG, as much as they would love that catch-up to be a realistic thing against Twisted Minds, it's still not exactly an easy place for them to play in from. Because if they try and go up against Yoga Benito, they're going to get fired at. If they try and move along that east side, FaZe is probably going to have sights on them. So it's going to be difficult for SlamG to... E passa top 4, passa top 3, mais a Twisted Minds e a nave, tá, o DJ Cipio? Só tá mostrando o top 4 ali, porque a Twisted Minds tá lá também. Mas se a nave tivesse em segundo, ia ser top 5, né? As duas mais 3. Salve, motherfucker! Como é que você tá, irmão? Tá bem? Tô bem também, motherfucker. Na luta também, né, meu mano? Pô, tá maluco, Enzo. Choveu hoje, guys. Tá ameaçando, né? Tá ameaçando chover aqui em Brasília. Mas, pô, acabou que veio a chuva e ficou abafado pra caramba, né, mano? Deu uns pingos na Ceilândia? É, anteontem choveu aqui perto do Mangueiral, perto dos condomínios aqui. Choveu bem de madruga. Cara, não entra na minha cabeça os pro players do cenário gostam muito e citam SLS, mas a Crafton finge que não existe, eles detestam BR. Vídeo de desativação de server. Mano, eu nem sei o que pega, guys. Tipo, ano passado, o Gnomo, que é o cara que cuida lá da equipe da Alcadzia, o manager, ele foi o primeiro a saber do nosso projeto da SLS. Sentei com ele, conversei, falei minhas ideias. Ele falou: Smir, isso é foda. É muito bom. Posso tentar conversar lá com o J-Baller, com a galera pra ver. Na época, ele tava com a Luna Galaxy, né? Ele tava com a Luna. E ele ia ver se conseguia os G-Coins pra gente fazer o evento, tá ligado? E aí, o que rola? Porque tem a galera falando no fundo, Vini. E aí, mano, ele falou com o J-Baller, falou com a galera. O pessoal falou que, pô, era uma ideia muito boa, que poderiam conseguir ali um orçamento pra esse evento. E, cara, foi aí que a gente começou a desenvolver, né? E, mano, não adianta, velho. Tem o quê? 9 meses que a gente tá fazendo um evento, botando 600 pessoas jogando segunda a sexta. E os caras não apoiam, mano. Eu acho que eles não apoiam por conta do TPP, tá ligado, guys? Porque se eles botam um G-Coin ali pra SLS, mano, se eles fazem um TPP, ninguém joga mais, tá ligado? E aí é foda, mano. Tipo, porra, minha vontade, mano, realmente é, tipo, parar de fazer live, tá ligado? Focar em uma parada pra mim, não focar mais em PUBG e esquecer isso aqui, velho. Tem dia que é foda, guys. O nego se sente abandonado total, tá ligado? Os caras não olham aqui pra nossa região, não, mano. Os caras tão cagando pra gente, velho. E a última vez que eu falei isso, ainda tomei um esporro lá na transmissão, tá ligado? Na transmissão, não. Recebi um e-mail lá dos caras falando, tá ligado? Que dão atenção sim aqui pra nossa região. Dão atenção porra nenhuma, mano. Atenção porra nenhuma, velho. Perder essa porra dessa parceria aí, tô cagando também, mano. É, parar de fazer live, parar de fazer SLS e viver, mano. Trampar no CLT que é melhor do que ficar nessa porra de ansiedade do caralho fazendo live nessa merda de plataforma. Ainda mais fazer evento pra, porra, mano, tipo, joga 600 cabeças ali SLS, tá ligado? Um terço não cola na live, mano. Um terço tá cagando pra gente, velho. Tem que parar de fazer evento pra trouxa mesmo, velho. Trouxa aqui sou eu. Já pensou em fazer SLS só em TPP? Cara, a galera lá do staff do Eu até falou isso pra mim, tá ligado? Meu Deus. Mas, porra, não quero fazer TPP não, mano. Curto FPP. Se esse jogo for pra TPP, é mais um motivo pra eu parar.
Yeah, FaZe gets the big zone. They've only got 1 kill on board so far, but they're going to be totally happy with this. Like, even if you only get yourself a win and 4 kills or something like that, it's still gonna...
Nova Engine provavelmente já não rola esse ano? Cara, acho que não, tá, Enzo? Ah, mano, esses caras do PUBG estão só enrolando a gente com essa porra de engine, mano. Não, os caras não vão ajudar não, mano. J-Baller, Kira, essas porra aqui dessa região aqui, mano. Tamo fudido, velho. J-Baller pelo menos trabalha, né? Salve, Gabriel. Os caras nem abrem uma live pra assistir, uma aba pra assistir a live. Pois é, pô. Por isso que, mano, minha vontade de fazer SLS cada vez é menor, tá ligado? De verdade, mano. Tipo, pô, a gente conseguiu desenvolver muita coisa maneira. Tá com muita coisa legal lá pra SLS. Mas, irmão, não tenho mais tesão, tá ligado? A galera me tirou o tesão de fazer SLS, pô. É até melhor, velho. Deixa esses caras jogar skin aí e se fuder, mano. Como é que você tá, Gabrielzão? Pô, guys, acho que eu vou fechar a live, mano. Não tô muito no clima pra fazer live não, mano. Amanhã a gente volta, pode ser? Tô desanimadaço hoje.
Simon was taking some shots at RV from that roof, and now FaZe just laying in some util. Still have a
Amanhã a gente volta. Deixa eu só esperar terminar essa queda aqui, eu vou pagar vocês e vou de F.
Start things. Now that really does allow them a little bit more strength in this north side against them. Extends down as well. They are taking parts.
That's a good nade. Oh my god.
Great nades. They need to finish this up fast. They knew they had to, just in case Yoga Benito was going to make a move. They did not move aggressively.
Ah, nem me fala, o Black Wings.
Is down. He gets third place, but it's going to be FaZe 4 versus Yoga Benito 4.
And you know what? Whoever wins this last fight will be our 5th place team and will be very close within striking distance to VP.
Até gostava o Motherfucker, mas sei lá, mano.
More kills on the side of either of these teams. What a great effort it would be. Great nade, still utility in hand for FaZe Clan.
Nada, eu vou terminar essa queda aqui e vou vazar, Tasca. Eu vou transmitir nem o BR hoje, nem o Américas, velho. Tô mal mesmo.
5 on the board for FaZe so far. Mornay's getting hooked up, going across the ridgeline there. Doing some big airburst damage, but not enough. An instant lie down. Oh my god. Such good, quick reactions from Gustav. He should have been taken out there. Simon takes away Vard.
Gustav low. James in the back has to try to make something happen here. Yeah, they're burning. And that's Fex and Vard out. Now it's down to just Gustav and James. Gustav, no first aids. Just 4 bandies and a dream. James has to do the most of the work for this at the moment. Jogo Bonito is looking good inside the circle too.
Yeah, they're looking hungry. They are looking hungry. That is a sure thing here. Gustav's going to try and pop some of those bandages as quickly as he can. James is taken down. It's all on him, but not the case. Jogo Bonito, with this compound, with this ridgeline control, takes game number 1 of our day number 3
Estão
mark.
pagos, rapaziada.
Very strong compound and all fantastic composure from the team. You know what? If you're able to discipline yourself, only flex out when needed, only go out and chase for the points when you know that you can stay as a full squad to the late game here. Because you know what? If there were 3 versus 4 versus FaZe here, they would not have had that. They would not have won that. They would have definitely lost the 4 versus 3 here, but fantastic play here. Utility on point also, surely. You know, even if FaZe, they committed all their utility to the Na'Vi fight, Jogo Bonito potentially still would just have triumphed that completely. They had a better terrain.
É exato, Lucas. Eu sei que, pô, a galera que tá aqui são os verdadeiros mesmo, velho. Estão aqui porque realmente gostam de mim, tá ligado? Abençoado de ter vocês, guys. Senão eu já tinha givado há muito mais tempo. Vou ficar aqui com vocês, só não vou ficar com a webcam, tá, guys? Não tô legal pra estar com a web ligada. Vou preparar aqui a próxima queda. Queda 14.
Toby wasn't to be. Jogo Bonito takes it, but it was still such a high-stakes game and so impressive that we had those 2 teams fighting it out in that final battle, right?
Yes, definitely. Bushido able to make it quite a long distance into this one as well. I think in terms of having warmed up properly, I mean, Jogo Bonito were fighting quite heavily in that southern side of the circle phase. Not so much. I mean, they came into the last fight with just a couple of kills, and clearly the fires had been lit under Jogo Bonito to a different extent than what FaZe had ready to go for with that final fight.
Those two teams, Mark, I mean, what were they fighting for? Obviously the victory for game number 1 on Miramar, but there was some other stakes at play.
Simply those PGC points, right? Yes, we're looking to obviously try and get them up the leaderboard. They're trying to get more money, Sam. But the argument to get them into PGC points, obviously FaZe has some already. Jogo Bonito eager to take more away. I think it was really good play. I think it was really good to see a 4 versus 4 at the end. I think the deciding factor for me was the res from Jogo Bonito. That's what clinched him the win at the very, very end.
Uma hora ali fora com a mulher e já volto, tá, guys?
Overall thoughts of Miramar, Mark?
Da post estão aí na tela.
Obviously not as chaotic as we would have expected, especially to start with. So maybe the pacing, I'm not as quite dreamful as I'd like it to be. That means it's going to be up to me and Toby cast. I can't wait. But very calculated. I like the moves from the teams, taking the passive approach. We saw SlamG. They could have potentially went into FaZe. They didn't. They opted to go south. So they were looking to try and get to the end game as well. Ascend's play through the middle. I think that was quite key as well. So obviously they didn't quite get all the cards over there. Brex went down to zone. Aniko obviously final remaining. So very calculated for a final 6 games.
And just so exciting, Toby, to see Naleb up there with this team of youngsters doing the business, because that's what they have done throughout PEC for really making themselves known and saying, hey, you need to pay attention to us. We're gonna be a threat in this tournament and in future tournaments as well.
No doubt about it. I mean, we talked earlier in the broadcast coming into the first game about Twisted Minds and their era of dominance, which goes back a couple of years now. During the height of the then NLT roster, The only team that ever came up and actually did manage to solve the equation being how do we deal with this team was the former Entropic roster, where Naleb was a very, very big part of what made that team successful. So maybe, once again, maybe we're just going back 2 years when we're living in a simulation of it's whatever roster Naleb is on that can actually go out and do something about Twisted Minds.
Let's take a look now at this Jogo Bonito, specific this lineup, how they've been doing during the grand finals, because it has been good for them. And I do think that down the line, we'll see in the overall standings how it's paid off. But I mean, Mark, for you, do you think that they'll keep this momentum going through this final day? Is this something that the team is capable of doing?
Yeah, look, I don't think they're going to step off the gas. I think they've got the opportunity, and obviously we alluded with obviously Naleb being a kind of the older guy, not as old as me, the older guy, kind of looking after the kids and kind of getting them to sort of work and getting them fragging. But it's so good to see that he's up there from a kill. So yes, despite he's kind of controlling how they're moving and what they're doing, but he's also putting fragging power against the team, and I think this is what makes them quite dangerous. So they can do as they say and say as they do. I think Jogo Bonito might be here to stay.
Toby, is it common, do you think, to have the sort of brains of the team also being your fragging player?
I will say we see it more and more often these days. There was a time back in the day where the IGL would sit as far back on the back line as they possibly could and just kind of sit and dictate the soldiers and where they're supposed to be and what time. Now I see more and more IGLs want to take charge, even among some of the top tier teams. I think, I mean, obviously Petulance has made his way further towards the front line himself, but a perfect example of this is Ike's Lift from Petrichor. I mean, he's always been known as the frontline IGL in a game of PUBG. They've tried it where he then stepped back a bit. They tried bringing in other IGLs too to then allow for him to just focus on, you know, fragging. But they figured, no, this actually works. We like having the IGL be up there on the front line as well. And I think for the likes of Jogo Bonito, it does here too.
Let's take a look at your overall standings now and how this first game on our final day has shaken things up, because I'm sure that there has been some movement. Mark, the top three still sitting pretty there, still looking good. What are you thinking when you take a look at this overall leaderboard?
We'll look at that last section of the game, right? Jogo Bonito, FaZe Clan, and Na'Vi were in the mix, right? So that's going to be changing things up. It does make it good and interesting for kind of these last 5 games, because the worry is Twisted Minds gets a win and they extend their lead, and kind of we know the winner before we even get into game number sort of 3 of the evening. SlamG obviously still surviving out, win or die going down there, but Twisted Minds going out in 15th place gives an opening for the other teams. And again, I come back to that kind of Jogo Bonito, FaZe, and Na'Vi hold that 4th kind of all the way down to maybe that 7th, including VP. It gives them the opportunity to close the gap if they can.
Toby, for you, I mean, do you think we obviously saw Twisted Minds go out early on this map, but the chances are that isn't going to happen often today, right?
I mean, this was a combination of many things that led to Twisted's downfall. I think any other team in that same position would have fallen either earlier or the exact same way. There just wasn't a whole lot for Twisted to do. But that's why we play 18 games. I mean, every single team will have a near 0-point performance. Everyone's going to have those games where just everything goes against you. It's about what you do with the rest of them. And for Twisted right now, they can afford a couple of games like that. I will say, though, it's great to see the teams that we wanted to see be successful in this game actually start off strong. Because if you just look at the leaderboard coming into today and then see now the jump that is between 3rd and 4th and then 4th and 5th, down to that big mid-pack that we have from 5th and below, that already got reduced quite heavily just off of game 1. So if we continue to see this trend go through, then we're in for some really exciting final matches.
This is a conversation, Toby, you and I have had now, I would say, for the last sort of 2 years, where I've consistently brought it up when you've been on the desk with me, saying the skill gap in the region is becoming smaller and smaller. So there was a time where we would see the top 2, top 3 teams really just run away with it. But now I feel like we have these much more open lobbies. They're much closer. It does always come down to the final day. Sometimes, more often than not, the final game. And I think that that's really exciting for the future of the esport, right?
Definitely. I mean, I think there's 2 things to it. One is that the more games played, the more material there is you can look at. And individually, everyone, like game mechanically, everyone's a fragger. Quite literally. Sure, there are some that exceed and just play god tier PUBG. But overall, like the average fragging capabilities and mechanical skill is really good among this entire set of teams. Secondly, I think the current, I don't call it meta, but state of PUBG allows for so much unpredictability with Panzerfausts, with C4s, with mortars, with BRDMs, you name it. All these factors are so hard to predict. Like, how do you counterplay a guy swinging a corner with a Panzerfaust? You know, so even for a great team, they have a hard time going up against maybe a lesser team, but with bigger guns in their inventory. So I think those two things combined makes it easier for the on paper weaker teams to sometimes best the better.
We're dropping into the battleground now. Mark, what are your thoughts on the second Miramar?
Final Miramar of the tournament, the finals. I mean, well, it's really nice, even flight path though. Southwest towards arguably a northeast. Everyone should get their prior drop spots. No one's really going to be fighting over cars here, so not a bad start though to this final game, because it'd be cool, calm, and collective. It'd be all dependent on where the zone breaks, and unfortunately for some teams, they're going to have to migrate their way there.
We'll have a chance to see how this is going to play out. I know Kylaris must be so happy because he's been talking about Diogo Bonito. Let's see how he feels as we move into our second and final Miramar of PEC4.
Thanks, I'm scared for their position on this game, considering it's not exactly the most of common spots that they will be taking, but we will see how it's going to all fare. They've got themselves one good car to work through it, so it's ready to roar, ready to roll. Let's get into it, Martin. Our last Miramar here for the grand final.
You know what? I am so excited about Miramar. It's just every single time we get great games, we see teams that are playing smart. They're moving themselves forward in the map, figuring out the best fighting lines possible. And then we just have, you know, insane clutches and pull-ups. And the terrain is just better. There's so many dips, so many ridges that you're able to play. And if you're playing your best, if you're playing the smartest, you are setting yourself up for success already from the first couple of circles.
If you're playing the coolest, if you're playing the most handsome PUBG, I'm ready for it, Martin. I'm ready for these teams to play some handsome PUBG. How about you?
You know what? Handsome PUBG. I don't know about that, but another, you know, south side circle here should surely set VP up for more success on Miramar. So far, their Miramar games have been way better than their Wrangle ones. So if that trend continues, they do surely need tons of more points here on Miramar to hold on to that fourth spot. Once we get to the wildcard map, it's going to be harder to kind of predict, but also they don't get as many points of Wrangle so far, you know. Yeah, somebody could catch up. And also, you know, Win or Die have been great on a Wrangle, so if they're able to kind of turn that around and get some points here and salvage more points, and then continue their trend on a Wrangle, that would cement and solidify themselves within the top 3, top 4, and give them a PGS and PGC slot.
Also briefly here, and you know, kind of a little bit of a lull in the action, Martin. Obviously, we're seeing, and we've got our eyes fixated on FaZe, right, as a team that has to qualify onto PGSs. They're over in Minas Generalis at the moment. They're driving away from that location now, but we're not playing the new Minas Generalis here. But what do you make of the new Minas Generalis? I know you've been able to have a little bit of a look at it.
Yeah, I mean, the new Minas Generalis, for me, it's like you're removing some of the unpushables, the so-called Star Wars buildings, the AT&T looking ones. You're kind of setting up for some more optimal pathing. There's some more driving in there, but I still
Vai dar
feel
tudo
like it
certo,
needs more love.
Smirlos. Te amamos,
There
cara
is some areas
TMJ.
around kind of east side of Minas Generalis and some of the kind of open fields, especially east of Kantara, that has, as we see, FaZe drive here in this area. It's very open. It's very flat. I would love to see, just as where Gustav is driving here, I would love to see the road elevated to such a degree where you can play both sides of the road as a last resort, you know, like we see in some of the riots reels and some of the other areas. And I think that would fix a lot. If we see like a big elevation, something like 1.5 meters, 2 meters in some places on both sides of the roads, that would nerf some of the compounds a little bit and make it kind of playable terrain. And because the ultimate goal for me for map design is that no matter where you are and no matter where the circle kind of goes, you have some sort of a path with, you know, a little cover here and there towards the next circle. You know, be it rocks, be it ridges, be it compounds that you have to breach through and kind of fight through. Anywhere the circle goes, you should have some sort of a path. It might not be direct. It could be like a zigzag kind of way in. But that's, for me, the most optimal way of map design for PUBG. Sure, we've then added, you know, the Doritos, all the cover, available shields to kind of neglect that. And now, you know, destroyable terrain so you can just, you know, boom out your own little dip. But still, perfect situation is obviously having playable terrain in almost most directions.
I think we're both in agreement, though. Miramar initially had a rough start, but it's taken on a life of its own. It's phenomenal now for the most part, is Miramar, especially watching these players at this level. So we will see as FaZe, after we were talking about all of that rotation, has found themselves coming on South Coast. So a big wide rotate for them. Love that rotate because it's very unlikely anybody's going to really be down there. You could say that maybe somebody's kind of camping around that resort area. Maybe they're in some of the compounds there. But for the most part on the road, very unlikely on the very south tip.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the whole area here on the southern side is actually some of the areas I love the most because you have so many ridges, you have so many compounds that are not too strong. One of these compounds, for example, right? You have a whole eastern side to it where you can get easily pushed from inside some of the craters, and they're in general. That's why I think Miramar is one of the most favorite maps from especially the highest level of players, because there's just so many play options and so many playable spaces that you can accommodate so many teams, and we usually see so many teams, like more teams alive in later circles on Miramar than we do in most other maps.
And that's why you're seeing some of those 2-2s being quite far away from each other. You can see with Eternal Fire currently on your screen right now, they're 2-2. Quite far away from one another. They're trying to control some really decent space in the middle of this circle, though. Likewise, south of them, Virtus Pro in a 2-1-1 kind of split, but for the most part, kind of a decent spot to check out. Now, interesting little kind of potential scouting technique here from BB team. They know that Church is usually not a bad spot to be hiding around, so they're thinking to themselves, okay, we know we can line up a mortar to the roof and on the other side, which we cannot see. So maybe we go for a few shots there and see if we can knock anybody. Unfortunately for them, there was no one there, but it's a nice little extra thing that you could potentially do.
Bushido moving away here. Sad to see them move down here in 8th place, but after that game for Joker Bonito and FaZe last game, obviously it's going to push them down a little bit. It's been a little bit more slow for them. But for me, you know, there's still a team. Actually, a little bit of a talk I was thinking about last game is, do you feel, and this is a question follow-up here, do you feel that over the course of the time we've had a lot of success with the Turkish country and region in general, do you feel like we have too much talent spread out across all the Turkish teams? Or what's your thoughts here as we see Kreft take down FaZe? That's not good for FaZe to lose this player here. Godfair also went a third party for Kreft. A lot of damage done already.
Good question. Let's just kind of continue looking at this for a moment and we can get back to it as Fex is now charging up an aid. Will it be able to connect with anything? That rests on the outside of the building. It's perfect. He gets the double here as FaZe is looking to clean up the rest of Kreft. This could be good for them. The problem is, though, is that Gustav and Vardar are disconnected from this a little bit. So Fex either needs to buy time or really hit his shots and hit the mark.
As we pause a little bit. More information's coming in here. And you know, the follow-up, the breach from FaZe could happen here. Smoke's coming in, trying to delay the fight overall. Subiocean, Kref, obviously being in last place right now. FaZe is thinking this should be an easy and quick cleanup.
Trying for it. Trying to push on against the Quell. And another little underhand nade comes out. That's a pretty smart move. Although Molotov, he tries to run back. Comes out the corner and gets the double. Oh no! Disaster for FaZe. They've got one more left alive to try and do something about this. DeQuell. Oh, the cleanup, the save. But now FaZe is only 2-man. They're going to need some chips up and running. But Circle Crew's all around them, Martin.
Yeah.
Circus Crew.
Circus Crew.
I do it every time.
You love it. They are close to the center of the circle, so you could call them that now, but definitely a third-party timing for them, knowing that they have seen 2 flushes here. Would be optimal. Gustav's taking tons of shots, actually, and that is FaZe out in 15th place. After a great game last one, they are bowing out early with only 4 kills.
Tough stuff for FaZe. A bit of a disaster. Smoking things up, getting some more loot on board for Circus Crew. Circle shift does go on, and we won't have any fights just yet with some E-pickups going down. Win or die. It's trying to find themselves a little bit of a spot. They do take a few shots here and there. Back to your question, what you're saying about kind of, were you on about the Turkish region being split or just EMEA as a whole?
No, I think like you're kind of narrowing it down to the Turkish players. I feel like, especially maybe this year, we've seen more spread of the toppest, like the top tier talent, the absolute best players. And as we've said it before on global tournaments on the desk, and we kind of talked about it with Korea, besides Freaks, that we see a lot of kind of spreading out of talent. Obviously, there's synergy, there's roles that need to be defined, but still, I feel like it's been a little bit fall from grace from what we saw maybe in 2023, for example, where we had a lot of success.
I think, for my money, obviously we watched the Eternal Fire group stage. Look fantastic. They were able to advance on, and it's like when I think about who would I move out of that roster and put someone in, I start having a difficult time thinking about it, right? Because I feel like a lot of the Turkish players are very good, and all at a very similar level, maybe with just a few standouts here and there, like a Code Marco and all these guys. But then again, maybe he's kind of like dipped a little bit relative to where he was when we were like, okay, he's the shining star. You know what I mean? So it's difficult for me to answer. I think there's a lot of great talent in that region, in that country as a whole, as well as the kind of neighboring countries. But it's hard for me to like take all those components and kind of put them together and say, okay, this is the super roster. Would you make a super roster? Do you have kind of a super roster in mind?
I mean, I'm just thinking of the time where we had Ruin, who was an absolute standout player here in 2023 for PEC, right?
True, he was good.
A very good player. Code Marco, obviously a standout player. Was Smash a standout player? He ended up playing, a mixed team with Clip, Michael, Rustenma. Still had some success with that, but not at the highest level. Then we're looking at like you're thinking Global Army, Baron Peak, like all these fantastic players. It's kind of split out quite a lot now compared to if you're thinking, what can happen? Then you're thinking back to your Iroh, and sure, Iroh has at a point quit PUBG Pro to play other games and then come back, right? So if he continued, would he be at the top level still? But there was just there's times where we're thinking, you know what? Right now, there could be an insane Turkish roster with a great lineup if you're taking these 4 or 5 players and kind of trying to stick them together. But yeah, it's a little bit sad. I think both Quet, Peru, and Kodmago, Mad, like all these guys, all these teams are fantastic. Schiller obviously fantastic as well, but it just still feels like it's spread out. If you ask the players, like, yeah, we have perfect roles, we have. It fits the team. Synergy is good, and which is something that I'm looking from a pure, superstar potential fragging roster with a good IGL, with a fantastic support player. Sure. Well.
I think it's so hard to shine in a lobby though when you've got CIS looking insane. Like Turkey's great, Mina is great. However, CIS is just on another level, and how do you catch up with them? As we get our circle coming in once again, and it's another North hard shift. GK going to be loving that one. However, they are significantly behind. But yeah, with CIS looking as strong as they are, Martin, it's so difficult to look good in these lobbies.
Yeah, I agree. That's definitely a great point. And when you're playing the game and you're seeing so many CS players on the leaderboard, you're seeing them so often in ranked, you're running into like a full Dante stack or something. I'm just okay, I guess we'll just wait until the late game and fight them. Crossberg finds a doozy, and BB team losing more players potentially here. Crossberg, great utility here, trying to limit it off. Filfer is actually on fire. He's taking enough to actually get knocked from this. Crossberg with the explosion here. Great defense here for Bushido. Great play for Crossberg so far.
Yeah, brilliantly set up. Right,
finds another one
into the molly as well, and he finds 3. Is Crossberg going absolutely radio rental right now? What a defense by him so far. Here come the reinforcements for Bushido as well. Looking for the last member. Molodoc here takes down Crossberg, and now can they get rid of him? Here comes Nailcop around the corner to try and do something about it. Yes, he does. Crossberg for 3, Nailcop for 1. Bushido, we just talked about him. Turkey looks good when you give them the opportunity.
Yeah, Crossberg's really been a standout player for me for sure. Now, Win or Die. Now, trying to get into this circle here. This is a late E pickup for sure. Phase 3.
He already did 1.
Yeah, exactly. Volpassault's trying to follow that up too. And in a case where most of the comp ups, not all of it, there's only a few open spots. Maybe an edge try to maybe play here for Win or Die. As Bushido on the western side, obviously. Oh, look at this. Circus Crew with a nade. Can you time this perfectly?
Imagine.
That'd be insane.
Make it happen.
One more. do if that hits the roof and bounce off and hit all of them. Oh, Godfrey finds X-Razor. Bulbasaur's losing one. Not gonna connect more than too far away, but X-Rays are gone down here, leaving behind the body. Circus Crew has really been a third-party factor in this.
I mean, for the nade, I really wish I had the sad trumpet sound on my Go XLR. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, for sure. I would love to hear that more often. You should encompass some of that into your casting. I think that would
I'll try.
It'll up your quality cast.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Let's see if there's going to be quality as the Purple Sword comes down in a position where PK is holding on. And I think these quality shots coming out from PWD will shut down Slow Jacket to start things off. The rest of them are trying to find a little bit of a bastion of hope. One-Eye King does take down PWD. Here comes the reinforcements for DK. What can they do about this? I think they should be able to shut down Purple Sword and get PWD back on up. But Diffex is down. One-Eye King is going crazy.
Swinging in. Oh, great swing here from Spyro. That's great. DK might be able to defend this, but Winner Die sees this, and that means an open opportunity for them to get the riches, get the crater field, the rim, you could say, here on the western side for them. They could now, knowing obviously that there's Nox down there, they could have an open door. They could get this ridge just above. As you saw Geeky kind of flowing in, there could be an opportunity for them, but Winner Die are not taking shots a little bit. I think they're hesitant. I don't think we're going to see them fully committing to it just yet.
Flare went up somewhere. Whose is this? Okay, it looks like it's versus pros. So, wonder what they're going to be able to garner from this. The fact that, I mean, whilst they've sent that up, they are a little bit vulnerable here from not only Navi's angle, but also Ascend's. They do deal with Danico, though. Firing a flare off whilst all these teams are looking at you is quite bold.
Yeah, it is. Danico going down, obviously not great, but I think it's trying to extract him right now. Bushido trying to get in and get on too close to this combo. This is great. A great pre-nade potentially here. Could do damage. Bounces it off the wall. This is smart. But as you park the car here with great defense here for Crossberg, nobody's going to be able to shoot at you as you're sitting down below this. Jogo Bonito only being a 3-man. It's going to be hard to defend from another 3-man full flushing in unless they're fully committing all their utility to this.
If you'd have crashed it against this, we could have climbed up the car into that second story. It would have been similar to what we watched yesterday. Some of the clips from PEC double blue zone. Backing off here is Jogo Bonito. And he's putting some vert nades for the other side, but they're not in the other concrete. It's not going to quite hit the mark that they wanted it to. But the double down, Bushido, damn, man. They are just throwing left and right constantly here against these teams. And it was a great little crash by them.
Now they know there's only one chance for them to be anywhere, and it's right in the corner of that on the top. Oh, Crossberg finds Kristalny. What a game Crossberg's had so far. Jokey finds Nail Cup. That's a flush too. That's unfortunate for them. Now they're going to try to send it in here. Yeah, it's a great push with the barrel in hand. Gets the headshot immediately on Nodi, and Jogo Bonito goes down. Another team that we had great points from in the last game goes down early here, James.
Yeah, not ideal. And Bushido going to be loving that, considering that they were the ones that were pushed down by Jogo Bonito, by FaZe, by Na'Vi. But 7 kills on the board already. That said, for Hive, they were also on the hunt, and Dante decides, you know what, after taking that single shot from Twisted Minds, I'll back off from that kind of battle. There's no reason need to take any knocks just yet from them. They have a decent compound to work with in a circle like this. Any knock means that success knocks will be bleeding out quicker. Why give it to them?
And if GK just started like this on day one, it would have been a completely different story for them. They would have been easily mid-packed here. With the next zone coming in, oof, this looks like a very good Hive game, but look at all the other teams. They're just so edge.
Still, it persists. That ridge line, of course, runs all the way through the center of this circle. A very important ridge line for a game like this. However, regardless of which direction a team comes from and tries to take up that as residence, they need to know that they have their back covered. They need to know that they've dealt with any threat on the backside of them. So it will be a little while before someone really takes up spot there and is able to secure it down.
He gets Skipbrook's down here. Silas just trying to destroy as much doors as you can right now to make sure they don't get peeked from there later. It's
all post a nade through.
Yeah, trying to get in. Oh my god, gets Ferris down. Ferris also finds Marcis. What a great 4x spray here for Silas.
Yeah, very well done. Really setting it up. Ooh, dear me. I was hoping that wasn't as cooked as it could have been. But anyway, Circus Crew is going to push up on this here against Na'Vi, who looks a little bit disjointed in this fight right now. Little underhand nade, maybe to be able to post it on through as well against that position, but he does flee back to the safety to be a little bit more calculated in their position with all of this. Sosa takes down 2. Damn, what a good defense by him so far. But I don't know if he realizes that Arthur has been able to position himself the way he has. Flash goes through, trying to get rid of his vision. Can he capitalize on it? I don't think so. The car's really blocking his movement through there.
Yeah, he has to do some sort of crazy seed swap here. Now, oh god, for finds Sosa, but extends. Great follow-up nade here. Now it's down to just Arta on Circus Crew, and they probably have a pretty good idea that he's close to this house. Great Molotov here. Almost spreads to Arta. And now Navi tries to get in here. Sneaky boo, hello. That's Sakatari down. That's great, but you're on fire. And extends, gets it. He's burning. And yeah, Navi, you know, off this southern position, might be able to get their feet under them again.
Here goes Ascend, doing Ascend things. Goes for a big map dash crash through here against Virtus Pro. But Virtus Pro's having none of it. Beam is very used to be able to shut down that kind of play, especially when we saw it against Hive. And now Ascend is the next victim for the Beamy Man.
Them breaking into triple digits with Winner Die, not getting too much of it now. They're trying to really backfill this position. Blue Zone's coming in too. That's a double as well to the mat. Look at this. They're trying to really get damage done onto Eternal Fire, but they're not following up with the peak. They're out in the blue. It might have been a little too late for Winner Die to actually get damage done onto Eternal Fire, who's currently inside this next zone here.
Interesting use of this.
Yeah.
I don't think they
don't need it.
If they needed it here.
Not on this side at least.
No. I think you might need it later. We'll see. We'll see. But Win or Die, they really had a very quiet first 2 games. Double E pickup into trying to kind of chase these circles. Not many kills going their way as well. Been a bit of a disaster for Win or Die so far. They need to step it up in the next couple.
Yep, for sure. Going down in 9th place. No placement point for them either. Great nade here. Damage done onto Slam G. Lurix finding... just getting on the edge of it now. Beamy, look at that. Eternal Fire. Really trying to dislodge this push from Virtus Pro.
Still the links in play here for Nixie, but at that range, it's a bit more difficult to really kind of connect with it. We'll see, as Eternal Fire's still trying to weather this storm, trying to get that res going. Again, that deployable cover I feel could have been a bit more useful elsewhere, but they were very concerned about the potential of Virtus Pro just pushing across this side while they were trying to shoot down Win or Die, right? So I guess there's that kind of train of thought, but at the same time, now Na'Vi is the one that moved up to the ridgeline that I was talking about before, understanding that now they realize nobody was at their backs anymore. They can start taking that ridgeline. That might be the winning play for Na'Vi if you're looking at the map.
Yeah, it could be for sure. This ridge is strong, especially again, Ferris being that anchor position. You're getting so much information off it. And yeah, now Eternal Fire here taking a lot of shots towards GK. Slam G2. Oh, GK falling apart here. Multiple teams firing directly at them. Slam G might get in and get to the back of this, but still, points have been collected. Spyro finds 1. EK's out in 7th. That's boosted again with an impact, but 2 placement points and some kills coming from Slam G is better than what we saw from Win or Die. Boom!
Here comes Perfectix. What more can he do against the Hive position? The fact of the matter is that Hive knew that this was going to be coming eventually from the direction that they're in, considering they had this compound for this whole time, and Twisted Minds was just going to eventually push down on it from that west side. Good stuff by them. Great crash so far. A little bit on fire, but Tullins goes for the off angle as well. Finds Dante. Just 1 more left alive here for him. And just has to duck away. Go for the heal. Doesn't want to play it too risky.
I was just sending it out. That's a great nade. Tried to send it into the smoke. They're thinking he was there. Example gets found by Extends. Blue Zone. Oh, Hive. Yeah, formally having the best of it, but you're getting delayed. Well played here by Twisted Minds.
Perfectix has been the MVP of this grand final so far from my money. I mean, him alongside Example, of course, Example doing a lot of damage, but Perfectix has been the star here for Twisted Minds. As now Eternal Fire has found himself alongside this ridgeline as well. They kind of leapfrogged the Virtus Pro position a little bit, and Na'Vi is absolutely tearing apart Twisted Minds on that entry point from the west.
Yeah, putting themselves into this ridge here and then holding and putting pressure onto the 2 teams that should have had this ridge if it wasn't for Twisted Minds interfering. Tulins as player here. Damage done. Great. He's not going to have time. He's going to try to run or just die. Yeah, he's just going to chill it out. That is Twisted Minds out in fourth. Great effort for them, though. But, yeah, Perfectix, man. 13 games, 29 kills before this game.
Damn.
That's just insane. Example as well on 27.
What an absolute monster. Now, interestingly enough, if Na'Vi, obviously we were mentioning before that technically them moving up to that ridgeline, that could be the winning position. If they continue to accrue points here and get themselves up above win or die, we'll see that line move because of the fact that they are GPT. So Na'Vi trying to challenge for the top spot, trying to challenge for more money, more prestige, more points in the end of things. And Schiller just trying to hold off the position of Virtus Pro. They should be able to have them locked down here, and then the 4 versus Na'Vi, unless Na'Vi, who have been very active about pushing on those kinds of third-party moments, are able to do so. But you can already see the lines of sight. Eternal Fire was watching Na'Vi just in case they approach.
Yeah, Hekator finds Beamy here. This is easy points for the teams that are just staring at VP, but a third place and 4 kills is another great effort for VP here. 10 points in the last map. I would say right now it looks like 9 for this one here. And again, the consistency on Miramar has been great, but need to continue and push that through on our, both Rondo and Taker. But also once we get to Wrangle, that's really been their Achilles heel so far.
Considering it was looking your way for Curexi, knowing that one of his teammates was knocked by Hakatori, and the fact that Na'Vi is on the cusp of being able to challenge for this top spots, I would just deny here as Curexi. He's trying to wait out as long as possible, just in case Eternal Fire gets stuck in a fight with Na'Vi, in case maybe he can get some more placement points. But up until that point, I'm not peeking as Curexi at all. How about you?
Absolutely not. No. He's definitely thinking that there could be an opening knock on Eternal Fire that he could steal from the Na'Vi fight, but Na'Vi's also just holding on to this ridge here. They have the benefit, they have the advantage at the moment, and have the better ridge, the better circle position. They need to see what happens in Circle 8, of course, if it goes any of their ways. Who wins
Steady
this?
as she goes.
Who takes this home? Who wins this?
I still
look
think
at that.
RV, man.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. I again, when they moved up here, I think that they knew exactly when they had to. I think that the control position from them would always be strong. I mean, that being said, Eternal Fire has some room to work with here, so it's not a foregone conclusion at all. But there is an MG3 in hand for Na'Vi, and good old Hakatori. They don't know his exact position just yet, and we all know what he can do.
He's got a great off angle here. You're not expecting anyone to lay in the open there, just behind the ridge. So, could he get an opening knock? Could he get the entry? That would be a huge difference maker. But if you're looking at the circle right now, Na'Vi definitely has the upper hand. Has to move later and has better ridges to peek at, but it's an open field ending here. This rock for Code Marco does offer great opportunity, but I don't think he goes. I don't think he makes it down there. I don't think they get deeper into the circle based off that.
Yeah, you'd think that the 2 at the back extends as well will be able to take some
4
shots
bullets.
in transition, right?
4 bullets. He reloaded the mini to get 4 bullets in the mini. They are low. They've got not much left here. I would consider dropping my extended mag just to get a few more bullets ready.
True. Okay, they're smoking off the rock. They know that they want to try and make that transition.
Yep.
It makes a lot of sense, right? Because that is a little bit closer towards the center of this circle. It opens up an extra angle for them, be it the left, right, or the right of the rock. And instantly, Na'Vi is focusing on that angle. They do not want to let him transition. Let's see if Code Marco can make it. Shot's already being taken, but he does make it to the rock through the smokes.
Yeah, this is not a bad rock, but it's the kind of further back rock than anything. And that, I don't think at that angle gives them enough opportunity.
Not enough.
Because the ridge that Extends and Ferris has to work with is still in and will potentially be out at the same time that Code Marco would have to shift even deeper. But let's see what happens here. It's going to be a little bit of a stalemate. And look at that. There's repairing armor.
Ooh, clip.
And,
I think neither team moves, right? Until the very last second. I think they don't want to, though. We'll wait it out, bide their time, and there it goes forward. 51 damage against Quetpa. He may throw a flash in response, but decides otherwise. There is a Molly heading forward. Is it going towards the rock? Okay, it did, but it was just short.
Oh, that's one.
The Mad, though, does start off against Fairest. He made a really mad dash there, actually. I'm not sure about that one.
Secretary tries to get in the open here. A lot of damage done here. Code Marco
no.
finds him. That's perfect for Eternal Fire. Also finds tons of damage onto Solsep here. Surely this is Eternal Fire's game.
I think if they'd have shut down maybe the transition to this rock, it could have been a completely different story, but it felt like they had to do more with it. Eternal Fire destroys Na'Vi in these final moments. Egg on my face here, because that was not close by the end, Martin.
Absolutely not here. Super well executed by Eternal Fire. And in a game where it's like, okay, we might have a chance if we make kind of these moves here and if the Rich is kind of working out to our advantage. And yeah, first of them, trying to get into the fields without too much suppressing fire. And yeah, Eternal Fire, man, that's a great game. Again, it's a mid-pack team trying to get kind of closer here, but it could be the start of a fantastic day for them that could put them deeper into the prize molly, but also maybe close enough for strike distance for the top 5.
Could be indeed. Shame that Na'Vi wasn't able to get the MG3 or the rest of their fantastic arsenal in the works there for that one. Okay, let's head over to the desk. That's our Miramar's done, as we have 4 more games to go for the grand final.
I think we should start a petition for Kylaris to just do an entire desk segment and all cast with his sound effects only.
Yes.
Yeah?
100%.
Yes.
100%.
I like that we're all in agreement there. In the chat, start that petition. Let's get it done. We will force it for the next PEC. Let's talk about what we just saw here, though. Na'Vi whiffing it a little bit, Toby, fair to say?
I don't know if I would say whiffing it. It was a very awkward position to fight in. No one really dared to make that play around the southern side of the ridge line. I like that they tried to in the end, but I think this was literally the matter of if they had 10 meters more to maneuver, it would have been Eternal Fire forced to make that move. So better positioning in the end for Eternal Fire, and then I don't know. It didn't seem structured on my end for Na'Vi there in the very end of it. But good job on them to get as fast as they did.
Toby, no! They whiffed it. They whiffed it at the end.
Okay, they whiffed it. They threw it. It was free. They should have just won it.
I think it was, though. I think it was. Like, even rollback, right? I love that we disagree on this bit, right? They were in the south side of the compound. They had the defense. They held really firm, and then they made that play to that kind of middle section, that little valley, right? We see so many teams win from that position. I'm with James. I'll back James in the sound cues, right? Because you should be winning it from that position. I don't know why they sent the MG down. Yes, you could expose some angles, but you're sending the heavy gun out into the field.
But they were using their util early to fight off on the west. Okay, we could debate this for hours on end, so maybe we shouldn't.
So debate it. No, debate it.
It was a very close call, and as you can see from this position in particular, once they are forced over that ridge line, because there's a little bit extra of a lip for Eternal Fire to sit behind, and this one rock in particular, it was literally not rock, paper, scissors. It was rock, smoke, tree, and they had the rock, and the rock in this case was superior to both the lack of smokes that Na'Vi didn't end up having in the end of it, and that tree didn't grant the cover that they needed. That's the reason they flexed out a play on the southern side in that vehicle, because they said, we need another vehicle. We cannot contest that rock from where we are. He can, I mean, as soon as we look away, he will look at us. So in that sense, Eternal Fire did a really good job at earning themselves the win, because they knew when to peek, how to go about it, and not get any players knocked before the proper fight started going off.
Okay, boys, let's take a look at our match results now.
Sorry,
obviously, I mean, again, Twisted Minds in the sort of top 4 teams. That's not good for the other teams. Let them sponge up at that top spot. Any other sort of final thoughts around our final Miramar here at PEC 4, Mark?
Yeah, Eternal Fire getting the win is really, really good. Why? Because they'll be jumping up that mid-pack. There'll be another team kind of in that contention to take over the lion's share of the prize pool, but more importantly, they do take points away from teams that are looking to try and extend their lead. So, yes, Twisted Minds are up there. Great win, great 10 points for them. But the fact there was another Na'Vi and Eternal Fire getting more points than them means they are catching up.
Let's see how this has affected our overall leaderboard now, because obviously that's where our eyes are focused. This will determine who takes home the lion's share of the prize pool. Twisted Minds still sitting pretty at the top. Slam G holding onto that second spot as well. VP win or die, but you can see there Na'Vi now sort of creeping up a little bit. Toby also trying to get in onto that sort of top 4, top 3 argument.
I think right now, for 15 out of the 16 teams, the case is this. We want to make it through to PGS. That's priority number 1. If we can do that and also win the tournament, that would be fantastic. But I think if you ask SlamG, what would you rather? Have a 50-50 at going first, but also risking it all potentially falling out? Or just play it safe now and stay within PGS range and not win the tournament itself? They would settle for the second option. And I think the same, like the teams below them would do the same. Twisted Minds sat with a 30-point lead. It's going to be up to them, honestly, in my opinion, now to throw it in order to lose it. I don't think anyone is actively going to go out and try and catch up to Twisted in a situation like this. All they want to do now is make it into that top 4, maybe top 5 if Na'Vi would surpass win or die. But make it into PGS. That's the not just main, but also most only goal that all these teams would have now.
I promise I'm not trying to pick on you, but I disagree with you so much.
Go for it.
I just don't think there is a single team in this lobby, even if they're sitting right at the bottom. I think, yes, they are strategic, they are logical. They know whether or not they can contend for first place, but I don't think there is a single team that's sitting in the sort of top 5, top 6 that isn't going, boys, you know what? If we push, we can knock them out. There is a world where SlamG is sitting in their lobby saying, guys, you know what? Like, in their team comms, we just need 1 or 2 good games. We can knock them off of that top spot. I don't think anyone goes, well, guys, we should just be happy with our 2nd place or our 3rd place. I don't believe it, Toby. But we'll never know because no one's letting me into their team comms to prove my point. Let's have a little bit of fun now. It is time for our final Make the Talent Laugh. We decided to go easy on the fans and give them Mark and Toby because we didn't want to be mean on grand final day. So this is the first submission from Fog Frog. Let's see if we can make the boys laugh.
You won in my name. Fog Frog? That's a win for me. What's this?
You know what? I like it. I get the idea, but I wish there would have been text in the end of it, going like for Master saying, I got 12 kills. Arta going, I got 7 kills. Silas going, I got 5 kills. And then Godfrey going, wait, you guys got kills? No, they had that been that been the caption and the bottom, because I know the meme, like it's been used for a lot of stuff. Had that been the caption on this, I would have laughed a lot. But in this case, it's the idea is there, the execution, unfortunately not quite there.
No, you can't be.
You got him with the crickets as well. No. I like the idea.
Okay.
I liked it. It was close. It was close.
So on the hot or not scale, are we leaning more towards hot or not?
I'm a not.
I'll give it a 6. Just because.
Sorry, Fog Frog.
Yeah,
sorry.
We didn't laugh. That was the whole point of it, right? So I'm sorry.
But you still get
it was a good
points,
one.
so
I like the idea.
It's a win. It's a win.
On us. There we go. Let's look at our next one. Biaza Moran. Production's having way too much fun with that soundbite.
This is more about.
This is just true.
Factual.
Yeah, exactly. It's not so laughable. It's just that's how it is.
It's factual.
So we're not moving.
It's just correct. You know.
Okay. So the needle's not moving left or right.
No, the reaction is like you nod to it. It's like yeah, that checks out. But it's not.
Okay.
It's not. It doesn't catch you off guard with laughter, you know.
Let's take a look at PJ Fry's submission. I've heard this name before, so let's see what PJ Fry brings to the table. We got a hot.
That's funny.
That's good.
That's funny because that's something stupid that I would do.
Suspicious. I like it. I like it.
Mid-pack.
Good job. We got a laugh. I'm very excited.
A subtle laugh, but I like it. I think our fans need to be more dicey. Like they need to be a little more bold in their meme making.
Okay, let's move on now. It's time to have another giggle. Retro Moo. Let's see what Retro Moo is bringing to the table.
No, that's not for me.
Also true. You ask for meds and all you get is 21st dates. Oh, 20 bandages, I
guess.
mean, sorry. Yeah.
Now, if you put
When
Beamy's face on top there, that's a different game. story,
Interchangeable
right?
first aids.
yeah.
I like how both of you seem
Oh,
to
you
think
know
that you're
what?
like the genius
You
gift
know what
makers
you-
now. Where are
you-
your gifts and your memes?
No, you know what you'd have to do? You change the face with Beamy, and then you show somewhere that he has 39 first aids, and all he does is drop you
He just
15
freaks out.
bandages. Now, that would have been... Again, it has to be tournament, like, esports specific. That would have been Beamy's face on this guy, and then showcase his entire arsenal of first aids, and all he gives you is, like, 4 bandages. Now, that would have been fun.
Or
Okay, let's take a look at Jared Donovan's submission. This is our second last
Can I
one.
become a
before
meme
we head on over
consultant? Is
to
that a
Tego.
thing?
I'm starting to feel like you both. I mean, I get it, and it kind of made me giggle. No?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's whenever
a-
you queue into random ranked games, you always get that one guy that is
Ah.
literally suffocating on his microphone and just screaming like a crazy person. Yeah.
Okay, one more. Let's take a look at Game Symbol's submission. Our final Make the Talent laugh here at PEC4.
That's all right. I like that. I quite like that.
Okay, we're
Again,
gonna laugh.
it's
We're gonna
true.
laugh. Yay!
I like that one. That someone put some
Clap
creativity in there.
crowd.
I like that.
It's true.
What I find super fascinating is how much consulting Toby did on these memes, and yet, Toby, where are your memes? Where were your meme
I mean,
submissions?
I know I would laugh at my own memes if I put them in there, so I just felt it would be unfair. Maybe I should have had like a ghost account. You know, I should make a new Twitter just to be able to submit memes for contests.
I am disappointed in both of you because when we started this adventure together with Make the Talent Laugh, you both just giggled at everything. I swear we
They
could
were
have just
good.
put a picture of a pan up and you would have started giggling. And as time's gone on, you've become hardened and cold. I am concerned that you've been taking notes from Carlaris. Mark, what has happened to you?
Toby, this is why we don't go on the desk anymore, right? We're being grinded down to this factual type of desk. Nope, not having it.
I will say that for the first time in maybe 5 years, yesterday I cried while casting when I saw the back to the west shift on Taco. So it's not that we can't laugh, it's just the fact that you always gotta try harder, man. They gotta try harder.
Jeez.
Yeah, you peaked yesterday. That's the problem. The circles made you peak, and now everything. Okay, fair enough. Let's get a bit serious though, because we're heading to Tago. This is really important because after this map, we'll be halfway through the final day, and this will pretty much solidify who's actually competing for those top spots, really. Because I would argue that the final 3 games are not going to make all that much of a difference. So if you're one of the teams, what is the game plan, Mark, coming into Tago now?
I think we're going to see Na'Vi move into top 4. That means we're going to see that line drop to top 5. Win or Die then has to panic because it's Joga Benito, Bushido, and FaZe Clan that be looking for that kind of platform, especially say we're going to game number 3 out of 6 for the day. If those 3 teams can kind of allow Na'Vi in, that will give, and they get a good game as well. They don't go out early like we saw from FaZe in their game before. I think they'll be in a good position to try and close out today. So this is kind of like mid-pack. It's all about positioning here for this game.
What's your dream scenario on Tago, Toby?
That we have Na'Vi, Joga Bonito, Bushido, FaZe, and Hive be the last 5 teams alive, and the top 4 all dies with no points.
Why?
Because that means it is not a 4-horse or 3-horse race anymore for those top spots. It would be a 8-horse race.
I mean, I kind of knew the answer, but there you go. Toby,
There
what
you
do you
go.
think about this playing path?
It is fantastic out towards the east, and we will end just southwest of Cagnon.
Okay, Mark, final thoughts before I give this one over to Avenger and Carlaris?
It's a good flight path south towards that northeast. It does tease us with that island in the northwest corner. Will we see the madness that we saw yesterday, not just in EMEA, but also in PAS? Have to wait and see. But this is a critical game, Sam. Game number 3 of the final day. It's make or break time.
Mark said it all, so I think we're done talking here on the desk. Let's get into game with Carlaris and Avenger.
You see, there was something missing from that, Sam. There was time to Tago. It's the last one for the grand final. Gotta have it in. We have got ourselves that Kang Young actually in the circle, as Toby was mentioning. And this is a very familiar circle. One thing that is interesting, though, is that James has gone all the way to the west to get himself a vehicle here for the normal book Sansar drop here, Martin.
Yeah, he usually gets one of those cars over here to ensure FaZe more of these vehicles that are a little bit more rare when you're in Buxanzar, but Gustav also went on northern side to manage another vehicle in this compound here. And this is really the question that's going to be posed on them now. Like, how is this set up now? Should we stay in Buxanzar? Should we try to take some of the compounds that's around it? Because you can quite easily run up on multiple sides of Buxanzar. So yeah, it's really down to them. And obviously, I think we're going to see maybe potentially a 2-2 split, maybe trying to hold on to some of Buxanzar and then maybe one of the compounds that they've been looking at a little bit. But yeah, obviously yesterday, crazy games on Tego in terms of the water, but we didn't get it here, James, and I'm happy we didn't.
Yeah, that's the first one that doesn't include a load of river for our takeovers.
Thank
be
God.
honest with you, for quite a while. Now, what you're saying about Buxanzar, I think, is right. You've hit the nail on the head, because we even saw it in the group stages when FaZe was challenged a little bit in Buxanzar. Win or Die was not afraid about challenging those edge positions on Buxanzar, right? As much as they kind of like peeked their head over, really didn't do anything about it and just left. But it does kind of reinforce that idea that it potentially is a little bit vulnerable. You need to be careful about lurking around there. Oh, and who's lurking? It's Hakatori, who does take down Quizzy instantaneously. There's only PWD here as well. But yeah, you've got to be careful around Buxanzar for sure.
Yeah, there's multiple situations where it's like rough. But yeah, more shots here. PWD with the Iron Side Aug actually does tons of damage, but he's going to get chased down. He's going to get pushed. He does have a shotgun in hand, though. This could be scary for Na'Vi if they don't execute this right.
Definitely not. Shotgun in hand. I'd go put the gas can on one of the other doors and just
no vest.
Has a little extra. But it doesn't look like they're pushing on just yet. Spiro and Diffex taking some off angles for this, waiting for the potential push in. Diffex might not only be looking for the edges of these buildings, but also maybe across from Fairest if it does occur. Maybe looking towards the road, but here's all the cars. Here's everyone moving away. Take a few shots here and there, but Na'Vi lives to fight another day with 1 kill.
Yeah, they deem it not worth it. They deem it, you know what, guys? We got 1 kill. We are out. We're scot-free here, and we're actually pretty decent in this circle. Oh no, Joker Panito. Ascend has set up a bridge camp, and surprise, Aniko gets Kristalny down.
Nice.
Unfortunate here. Again, Joker Panito and Ascend fighting early on. It's just, yeah, it's very unfortunate for these two teams here, and they're not even inside the circle.
Well, that's the problem, right? I mean, there's these bridges, and yes, there's a lot of crossing locations on Tego. However, if you're being greedy, you're a team that's dropping Yongchong, and you've got a team like Ascend lurking around places like Army Base, places like west side of Shipyard, etc. There's all the potential in the world that a bridge like this will be easily camped. So, bit of a greedy start there for them, especially since they're just on the cusp of being able to make something happen.
Yeah, man. This is if striking distance is anything, Jogo Bonito on 14 points behind Win or Die. That is it. Bushido coming in here. They're actually taking the south side of Buxanzar. We were speculating. We're gonna see FaZe holding on to this and maybe splitting it, but no, they actually fended it off and went a little bit further north. Also, somewhat of a home turf circle for Win or Die here. A team we need to see getting more points today. Otherwise, they could they can actually end up losing both the PGC and the PGS slot, obviously, if they don't get top 4 with Twisted Minds currently in first.
Definitely. Would be a bit of a disaster, but let's see how this is all going to go down, as we are still on with Hive, who's slipped a bit in these last 2 games, now in 9th place. They're in Go Doc all the way. We've had our many Go Doc circles, but this game around, not the case. This is nowhere near. So they're going to need to get a move on pretty soon. Now, they're still sticking alongside their cars. I did wonder if maybe they would go for an emergency pickup or something like that, but
yeah,
everyone's still vehicle bound. We'll see.
One of my favorite spots in Go Doc, the market. You just get so stacked. That's also why Terminal and the market west of it is so strong. Levante, though, potentially gets a free, uncontested. Nope, it could take shots here. That's Bushido doing damage. Levante going down here. Win or Die might lose their top player. James, this would be horrific for them. A game of center circle, a home turf game for them that could potentially have gotten them so many points. Gives them even more information too, because FaZe Clan sees this in the kill feed. Bushido sees this in the kill feed. Other teams that are your direct components see this in the kill feed. And now Kref looking try to survive the shot from Nadab. Oh, Toygar and 49.
I mean, before we started the show today, whilst we would take a look at Kref being bombarded from this position, you said it yourself to me. Do you think that maybe Win or Die kind of, you know, chokes a little bit? Do they give in to some of the pressure? And it feels like, unfortunately, that's kind of materializing here, Avenger. It's a rough time, even though they're very center circle. They've not really been kind of coalesced together to one another to be able to lock things down. Not to be able to get like an instant res off straight away. You can see the bottom left at the moment. Whilst this fight goes down, good start from Noddy. Again, very important points for Jorgen Benito.
Yep, for sure. 2 points in 2 games for Win or Die. Yeah, it's definitely. I mean, I was speculating because, you know, you're coming in potentially as your first big land, as your first PGC. If you're able to continue this, the pressure is there, man. Yeah, like, you're nervous, you're anxious that the outlook of things, if you don't do as well as you did the prior days, you might not be able to kind of hold on to it. Also, it's good amount of money. Like, if you're able to lock that first place is $12,000 for playing some games here and there in a weekend, you know, like it's obviously something that's been worked on for years to come for these guys.
Simon's down. Aniko takes down Simon from Jorgen Benito, and again, it's not only a Win or Die having a hard time, it's all these teams on the very edge having a hard time. That said, though, Na'Vi really isn't just yet. They've already got themselves 1 kill on board. Kref is still waiting for maybe that peek over this ridge line if Ascend wants to move a little bit further on. They are in last place at the moment, though. They're fighting for pride here, fighting for a little bit more prize money in a tournament like this.
Could be a direct crash with Hive and Ascend, and it is. Look at that. It's a kickflip as well. And Aniko jumps in, gets the barrel in hand, trying to get the... Oh my god, this Kilyakai follows up. Rox goes down here. Or unfortunate for Hive, a team that kind of mid-pack, center pack, and not getting the most out of it here. Shengen trying to heal Presenti with the air support.
I mean, a part of me thought Presenti was just going to come in for a crash landing there and try and help out, but no, not the case. The rest of them getting out of dodge, whilst Ascend is on the warpath a little bit. They're able to deal with all of these teams, trying to make these crossings on this bridge, trying to find some little bit of room for themselves. FaZe, meanwhile, I think they should be aware of the fact that Na'Vi moved into the north side of Buksan Sar, so because they will have heard some vehicles at least. James is still keeping a little bit of tabs on it.
Yeah, playing for info, obviously. They have seen Bushido getting knocks on Win or Die, so, and they heard the shots south of them. They were close enough within proximity to hear the bullets go out of the guns, obviously. So that's obviously fantastic information to know that, okay, there's a team potentially in this side here. And if they're close enough to hear Na'Vi pull up too, that'd be massive. Now, Redin Cast, look at that. We see a home turf circle for Win or Die. Look at this. This is their game. This is their game to get back on the leaderboard and reclaim the top 3.
Yeah, I think that Hello My Bad might actually have the blue chip. So he's going for the res on Levante by the looks of things. That's what I can tell from the map at least. Okay, so this is an opportunity for them to try and do something. Likewise, though, an opportunity for FaZe, an opportunity for Bushido, an opportunity for Na'Vi, even if they come out the east side of Buksan Sar. So all of these teams looking for big points to try and push themselves onward could have a good game for this. It's already boiling down to what could potentially be a very important take-home, Martin.
Well, and what I'm looking at here, like, we're seeing Virtus Pro backfill this position in Buksan Sar. They're thinking potentially we could get an easy fight here. Potentially there could be no teams, but Buksan Sar is a hard place to fight, man. Like, and right now there's Bushido encroaching on their location and Na'Vi on the north side. Now Correction just takes shots, opens up his spot, and yeah, gives away the information by audio to Bushido exactly where Virtus Pro is. Being taking a headshot for Varus.
I mean, I totally agree with you about it being a difficult place to fight from. Nixie tries to crash on in with the rest of his team as well to get away from the guns of Bushido. But look at that spray alone from Kurexi, right? It's not only transitioning from building to building that can be difficult, especially with some of the walls that are in the positions that they are in, but also some of the foliage cover from some of these trees. The Kurexi opened up on an angle there as you saw pixels through it on a roof. And then you're like, okay, where am I being sprayed from? Like, where is these shots coming from? So it is difficult, but Virtus Pro is up for the challenge by the looks of it.
Take them on here. Oh, he spotted them. Great information. Spotted 2 even. Nade. Now has to reposition. Otherwise, nades are gonna come straight towards him. Lukarux here with an underhand nade. Could do damage. Tries to make it on the other side here. Does damage to him too, but did not connect fully on the knock. 3 that's for him. Oh, Knixie finds
Nice.
Celtic. That's huge. Great opening knock for him.
The underhand nade forwards as well. I think they do realize that some of these angles are a bit further away thanks to the proximity of the sounds that are coming their way. So Lukarux is having a little bit of a peek over some of these ridges, seeing what he can spot. Oh god, again, so much foliage coverage. How can you really see through this? Again, they play on a little bit different settings, bear in mind, compared to what we're seeing from the observers here, but it's still enough of an annoyance to really mask where their opponents are in the distance.
I'm surprised Navi's not moving more aggressively on this. Medibay finds Lukarux. Medibay finds correct as well. A double opening. Surely Navi turns around and third parties this. Swings around. Great shots here for Beamy. Takes down Medibay.
That was just a clipping. Oh no, Crossbow clips Beamy as well though. And now Virtus Pro is scrambling. Nixie not near these reses. Gonna have to try and fend off some of the aggression that's coming the way from Bushido, but he takes quite a bit of damage. Nail Cop does go down. He's at 6 health. Does Crossberg have any more answers to this? This even gets stolen away. Navi's being aggressive like you were mentioning, Avenger.
Yeah, that's exactly the timing I want to do it. The 2 knocks in the opening. And Navi and the boys are just cleaning up all the knocks. So many points to be had here. 4 kills for them without even being engaged in the fight. You're just poking at Navi earlier, and now we see the circle. Is even worth the fight? It is worth the fight. This is high terrain for them to be able to lock down here. This northern side of Buxensa is the exact entry into the further depths of the next circles we're going to be seeing.
For sure. And in the distance, as you mentioned before, suddenly a faint whisper on the wind of a phase up, kind of plays along. And now those boys are going to be screaming to try and capitalize on this kind of circle. But Win or Die is crashing into the position. This could be big. A spray comes forwards against their position as they're driving past all of this. Nothing's really connecting from James. Oh, and they turn tail. That could have been some free points for FaZe there. James is going to be kicking himself.
Oh, it's Navi. Finding 3 knocks on Win or Die. We were talking about it. They had a home turf circle, but now Win or Die. 1 player left. Sloyjack finds Quizzy. PK also engaged in a fight here. Navi just cleaning up the entirety of Buxensa here. Falling apart slowly.
Yeah, well, what James couldn't do, Navi just made look trivial. That was a absolute banger of a couple of sprays coming out from Navi, shutting down Win or Die. And it is fair to say now, after the 2 games that we just had from Win or Die, after this one here as well, Win or Die is choking on the last day. They need to be able to solidify somehow in the next 3. Otherwise, they're going to be clean out of luck.
Yeah, and with this, that is 2 points. Hinch 3 games on a final day where you averaged more than 50 points per game so far. Very unfortunate for them indeed. And yeah, we were talking about it. The nerves, the anxiousness is coming through for them. Sad times here. Obviously having 3 more maps is, you need to have big games on those to have an impact. But yeah, this opens the door for Navi. This could be Navi taking over 4th place, which would still... It would still be mean Win or Die is in, but
yes.
Jogo Bonito is getting the recalls in. FaZe Clan is looking great in the center of the circle. They just had drops as well. And, you know, with how it's looking so far, some of our mid-pack teams are actually getting closer and closer because they've been getting points, while Win or Die has only gotten 2 in 3 games.
Yeah, there's not going to be any teams more hungry than those mid-pack teams, considering that if they do not make something happen today in the next 4 games remaining, their year is over. The start of their 2026 is basically over until we know actually what the schedule is going to be like as well, right? So it is brutal if you do not make it through to PGS, and how things are going to go down. Hive is going to be going for him for a crash landing as well, though. They need a lot of points as they're darting through from the northern side. Silas takes him out as he's kind of blazing through these fields on fire. Hive, where are we going with this?
Mayday, we're going down. That's where we're going. Presenzi gets flushed here from Silas. Next circle goes away for them too. This is a great circle for FaZe. Great circle for Buxensa. And as you said, We hear the fans in a distant arena somewhere cheering, chanting, "Face Sunday, face Sunday."
Well, they need to hit the shots for them to be cheering that loudly as well. Right now, with James not hitting those sprays before, it's going to be difficult. But Silas is now down to the Ascend boys, who are moving in from the north side of this Circus crew. He made a bit of a laughing stock down at the bottom of this angle, and now a nade goes forwards as well to deal with it. But Chris, very close against Silas. Wow, he does get knocked. I mean, that was not required, but they do clean up Circus crew in the end.
The content man himself, Chris, always going for it. So said Na'Vi destroys some more dreams here as BB Teams goes down. Lose 2 players, best of luck. Staring down at 2 nades just short. It could also be another knock for him. 35 damage done so far. Hector is more nades. 2 more after this is thrown. Stacking even more. Trying to get BB Team down here would be massive for Na'Vi to deny that comeback story that we were hoping for and hoping to see BB Team have.
Navi's going crazy this game. Absolutely crazy. And you're totally right. With BB Team falling here, it feels like their PGS dreams of being able to defend a PGS title are done. Like, how are you supposed to get the points you need in the next 3 games with being wounded like this, unless you can make an absolute miracle happen? I don't think it's going to be the case. Nail Up, though, they need a miracle as well. They need to be trying to push into that top spot right now and taking even more casualties. Not going to help them at all, despite being 14 points behind now position, because now Na'Vi has jumped on up. That barrier has moved. Na'Vi is just tearing everybody apart, and so is Twisted Minds. SlamG goes down. They're the one contender that can try and deal with the Twisted Minds problem.
Ha, crazy here, and VP getting the resist, but now it's down to Corexy, Sloy Jacket, and the guys from Orbital Swords are sending it in here. That's a good nade. Oh my god, finds Sloy Jacket, finds the flush as well. So Bila there too, could be another one. Has there maybe an information? It does 44 damage. Look, Karux has the information that he's inside. Now more shots are coming in. It's Bushido, it's the third party, and that is Orbital Swords out in 12th place.
I think these teams on the cusp see such a brilliant opportunity with Win or Die having an absolute flub of it in these last 3. I think Joga Benito, Bushido, FaZe, these teams are going to be so hungry for this, as Bushido is eliminated now. So good stuff by Virtus Pro overall. They're trying to shore up their defenses on the podium position at the moment because Navi's coming for it, man. They are not slowing down at all. 12 kills? There's 25 still alive, Martin.
You know what? This is a time as I've ever seen for Corexy to first grab the chips, hope that next circle kind of goes north, and then we see some gliding action, but also grab all the first aids from the 48 dead boxes that is there, because he just got another circle and he could hide for a long time inside Fuxanza. What a fantastic end here. Home serve circle for FaZe. Great pull up by Na'Vi. VP Bushido fighting towards the end here. And we got, as you said, 25 players just left alive here with 9 teams left.
This is nuts. This is absolutely nuts. But FaZe is starting to open up on the stragglers coming in from the north side. Ascend, they were through the walls before, but now they're trying to traverse over extremely open terrain, and FaZe is having none of it. They don't want to shut them down, but they also know where Twisted Minds is going to be trying to come in from. They saw in the kill feed that wipe that happened prior for them against SlamG, so they know that eventually the move has to happen. They are fixated on that angle to try and shut them down.
3 gear and James here. This famous, this full 3 gear on him with the 6 nades smells like a double-digit kill game for FaZe Clan for sure. Surely they hold on to this Northeast Ridge. Surely they just absolutely destroy any team trying to get in here. Ascent trying to get a good rotation here, James.
Suddenly, if they're 16 points behind Win or Die, who is just on the struggle bus today. Let's see if Ascend can make their struggle bus move all the way through into the middle of this circle at the moment, as Gustav did see them. Not too much aggression going their way with those shots.
Smart.
They found a nice ledge position actually here for Ascend. Not bad.
Yeah, if they get closed out and actually get the points on Eternal Fire, they might be able to play with their backs free, play uphill, have the ridges to play, and I like that from Ascend. That's smart. 6 kills so far and all 4 alive.
For Lou, was this a bait car? Because the other one, the Betul is an example, are slowly moving up this hillside. Vard's still looking this way. Okay, so he took shots against James. Now they do know that still Twisted Minds was pushing up slowly on that hill. Maybe they will force a little bit of a fight there in a moment to try and shut them out, but Lou is taking a decent off angle against it. Spiro got some reses off for Geeko, so they're trying to drop in here.
I mean, there's 14 dead boxes on the south side of Buxonsar, so go have it.
Yeah.
Go enjoy that. And look at this. Face is getting close. Maybe a little bit too close for comfort for Eternal Fire. Now, nades are coming in. That's a send. And again, the patty in the burger could be Eternal Fire for sure, being closed and sandwiched in between two teams with great positions and utility to spare. But that's a great call for here for Eternal Fire. And Kilyakai gets third-partied. Kref opens up on the western side. Tries to take shots on Ascend and actually gets a knock. That's great for them.
I'll take a bacon cheese Eternal Fire burger for me, please, because they might get roasted in this north position, as you mentioned. Here come the shots in for Gustav. Just connect instantly. Chilla down. What can they do against it? Sees Quetpa through the grass as well. I don't know about this for Eternal Fire, man.
Yeah, he's got one smoke to play with, and another nade does tons of damage. Do they have more? Should they commit more? They did. Okay, that's great. Well played here by FaZe, obviously. Ascent now trying to survive this onslaught that's coming on, and this western shift here is perfect for FaZe Clan. They're controlled the entire northeastern side. Twisted Minds decide to go south, and we have more crates. It's a double drop inside Buxonsar as we see Geeko with 3 players just absolutely vacuum that up.
My mind foresees a FaZe versus Na'Vi 4v4 at the end of this. I mean, of course, it could go different ways, but if that does occur, FaZe wouldn't even necessarily mind the fact that Na'Vi is hoovering up these points other than taking it away from them again because they are already GPT. They are truly trained on the idea of let's take away win or die's position now. And, well, there could be some potential points for Na'Vi once again, or even Ascend if Kref makes a bit of an aggressive move either way, but I don't think they're going to do too much with it. I think they're very comfortable about their west side position.
Yeah, Na'Vi 12 kills, man. It's crazy. Been a good game for them so far. And now, yeah, this is the fight we're going to be focusing on here. Obviously, Kref and Ascend, I don't see them fighting just yet. Service gets the opening, though. That's...
Nades down.
Oh, this is good. Good utility committed.
Goes for a spray. And he was moving left there, so didn't quite follow on from it as a nade goes his way. He spotted it coming across the ridge, though, so good stuff by DeQuell to reposition against it. Still, they have so much control over Ascend's position here. I don't know how they're going to do this yet, but James with the FAMAS. Damn, that's a gun to have here. Takes down Example, and he is completely gone as well, so FaZe is going to be feeling this one. Oh, spit through the smoke. Almost got him.
Found him. Shots coming in. Fix finds Lou as well. Down to just one player. And on the distance, they see him. Yeah, he's just behind the car. Batulin's sitting there waiting patiently. And now Ascend is moving in. It's Chris is trying to get in. Shots coming in onto Brexco. Gustav finds it, but Gustav gets knocked. This could be a flush. This could be falling apart a little bit for FaZe. They need all players standing to be able to take on Na'Vi for later. But look at that. It's Geeko coming in for the third party.
They have an MG3 and a Groza. Geeko dropping in, and they only had Spiro alive, and then suddenly they got crates, suddenly they got gear. Geeko is ruining the chances here of FaZe if they're not careful, because they've been able to find a decent little spot against them. They might back off it for a second here, but any little extra util, any damage they could do FaZe's way, they know that they're kind of locked in this fight. 7 kills for FaZe at the moment, Martin.
Yeah, in the top 6, that's another 2 points guaranteed, but also 2 points guaranteed for Correxy. But Geeko could be ruining his party as we see the next circle pop in. Still some of Buxonsar in. Navi's holding on to the 2 in the north and 2 in the southeast. Geeko playing this smart here. Could be a good game for them, and they were just fed with the amount of crates that they just saw. All the loot that they could take and dream about. I'm surprised I see a 2 helmet here on one of them. They should have be 3 geared out of their mind. How many first aids left here for Correxy? 4. I think he used quite a lot as well because he looted a good chunk of those guys. He's going to be able to sneak his way in here, though, I think.
I'm surprised that Dante has been in a vehicle this whole time, just sat there in the middle. It's like I thought he was AFK for a brief moment, but
I think he's flipped, no? It's not flipped.
No, he's
just
in the back.
It's the back seat sneak.
Yeah. The window is blacked out almost right in the back, so it kind of it's a bit easier to survive in it. But yeah, Correxy's down. Virtus Pro now in second place, overcome Slam G's position after they were taken out by Twisted Minds earlier.
This circle is is primed for a Na'Vi face party at the end if GK or Kref doesn't destroy it. But let's see what happens here. 4 for Gustav so far. Great effort for them to hold on to this northern side. They knew they didn't want to be part of this Books on Tsar party that's been evolving. But Na'Vi, they said, yeah, bring the party to us. 13 kills with a full 4-man squad still standing here. But can they take on GK that's looking really poised with a fight? Even though they're only 3 men, they got tons of 3 gear and crate guns to back that up.
Yeah, they do. Yes, they do. Maybe they're going to be trying to hold out the Na'Vi eventual push into a circle like this. But FaZe now still 4 alive after a little bit of scariness going up against the GK push. Oh, wait. GK got someone up, right? They're waiting for a res to come in again. Anyway, but regardless of that, maybe it's even a bugger, who knows. But they are doing quite a bit of damage against Sosset. He's already down.
Oh, wow. Kref also getting in here and involved. FaZe finds Spiro. FaZe, oh my god. Gustav finds, they're fighting on multiple angles. Finds GK as well. Big impact here for Gate. Oh my god, Fex just sending it in on Kref. So confident push here. More shots coming in as well. It's Gustav. Oh my god, 11 kills here for FaZe.
Unbelievable stuff. This is going to potentially get them the leapfrog forwards they need. They're still controlling some of this high ground as well as... Yeah, indeed, it was a bit of a bug here.
Oh, great utility.
Okay, and now they're getting absolutely roasted for all of this. But Fairest is down. PWD takes 2 to get things rolling for them. They were desperate for points, and actually they've moved up into 11th place of all places. But James is taking things away. They're going to be able to move into top 5. FaZe is on the path to try and qualify for PGS.
What a great setup for them, and they still haven't found Bante. I'm hoping he just waits until the very end. Nobody expects anyone to be in this car, and he's sitting on that perfect angle for the seat in the back. We've got so much cover in the pony.
No one's
PUBG with 3 gear. No, nobody's gonna check it. He's gonna get a second. I guarantee you he's getting a second here.
That's nuts. Yeah, considering that FaZe is going to be completely fixated, unless out of the corner of their eye when they pass that vehicle, they see someone, but they're fixated on anybody coming out of Buk Sansar. What a victory it would be for FaZe, abandoning their drop location to steal away the high ground from everybody else and controlling it to perfection. Because now all of the barrels are looking down on this position. Na'Vi and GK scrambling for an answer.
MG3 and Groza, surely GK, they managed to overcome the one Na'Vi player that is Hakatari. That's one, finds him with the AUG, gets the flush as well. Now down to Spiro, just 66 HP on him.
Move on it, FaZe. Try and find some of these flushes. Try and find some of these kills. Anything you can go for. You're 4-man alive. Of course, they see on the, obviously, they've seen the kill feed going down. They know that there's going to be solos here, there, and everywhere. Where are they? Mostly down here. And now, Hakatori. I mean, if you've got illusions of this being impactful for someone like FaZe or not wanting them to go, you would deny. But for FaZe, this is brilliant stuff, Avenger.
He's got a gas can. I see it. It's going to be a... Yeah, he's burning. Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, my God, an 8! Oh, that was close. He bounced it off the pillar. And now they're thinking, where's the last guy? He's out of the car. He's got 2 gears, got 3 nades. Vard, he tried to get in there. He sacrificed himself to try to get the flush, and they're thinking, who's this last guy? What, is our kill feed tracking not perfect? I guess I tell you right now, guys, you did not see this coming. He's been in the car the entire time. A 2nd place guaranteed here for Hive and Dante, a mid-pack team that could need it, but the story is all about FaZe. The jump up, the comeback for them on a FaZe Sunday here would be massive, wouldn't it?
It's on. It's on now at the moment. As much as they've done so much work in this game, FaZe is saying, I am confusion because what is going on? Where is this last player? He's just... Okay, they're looking this way. Sees him. It's FaZe. A huge game for them is pushing them towards a position where they can challenge for PGS after a disaster. Look at Gustav in the camera as well. He knows this is big. He knows this means a lot. What a game, Martin. What a game.
Yeah, I love that. I love to see them coming in and saying, you know what, it's a home turf circle for us. And it's a game where we know exactly how to execute this. They held on to the northeast side of that ridge for so long. And you know what, even with James on the shots on Win or Die, I don't think it was like purely a let's try to get the kills. It was also to fend them off. Otherwise, he would be smart enough to say, okay, I'm not shooting the first car, so I can shoot on the other cars coming closer. So I think it was to make sure they wanted to hold on and lock down that position there. But what a great game for them. And you know what? We got 3 more games to go, and it's going to be insane.
Yeah, huge ramifications for this one. FaZe jumps into a potential PGS spot. Win or die falls out. What can they do in the next 3 games? Let's head over to the devs.
FaZe Sunday? Question mark. Is it happening? Ooh, no. Maybe it's begun. You know what? I want to paint a picture for you really quick, because this is how I imagine the FaZe team. I'm sure many people are familiar with the Jurassic Park franchise and the sort of pack of raptors and how they sort of travel. You know, you got 3 or 4 of them and they talk to each other, and you watch these like very sly movements, but they just pick off their prey and no one knows how to stop them. Toby, that is how I felt watching FaZe on Tego.
They definitely look very, very solid. Very much home turf circle, has been mentioned before, but also just kind of natural habitat for them, to continue off your animal analogy here, that they like to play this quiet side of the circle, flex out, take control, and then just hunt teams down in the end of it. I mean, when they realized they had the numbers advantage going into pretty much every single fight here at the end of the game, you could see it. There was no stopping them. They could taste the blood in the water. I mean, they were on a hunt and successful in doing so. The only loss they got was Vard, who went pretty crazy for a flush. And I think maybe he thought they were 2 from Na'Vi down there. That would have been the end of the game. But nonetheless, incredible game for FaZe.
I mean, Mark, there was not a world where Na'Vi, Hive, or GK were going to be able to take this victory from FaZe, right?
It is difficult keep on that home turf conversation, right? So obviously Bucks and SAR is where FaZe like to go. They actually play that quite early. Sometimes they sort of stay in and around, especially that Northern Hill, but they did play a little bit more towards that northeast to that kind of dry river. We see zones sort of go back that way, especially where we don't have that mass amount of water in the north. So they would position themselves for maybe more of a northeast shift. The zone shifts back down to the south. They still hold onto the home turf, Sam, and then they just played the outside edge. Yeah, what we like mid-game, phase 4. FaZe had like a handful of kills, maybe 1, maybe 2. But at that point, it was about winning the game, and then the kills will come.
Kylaris hinted to this, but we need to point it out. Huge ramifications with this victory, and you'll see it now on the overall leaderboard. Win or Die, who looked like they were in such a good position, are suddenly fighting for their lives. FaZe, on the other hand, moving up, Toby.
Yep. Yesterday they were doing the winning. Today they're doing the dying. I guess it comes with both. When you have a name like that. No, I mean, I hope for them that they manage to turn that around. I said coming into it, I am interested in seeing how long they can maintain the speed at which they've been playing up until this point. But now we are seeing, as we talked about yesterday as well, Sam, we are seeing the household teams, the veteran rosters start to get more and more wins in a row, given that they've just figured out so many of these other teams and what they like to do.
Twisted Minds, Mark, can anyone catch them in the next 3? We've got 3 games left. Is it even possible?
There is a world it's possible, but at this point, you're Twisted Minds. You've got 3 games in, an average of a couple of points a game will see them over the line, right? It comes back to what you just said before. It's the ramifications that FaZe get in to 5th place, and obviously with Twisted Minds and Na'Vi in as global partner teams, that obviously pushes our bar to 5th. So FaZe currently, as it stands, if we was to stop the clock, that'd be them going through. I think it's more about now these teams. So maybe Twisted Minds taking away the win, but all eyes will be potentially on the kind of VP, the Slam G, FaZe, win or die. And let's not forget, Jocko Benito always potentially there. And then we've still got a Turkish team, Bushido, lurking in the wings. They could have a big final 3 games.
3 games left in the grand finals of the PUBG EMEA Championship for fall, and those 3 games are going to be commentated by Toby and Mark, so we're going to say goodbye to you. We're not saying bye to you, though. However, we are taking a short break. When we return, Avenger and Kylaris will break down the PGC Points standings for you.
Welcome back, everyone, for the 3rd and final round of the Side Effect Challenge. I'm your host, Toby, and I'm joined by Crossberg, T-Bone, and PewDD. The score, as of right now, is that PewDD is up 3-2 against T-Bone and Crossberg. Now, here for episode number 3, we're changing things up a bit. It's not going to be weapon sounds anymore. We are going with vehicle sounds. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, you're ready.
Perfect. Let's go. The first vehicle sound here in episode 3. Let's give it away. That was surprisingly good. I don't know about you guys, but I'm sitting and imagining what this person's face looks like when they make this sound. Like, how do you have to, like, put your face together in order to produce such a sound? Well, that's pretty good. I'm impressed. Crossberg, we'll go with you first. What did you guess?
Motorbike.
Motorbike, okay. And what about you, T-Bone?
I put dirt bike.
And lastly, PewDiePie, what do you go?
Mirado.
Okay, you know what? The correct answer was, in fact, the dirt bike. So T-Bone able to jump on up and net himself a 3rd point as well as we go into round number 2. Oh, I got confused for a second, but it also kind of made sense.
I couldn't tell if he's reenacting being on the toilet or like an actual... actually something in the game.
Could be a toilet visit, could be a vehicle. PewDiePie, we'll start with you this time. What did you go with?
Glider.
Went with the glider? Okay, fair enough. Tipo, what about you?
I went with the food truck.
Okay, and Crossberg, what is your guess?
Food truck.
Food truck as well. You know what? It was, in fact, the food truck is correct. T-Bone back-to-back rounds. That's the first time we've had that happen. A person getting 2 guesses right in one episode. Congratulations, T-Bone. We'll see if you can keep it up as we go into round number 3. Dong. That's what we get. That's what we're given. PewDiePie, what did you say?
I don't know. I just gonna answer both.
What about you, T-Bone?
I have no clue. I just put BRDM to answer something.
The BRDM. And Crossberg, what is your guess?
Pico Bus.
The Pico Bus. Okay, fair enough. I can tell you that it was, in fact, in your defense, it is a somewhat newer addition to the game, but it was, in fact, the inflatable boat. T-Bone remains in 1st place as we go into round number 4. Crossberg, do you have a guess ready? What is your guess?
Porter.
Okay. And what about you, T-Bone?
I just put the Pico Bus.
And PewDiePie?
This time it's Mirado.
It's Mirado. No, it's not. It is the Pico Bus, which means that T-Bone gets it right once more. He's steamrolling this one. Impressive. Now, we'll see what happens as we go into round number 5. Yep. That's the sound.
This time I'm right, it's Mirado.
I just went with the coupe. Coupe Barbie.
It was the very, very recently added Bugatti Chiron. So none of you were able to get that one right, which means T-Bone sits in 1st place and is the winner. Had it not been because we do have a extra 16th mystery question, which is worth 3 points. So whoever gets it right could be the winner. PewDiePie, what are you saying?
Energy drink.
T-Bone, what you got?
Drink an energy drink. Yeah.
And Crossberg, what is your guess?
Energy drink.
Everyone got it right. It was the energy drink. T-Bone is in 1st place like he was before the mystery question. And just to make it a little more hard, not because we don't want you to win or anything, T-Bone, but we do have another award that can be won by guessing the mystery person. Now is your chance to see if you can guess who the person was that made these sounds.
I was gonna answer each case because I never heard his voice, and maybe I will.
Fair enough. Just put a random person you've never met before. Maybe that would be him. Crossberg, do you have a guess?
Mark Power.
Mark Power. Valid guess.
Yeah.
Valid guess. What about you, T-Bone? What do you say?
I just put Claris. I have no clue.
It's Chris, Mark Power, and Calaris, and it was, in fact, Toughies. I will say some of them, especially some of the vehicles, were pretty spot on. But nonetheless, that leaves us at the end. We need to crown a champion, and it is gonna be T-Bone out victorious. T-Bone, winning speech. Mike is yours.
Thank you, everyone. This is a really hard-fought battle.
Thank you, everyone, so much for tuning in. I've been Toby, your host, and this has been Crossberg, PewDiePie, and our champion, T-Bone, representing the PEC Fall EMEA here as well. Thank you for tuning in. See you next time.
just need a spark. Light in the dark. I got a 2-chambered heart. Two. Don't always listen when you talk. We was wishing upon a star.
I've just landed. Real enough that this battleground will remember.
I'm bringing the static. She sees the world expect I follow with my soul connect. Hey,
They draw the line.
and I'm out in a storm. I still come aiming, I pressure and rain. No fear, every step I claim, face strong. I don't think I change. Staying in my lane.
내가 선택한 플레이. 정해진 룰은 없어. 내가 정해. 그게 바로 G-Dragon. Battleground.
A new collaboration, movable death boxes, and some changes to Miramar. All this and more as we dive into the update 37.2 patch report. First up, the desert's about to heat up again with a visit from the iconic artist G-Dragon. You'll be able to find an emote stage on the starting island. Special G-Dragon map decor such as a decked out gas station and fan room, and other themed visuals such as planes, blue chip towers, and care packages. And be sure to head over to the G-Dragon truck stop to immerse yourself in the recreated Power music video set. Next up, we're improving the way you interact with some of the objects around the map. You'll now be able to reposition death boxes to get them to a safer location before looting, or use them to lure unsuspecting loot goblins to their demise. Doors can now be opened inward as well as outward, and all those gas tanks you've been wanting to shoot for years will now explode when you do so, leaving behind a large cloud of smoke to cover your movements. More details on where you can see these changes in the patch notes. And speaking of Miramar, the Minas Generalis area has gotten an overhaul this update as well. We've streamlined building layouts for more efficient looting, added more item spawn locations, simplified the terrain and structures, and balanced out the engagements between high and low ground in the area. There's also a new Survivor Pass, the return of Survivors Left Behind and Hungers Left Behind, some updates to Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 37.2 is here, so drop into Miramar, stack those death boxes high, and kick back with some G-Dragon hits. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
You're watching PUBG EMEA Championship for fall, and the art contest is going down. And so Kylaris decided now is the perfect time to showcase his skills as an artiste. What are we painting?
Oh, sorry. I was preoccupied for a second there. I'm painting some Emperor's Children at the moment. Lovely little shades of pink. I'm wondering what everybody else has been able to submit, actually.
We are going to see that. Are you sure you wanted to go with pink? Because I would have gone for purple with Emperor's Children.
Pixie
I think
pink.
a Fulgrim in purple. Oh, okay. It's a different take on it. We got a couple of different takes as well for the art contest. Of course, a bunch of people submitting their ideas for skins they would like to see in game. So I tell you what, let's go through some of our winners now. Our top 8 submissions. Carlos is going to be pretty strict on the judging, as you can see. Here we go. Submission number 1. What do we think of that?
I like it. It reminds me of the original, one of the original progressives. You know that Deep Sea one, Avenger? Do you remember that one? What was it? It was like a pirate style one. It's very cool for the VSS.
This gives me more kind of Uncharted vibes, actually, more than anything.
Ooh, okay.
Interesting. I like this very serious art critic vibe we've got going on. Let's take a look at one of our next winning submissions.
Oh.
This for me, I'm a fan. I love a little bit of graffiti. There is also a nod to a specific game on a console that you might use a lot. But I also like the neon brightness. You know, you got to be a little bit insane in the mixes. That's kind of my vibe. So I like this one a lot.
Is that a Splatoon reference?
It was a Splatoon reference, but I wasn't sure I could say another game, so I was trying to be careful. But there you go. Yeah, I feel a lot better now. You can play that on the Nintendo Switch. Back in the day, that was a vibe. I had a good time. Nicely done. Look at me trying to play safe, and James is just like, no, let's jump on in. I tell you what, let's take a look at our next submission, which was from Jared Donovan, 82. We hear his name a lot.
Nice.
Ooh. Do we like this one, Avenger?
Yeah, this one is awesome. If this could be a backpack skin, or even cooler, it could be a parachute skin, and then the parachutes is the wings. Wouldn't that be crazy?
That would be pretty insane. Okay, Lucas _W84875. This was their submission. Also a winner in our books.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Ooh, regal.
I do like this quite a bit.
I would love to see this as a progressive. That would be awesome, you know? It just goes full overboard, gold, gilded, pirate style. And then the last level, you just have a parrot on your shoulder, you know what I mean? When you scope in, boom.
Oh, you think it's parrots? Yeah. Okay.
I don't think it's parrots. I'm just thinking it's like a pirate themed, you know, gilded gold.
I thought maybe it was like dragons or phoenix.
Yeah, I mean it is. I'm just saying.
Dragons.
It is dragons. I'm just saying, you know, as level 10, your progressive skin should be dragon, parrot on the shoulder to commit to the pirate theme. You know what I mean?
Right.
Okay. And now this one, Kylaris, I would say is, if there were to be an overall winner, PJ Fry takes the cake.
Well, this was my choice. Obviously, as an artiste myself, I decided that this one was absolute peak effort and peak artistry, I suppose, as I look to that word briefly. So, armor level 4, I'm all for it.
Não é 1, não é 2, não é 3, não é 4, não é 5, não é 6, não é 7, não é 8, não é 9, não é 10, é 50, carai.
But maybe print that, sell it to Avenger. There you go. And you've all just won, if your artwork was shown, you've all just won 6,000 G coins. So congratulations. Each of you gets to take that home for your incredible artistry. Now let's get into the real meat and potatoes and why we are here. It is the grand finals. We are halfway through the day, and we have had such a shake-up in the PGC point standings, Avenger, that we have to draw everyone's attention to this.
Look at this. Yeah, it's a tie for FaZe and PP Team on 140. And you know what? If PP Team moves up 1 and FaZe stays there, that would mean that PP Team takes it away from them. And that's, you know, still very possible, even though they are in our kind of lower mid-pack. One good game for them could jump them multiple places, so still very possible for them. But Right now, FaZe is sitting on a PGS slot, so they could actually come in and defend that themselves too. But yeah, very interesting. Win and I going down to 7th, and SlamG would be 8th, which would mean that we would have to have 3 slots through PGS to get 5 for regional, which would be very sad to see.
I'm currently devastated for win or die.
Yeah.
It's been a brutal beginning to day number 3 for them. At the same time, right, of course, as we look on against this, there's names that we would love, so many names to be able to take that PGS or those PGS spots. And FaZe, of course, is clearly unbelievably hungry for it. Of course, they are a name that has been to many a LAN in the past. Do I think that FaZe would perform better at a LAN than a win or die? Probably. However, I really hope Win or Die can change something in these next games, because it would be devastating if they kind of had such good 2 first days and then kind of lose it the way they are currently.
I mean, Kylars, I think this is a conversation that we had yesterday and the day before, where Avenger mentioned the consistency, and it was something we spoke about specifically with Win or Die, is how do they move away from being that gatekeeper team to actually contesting for the top spots. Do you think maybe the pressure got to them a little bit? Because it does feel like the drop-off has been severe today.
I think so. I think they're trying, like, even if you just take this Tego game as an example, right? Losing Levante early when they do, and not being able to really get him on board again, and kind of going for these big splits. I think they just need to be playing a little bit closer together. No 1-1-1-1s. Just go 2-2. Be having the opportunity to be able to get those reses off as fast as you possibly can, and then try and play from there.
Avenger, what else have you been able to take away so far from what we've seen in this final day from all of our teams?
I mean, it's been for the low and mid pack kind of teams and the teams with less experience. It's been very skittish, I would say. Like it's a little bit sad for me to see teams that we know that are capable of great things come in and get this little amount of points in 3 games. So Win or Die is one of them. Obviously, other teams has choked a little bit. The scary thing is for the other teams that are coming in here and playing on Rondo, let's be map specific here, is FaZe Clan is actually the 2nd most points on Rondo team so far in the finals, getting 25 points, only beat by 33 points on Twisted Minds. So that is another scary prospect for the teams obviously playing here, but it's been very circle dependent. We've seen some crazy circles so far on our wildcard maps.
I mean, Kylars, I think that is something that we spoke a lot about. How do you catch up to Twisted Minds? You can't let them get momentum. But I feel like the same can be said for FaZe Clan as well.
Maybe. And for a circle like this, or for a playing path like this on the Rondo, right? There has never been a more central playing path to ever central when it comes to Rondo. So everybody's been able to stretch to where they need to go. For FaZe Clan, I do think that they are a team that can really roll with the punches once they get going. But if they don't get going, it's hard for them to really gather that kind of pace and stuff like that. But they've clearly got it going. I don't know whether Win or Die can recover against what FaZe can potentially set for these next 3 games and this last day.
You can see the zone there, so I think it's time for us to head on over to Mark and Toby. Let's see what Rondo has to offer.
A lot of southern rotation, Sam, is what Rondo has to offer, at least initially, as all these teams currently set north of the, as James was saying, almost completely straight line, going through the middle being the plane path there. All those northern teams will have to figure out how do we all come down towards the south. And Mark, in this particular case, I mean, the east side rotation, maybe GK would follow, but for Win or Die, I mean, that's scary times because you're guaranteeing yourself bridge crossings, and with how they've been playing so far and getting eliminated early, do they dare to do that? Oh,
Toby, watch this though. Watch this. VP have extended down to BB's location. This is BB's drop spot, right? And they've already sent 2 people down here. This is an early stretch for them. They know the flight path didn't help out, and VP maybe being sneaky. Now we're hearing the car coming in. They've got armor. Nixie's got a level 3 vest, and he's got an M4. He's just waiting to decide which way is best. Come in. Left or right, and he'll be waiting to unleash the 5.56.
There should be no world in which, oh, yeah, Stocks Life, that is what I was going to finish that sentence with, and nope, indeed, he didn't. BB team,
oh, wow.
And he came in with 2 Panzer Fausts as well, of course they do. I think if you ask them, they would consider this a terrible performance here in the finals. They are a team who has won the tournament that these teams are all trying to just qualify to. They are PGS champions, and right now, they're not even remotely close to being regional ones.
It's difficult. I think I said at the beginning of the part of the year, I feel like I felt like this was potentially a year for BB team. Like they were stepping up. Yes, they've got a win, and there's a whole argument of, well, should they have got the win? They got fed circles, and like just it all comes part and parcel. Even the event before, they worked really hard for it, right? But then after that, I feel like that's really affected them. They've just like really dropped off the pace, and they're not playing how we're used to seeing them play. And sometimes it's kind of mental game. Teams need to go through this to come out the other side and be like a Twisted Minds, like have that grit that actually we can reset after games, we can reset after events. And I don't think BB team's quite there yet. I think Adiuzi leaving the charge. I think the team is outstanding, and I'd love to see them like really, really high up. I'm really surprised that we're not seeing them on the pulse here today.
Yeah, no, it's been tough. Again, I mean, as an edge team, sometimes I feel like there is the overt circles just didn't go our way, therefore it was really brutal. We saw Foot in the past struggle with the same issues, right? But I don't necessarily feel like that's been the issue, or that's been the stop block for BB team to try and get across. They've just looked desynced from one another. Like, decision making, one thing is that Best of Luck goes out and gets caught here, that's one thing, but even in fights where they've all been present, they've just looked disjointed, where normally they're one of the best teams when it comes to those kind of up-close fights together.
And that's what I couldn't agree more. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. It's so strange to see this team just completely disjointed. But VP obviously did the right thing. They knew that potentially they want to come down here. They sent 2 straight away to BB's drop spot. That's a statement alone. They knew they were coming this way. So good play from them. Good read early, an early kill for them, potentially nearly getting for the second. Where they got another 2 Panthers already put in the back of the car as they will see Gref now rotate past. South zone, interesting that we've got that Jadina CC in. Lots of water on that east side, so expecting a shift again across towards that west. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a shift back towards the southwest.
True.
Maybe going down to Tin Long Gardens. We've seen a few zones sort of sneaking its way around there, but we're going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, I've been on that southern side quite a few times before, and right now, I mean, it would be Kref, Circus Crew, and to some extent Virtus Pro that will really reap the rewards of that one. I like that we're getting this E-pick up from James coming in. Again, everyone have that map feed open. It is essential to understanding a game of PUBG. James is the only one who's going to go up in the E-pick up, and he's going to fly over top of his currently rotating teammates to try and, you know what, when you can't get a glider, might as well just send one up there in the helicopter and make sure that your path ahead is free, because we saw how many teams were coming in from that northern side, and it's smart on them to play the safe route here, facing we're driving uphill. They could be waiting literally around every single tree we're coming up towards. We need someone up there to scout ahead for us, and that right now, it's going to be James.
Yeah, and with FaZe's drop spot, they again, like Toby, their gliders in that north sort of west corner. That's where Ascend would be, especially with this flight path. So they know not to kind of go encroaching into that area. So good play from them. For those people as well that might be wondering, that obviously zone, that line has dropped on that leaderboard down to between 5th and 6th. That's because we've got 2 of the global partner teams though in the EMEA region. So with them in, gives the extra slot. That's why we're seeing the top 5, and that's why that last game was so critical, because currently FaZe are in, and the team which is about to cross paths here with GK. His win or die is currently out. Initial shots come through, but he's by himself, and he gets put down.
They just cannot catch a break today. Holy smokes, win or die. In the previous 2 days have been so good at keeping all their players alive through the early game. Today, I feel like almost every single game they've played, they've lost a player before the first circle closed all the way in. Like, they have just been completely unable to avoid the early game shenanigans, which in the previous days and the stages past, they have been so good at maneuvering around.
You're right. They're definitely stronger as a 4, right? They seem to play off each other really, really well.
Exactly.
There's a glider I was talking about with Ascend taken away from FaZe. Brexo going to be leading the charge for them as they now encroach on towards FaZe's drop spot. Hive on the other side, though, a little bit further afield, down towards that Aquila Stadium. They'll also be doing the same. So a lot of teams still working their way in. A few teams in the centre, Toby. Not many down on the outside edges just yet. We've got a few, not many.
That's the main thing with Rondo, especially down and around this area of the map, right, is that there just ain't a whole lot to play. I mean, teams are trying to split just a little bit. You have Eternal Fire setting a 2-2. You have Vorpal Swords trying to do a 2-1-1, which I'm honestly surprised they're getting to maintain. But as we saw, there was only really 1.5 team that were looking to maybe rotate in from the east. Now GK is going to be that second, because win or die, they had to slow things down and are now sat way up towards the north, Probably gonna try and see if they can get their teammate back up and then yeah, get an E pickup going. They know they're late to the party, so might as well play it safe.
They're going for the.
I think they're gonna do a phase strat of sending one in the E pickup, maybe two, and then have one drive towards the rest station. At least that. Yeah, I think Levante is going back to get the rest up now. Yeah.
Yeah, he is. It looks like it because they've got a recall station right by them. Right?
Exactly.
So, and obviously, unless they see it, Geeko within the back of the vehicle and they're driving away, or if it's off the map, then obviously they've destroyed it, which is a variable which we do see quite a bit. Wonoldite need to find a position into zone, but they are one of the last teams now working their way in. Presenti, high in the sky, he's taking a few shots, and you've got to remember information gains. Kref taking the shots towards him, and needs to be careful about cutting that engine a little bit early.
It's always so fun to see the people in the gliders. Whenever somebody starts shooting at them, they go, yeah, okay, thank you for free info. I'm never going to be shut up from me. But then you start hearing the shots start hitting the glider, and you're like, maybe I should consider turning around. Then you start getting tagged. It's like, okay, nope, we're turning around, not doing this anymore. And for Presenti, luckily for him, he didn't get hurt, but there were definitely some shots connecting on that glider.
FaZe going in front of a E pickup as well. Nixie, as we can see, on looking towards BB team, trying to find the remainder of the team which they engaged with at so early. It was like a lifetime ago at the moment. Nixie find himself a drop. This should be really intriguing though for this map, right? We're over halfway point of the final day. Where does this zone go? If we see a south shift, it's going to be chaotic. It just don't know. That's not bad actually. We do lose a lot of water. Most of the teams are in. But on the other side of things, everyone doesn't really have to shift. We don't get that mass migration. We don't get massive loss when it comes down to players.
And luckily, I mean, despite us not going to Danqing too often, all the players were here yesterday. So they've been here before. They should know the terrain if they didn't already. And now we get to see what they can make of it. I would be surprised now to see Eternal Fire try and maintain this 2-2 because the Circle Center is heavily occupied. And now, to make matters even worse, Win or Die have just come into the city as well.
Yeah, Jidlocks though gets nailed down. Big hitter for that team. IGL as well for Jocko Benito. Someone looked like he was going to go back that way, but clearly the call was just to back away. The 2-2 split's been exposed. Dan Chin. Eternal Fire also now finding himself neighbouring. And FaZe, which we spoke about momentum, they are working on that momentum. Vard gets that confirmation. Hello My Bad does get that confirmation as well on Jocko Benito. FaZe will take the compound away, forcing Eternal Fire and Bushido to leave the ground.
You know what, Eternal Fire? That was a huge misplay. I saw them sit in that compound 5-7, 10 seconds after the circle had popped. As soon as that circle popped, that's what I was literally saying. As soon as the circle popped, I said, I wonder how long they can maintain that 2-2 for. They should have instantly grouped up. Whether it be on the western side or circle center, they had a good precision. There's no way now that they get back up to 4 alive. That was a easy disengage, but they were too greedy, and they paid the price for it.
Sometimes you've got to be greedy to get points.
Yeah.
Get greedy. You know, Eternal Fire can be a last day type of team, but they make a full throttle run towards that leaderboard ascend. Making a full send towards the center. Brex getting shot out the air, and now has the reinforcements and find a little cubby hole to hide in. The rest of the guys will hunker down. Bit dangerous though, because there is some elevation out towards the west, and they will be exposed to a degree, especially if they want to try and maybe be a bit aggressive if teams start to rotate past.
I just see this and I think mortar bait instantly. It's so I'm just waiting.
100%.
I'm just waiting for the kill feed to go boink. Ascent eliminated. But we'll see. We'll see if they get to sit here. It is very circle center, at least here in phase 2. We'll see if it stays that way or not as well. As Virtus Pro try to make their way on in from that southern side, but as you can see, there's so many mountains, or not mountains, but hills you have to creep over, and before you get there, you don't really get any info of what's happening further towards the center. So it's so hard when we talk about leapfrogging in terms of PUBG, like strategizing and rotations, so hard to path forward because you're going into the unknown almost every 200 meters. You can't really stop, scout, move on, stop, scout, move on. You have to do it on the move, and lines of sight are just broken in so many areas of this map.
He gave taking the line of sight to their advantage though, because you know, pathing in very late, and they have obviously exposed there is a somewhat of a bridge camp, but with only a single set of shots, it might opt for these guys now to go heavy left, which they do. So again, pathing definitely I find it's a lot more difficult in this map. I suppose it is the newer in the esports. Most of these teams have had a good showing with it now, and people like PWD will have pixel perfect maps where he can and can't hide. So I think the IQ's not quite there, but I definitely feel like there's still advantages to be had.
Yep. DK seeing Hive collapse in the building towards the north. They're going to reposition themselves. Circle goes towards the southeast, down towards Tooling. Again, we were here yesterday. So players should all know what they've got to work with. But on the western side, it's VP, BP team, and FaZe that are shifted out and away from how they're going to go into this one. There's still plenty of space towards the south, but who can get there first?
Tooling's a dangerous spot as well. Is that kind of insecure position where you think you're safe, you're in the construction yard, but someone can expose. Vorpal though here already on the defensive end, potentially looking for the put up. They get diverted slightly now, going up towards the high ground. Win or die, unfortunately taking the high ground from an elevation. They go down. Devante, final to go. Unfortunately, rolled into the dip that Ascend just arrive at.
Could be the final nail in the coffin for the downhill spiral that has been day 3 for Win or Die. Hopefully they can strike back. Coming into the final 2 angles as Beauty gets himself run over by a glider. I saw that logo for the first time, I think, a month or so ago, and I was like, wait a minute, they have an old thing? And apparently they do. But let's stay focused in on this one as Virtus Pro now finally making their way towards the circle. We said there's space in the south, and they realize this too. They've caught one Circus Crew player off guard, and a good one at that too. Now they're going to try and see if they can make their way further north.
Do you think you need to pick back up your point now? Win or Die going out early. If you're Joga Bonita, you're a Bushido. Like, green light here. Green light here.
For sure.
They are on the descent today, and I think that is really critical. Game number 4, or match number 16 of 18, Win or Die potentially leaving it down to the final 2 games.
Definitely. BB team making their way on into Tulin. Able to do so without taking any casualties. Keep in mind, I mean, there's that circle center right now. Best of luck dying early game. That could have big ramifications for the result they're going to have in this game. A very, very talented player who you would really wish you had in your arsenal for any up-close fights to come in Tulin proper.
Good reaction. Unfortunate loss early on. EP. Might take on the Circus Crew. They don't want to risk it. Are sitting in second place at the moment. They are diverting back the other way, trying to find, again, that pathing you speak about in towards the zone. Ref haven't really moved, so hearing these cars coming back, Ulti set and waiting. Needs to get a bit of a worldie of a shot if he can deliver. He might have the opportunity, but no, he just misses.
So awkward. They're fighting east to west here right now. No one, as you're saying, is really able to look towards the circle center because there ain't a whole lot to play on this southern side. That's also part of the reason why everyone is set way further up towards the north. There's a couple of hillsides, but if you're trying to sit on the inside of those fighting south, you're so exposed to anyone sitting in Tooling and on the western side. So it makes it very difficult to play in and around there. But of course, they've committed to the south. They have to make their way further forward. Ref is now creeping further forward themselves, trying to pin in Virtus Pro because they realize in 2 now that they have Circus Crew towards the east available.
Right, might be available.
Oh, wow.
Looking the guys need to go down. The Tordins, it's a knock though. Tunnel Fire, fortunately feeling the pain as we do see that zone shift favour back towards that northwest corner. So Twisted Minds, Tunnel Fire, and Bushido all really in a centralist position. Vorpal Sword unable to move and unhinged to move, but they've got to stop the defense. VP though, they get a bit of a green light here as they try and thread the needle between multiple teams.
I love the timing of this as well. They know that if we stay south for too long, it's just going to be a traffic jam. We're not going to be able to move with them here. If we go now, though, and get to set up on the inside of the circle, we can be the ones sitting holding them out. So smart rotation on the side of VP. Issue is they're, I mean, really getting into this area map for the first time, so they've had literally no chance to scout what's ahead of them. And now they're set up just on the back door of Vorpal Sword's compound with Kref right behind him.
If you saw that in the corner of your eye, Nixie hit that shot in the car on the move, by the way, into that little window. That just shows how much of a goat he is. They did get in front though, Kref. That's really critical decision making for them. Kilikai does get Bushido down. Mortifire is starting to unfold. Bushido need to be careful. Vorpal Sword need to split now and ensure they don't get breached either side of this compound because everyone's having a look to see if they can get in.
Yep, it's not going to be easy to build up. Scanning those rich lines up there on the top. Trying to spot some silhouettes maneuvering around, but not able to see any. Still play on the defensive, at least for the time being. Circus Crew, you can see here, still trying to figure out how to get in on this circle. Same thing for Kref, they're not inside either. And this is all because VP did exactly what they did. They said, screw this, we're done with this south side fight. We need to get towards this circle and avoid exactly what's currently happening between Circus Crew and Kref.
Yeah, that was the decision-making and the speed of decision-making, which is going to really benefit VP. Now they just need to sort of have the helping hand of the teams like FaZe, like Circus Crew to a degree, and SlamG, stopping these teams coming in from that sort of south side. SlamG, though, said they are sitting in Tuling. They are on that south side of it, so they're eager to keep an eye, though, as Circus Crew eager to work its way in. So Steed will confirm out Ferris, though. The vehicle gets exploded.
Unlucky. Unlucky. Yoga Bonito, a big fight at hand for them. They would really want to come out, not just victorious in this fight, but also in this game. They're the next team on the cusp of the 100-point marker. They would really want to be in the race for a PGS spot. And it all starts here with this fight against Na'Vi, who they now know is down to 3.
Oh, you're down to 3. Yoga Bonito, again with that green light, as we said, win or die. He'll be able to take advantage. Buddy will try and hold. Needs to make sure he doesn't get quite PUBG'd on that window. He's just checking off. Just out. We'll try and hold, and he comes through. Someone has to reposition. Sometimes it's easy to go towards the danger. Now, the nade does follow, but they did get the read. They did see him reposition. Yep. I think they're just trying to clear out and make sure if they don't get the catch, if not, maybe bounce from off that wall into his location.
Util, and then some more util. That's all we're seeing right now. A few shots are coming through from that southern side. It is SlamG trying to pressure BB team, and pressuring they are. Booster able to find more luck as James now opens up towards the north as well. That is one of the Bushido players gone down. So fights on multiple fronts here. The circle center is hard to maneuver into, and it's really only the teams outside circle that are fighting right now.
Yeah, this is dangerous though. Again, that shift back towards that sort of northwest side, give or take, means these teams have to fight for space though. So Steedo finds Noddy, comes around. He's got to be careful, does get that flush, eager to try and close off Na'Vi, a team which you don't really want to rush, and that was a great nade. It's going to be putting a little bit of a bleed here on Joga Bonito. A team again which needs a big victory because win or die go out early.
Definitely do, but right now it looks practically impossible for them to get that, at least in this match. SlamG continues to do exactly what the name says. Slam that east side of the circle. Able to get one more from BP team, who again have just been on the struggle bus for this entire day. So set, we're staying on him though. Big fight here between him, representing Na'Vi, and Yoga Bonito. We're trying to stay alive. I mean, again, if this next circle goes anywhere north and this compound stays in, for whoever comes out victorious in this fight, this could be, I mean, top 5 guaranteed.
Dangerous though, isn't it? I get you the top 5, but you have the numbers. There's no recall centers. Those stations near you. Extends in the angle where he can expose. Someone's on the back side, but the sword off though in the back of their head puts it down to 1 versus 1. But no, it's going to come in from a distance though. Eternal Fire, they chime in, and they're going to win. Yoga Bonito will fall, and unfortunately for them, they stay outside the line.
FaZe pleased to see them fall here. That means that they can now start separating themselves even more. Set with 4 players alive. The outside circle, they have a tough rotation to make themselves, but the fact that the teams on the hunt are falling by the second is sweet music in their ears. As Hive now, first time they're really getting active in this game, coming into that northeastern side. They've been backfilling for a bit, and once they realized the BB team were out on the east, SlamG taken over, they time it well and trying to engage them. Here comes that tricky FaZe push coming forward, only able to get one initially.
Oh, Bashir on the hole, but no, FaZe close it out in the end. Interesting to see because we've got not just one, but multiple teams, Eternal Fire and also Twisted Minds looking to get involved. It looks like the confirmation comes in on Twisted Minds. Battalions will put down Vard, so 1 remains. That was a big roll of the dice there from FaZe. Yes, I know they're outside the zone, but was the risk worth the reward, maybe?
Regardless, Mark, one thing's for certain, this is terrifying. Look at the leaderboard right now. The top 5 teams are still all in it. The 3 teams on the hunt are all out. We're relying on Hive now to prevent these top 5 teams to continue to separate themselves from the pack below. Win or Die is our best contender, and they're already now 8 points down. So if you're, wanting any piece of any PGS whatsoever, and you're Hive, Eternal Fire, Ace, and DK, you need to start focusing on the teams in the top 5, because if not, this is going to be impossible.
See if it's impossible. It's not impossible to get the zone. Part and parcel of why FaZe wins here. Unfortunately, they will fall in 11th place. Zone goes their way, but they will tab out. Good morning. Does get perfected. Has to run on the outside now. Does have the Panther in hand as they are applying the pressure now to Eternal Fire.
See what more they can make of this one. Outside circle, still Ascent waiting on the inside. You have Vorpal Sword in that compound looking towards the northwest as well. Everyone knowing that Twisted Minds is up in these buildings and they have to make a push out now. That's a big boomstick, and it blows up too. And Perfectix himself, no counterplay possible on that one. He will get rest, and they will try and make the push on forward, unless if Ascent makes a run forward here.
I think Ascent will. I think Ascent will. What else got to lose now?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you've got to get points, and they've got the position. They clear it, then they can work their way back the way they came. Towards the other side of things, they've Vorpal Sword, hold on to the compound with the neighbours from the south with VP as they did move in. Volp nearly getting hit out by the bamboo tree. PWD, final player now for Geeke. That nade is not too bad. He gets 2 for the price of 1. 1 confirmation, but he's going to fall to zone in 9th place.
Down he goes right after. We'll see if they can somehow reset on this. I don't think they'll be able to. Circle's closing in already. Beamy on his stomach, trying to crawl further forward. But all of Vorpal Sword, you can see now, they're all looking towards the south. Even though they're inside circle, technically, with the northeastern edge of the compound, they need to clear out Virtus Pro before they can safely look towards the north.
The rest is back in. VP back to a 3 now. Like King finds 1. Looking for the second. Nice spray will come through. Takes towards the grass. But be careful though. Beamy is on the close side here. Until comes back. And Nade comes back over the top. That's dangerous. Beamy has to go out towards the blue. But the second knock comes in.
Gotta be smart about this one. If you have Vorpal Swords, don't want to risk falling here. You still have a good game in front of you, but you cannot take any casualties. Just Beamy now left alive on that southern side. We gotta see if he's Bloomy or just Beamy. Not sure exactly how many first aids he's got to work with. He has 2 fallen teammates just in front of him that he could potentially crawl towards, but I'm not seeing him resting right now, or healing, I should say. So maybe he's gonna be lost in this one too.
Is that fight we're talking about, though? Ascend's work right before he did get the first knock, though. There's an exchange, and it goes back the other way. It's dug deep. Ascend, though, will fall, and Lou is the final one standing. No one else eager to push in. Ascend, I got to back it, though. It was the right play for them. They just got caught slowly.
Yes, sure is. It was the right play, but they didn't execute it fully. They had them with 2 players down, I believe, and you don't, I mean, again, they gave them a chance to reset 4 players up, 4v2 in that situation. If you know you have a 2v2 that you can push into, I know that it's tough times for Ascent right now, but given where they are on the leaderboard and the fact that Twisted is as far ahead as they are, they need the points. They had a chance to push a 2-man Twisted Minds. They didn't. Now they've lost to a 4v2 instead.
Well, that Vorpal sort of got this way as well. They've played towards that north. On the south, we are leaving Tooling more. SlamG, last player, set of team that is going to come out. Crefto in that trench, just neighbouring Vorpal Sword. Hugo has found 1. Bloomy, you just saw him on the side of your screen as he is coming into the zone. He does tab out. 6th place though for him as he runs dry on mids.
Yep, what more you can do as Twisted Minds continues the onslaught. They seem practically unstoppable. 158 already. They still have multiple players inside of Vorpal Sword's knock, so they should easily crest over 160 points with 2 games still left to play.
This is dangerous. This is dangerous. Twisted Minds unhinged from their position, right? Hive get involved in the third party. 8 kills already. Oh, didn't expect the last one. Zubina, though, in the smoke, and he gets the kill and confirm. They thought it was clear, and Zubina looking out to try and get that res.
Impressive. Impressive for sure. As now Twisted Minds, a chance to reset, a chance to recoup. They can push further forward here. They have that quill inside circle, and I think with the dip that he's prone to, it means they can't quite see him. But you can see right now, they don't really care about what's ahead of them. All they need to really be careful of is this team on the western side, because they're still outside circle too.
Still on the outside edge. Rev, though, only 1 in the middle. Hive, obviously taking the last of Na'Vi. We did lose them in the north side here. And Batudins, and Zubida, final play though. Slowly comes over the top. It should be 1 and done there for Twisted Minds. 10 kills for them. That's the mastermind moves for them. Store remain in play.
Their best PEC Grand Finals finish, according to what I can find, is their spring of 24, where they got 182 points in first place. Just behind them was Matt, 181, which for the most part is now the Virtus Pro roster. So interesting seeing them now in 3rd and 1st respectively, but 20 more points for Twisted to break their own record in PEC would be pretty impressive, and right now very much on the cards.
Very, very doable. We're in the top 4. SlamG and Hive have the numbers for 3 apiece. Twisted Minds on a dangerous duo, and Crefto with that solo, who has been sitting neighbouring in towards that kind of Twisted Minds area. There is a lot to be said though. Twisted Minds, as you say, could maybe sort of skyrocket and set the new limits higher with this victory. If they can continue to stay alive and continue the momentum that we are seeing, the mastermind plays for them. The rest of these teams, especially around the cutoff, the phase, the win or dies, Jog Benitos, even Na'Vi to a degree, they can't be going out as early as they did, especially with win or die. Only 1 kill on the board.
But what we need right now, Mark, is Hive to clean up shop here. As if they do, if they can get themselves another, what would that be? Somewhere along the lines of 11 points off of this game, more than what they have already. Then all of a sudden they're in that 100-plus point bunch as well, able to, take part in the hunt for a top 5 position. We want as many teams as possible in that race. And right now, well, if they have the numbers, they're 3 players up. They are outside circle with 1, but so is SlamG. So as long as Dante can wrap West on this one and get over towards his teammates, there is a win possible for the guys in green.
Oh, it's going to be the landmine though, right? There comes the shots. If he got knocked dead, then yeah, Hive could have potentially activated. Clean from Twisted Minds. They're able to get back onto the guns towards the north. Smoke does come out. So Hive aren't looking to move back into the zone, back the way they came. Remember, they came into this round, though, with 83 points. Now on 92. But yes, a victory from here is going to be interesting as we move into the final 2 games.
They're the only team that really has space to maneuver in this circle too, but it ain't much, because if you go down towards that southwest side, you're running into Twisted. If you peek too far east, Slam has open lines of sights out by that dirt road. That's why they have to smoke there. Issue is Dante took the fight 1v2, ends up being knocked, but good thing for Hive is that Slam don't care who they're up against. They'll take the fight to both of them at the same time, and just like that, Twisted Minds falls. So now it's a 3v2 in favor of Slam. They want that first place. They're coming for Twisted Minds.
Love it. Absolutely love it. SlamG, let's just fight, people. Hive, well, goes back to the reinforcements, and if you've got a down body, well, the best thing is to try and deter people is with a Panzer. Whistles past Arctics, though. Rock's now going to try and get that med back on, as they want to try and take this fight back to a 3 versus 3, but that whole move, that whole stuck in the trenches with Twisted Minds has allowed SlamG to spread those feathers, puff out those wings, and move closer towards the center zone.
And SlamG has the circle. I was a bit surprised they didn't opt to engage on this one. They knew they had the 3v2 in their favor. But of course, they have the circle center behind them. You have Mogor up on the very front line here, holding off, doing a good job of that too, but not good enough. Shinken able to win the trade, instantly swaps over to the Panzer Fouls. Block forward, not gonna matter. Boostik is able to trade him and return now to 2v2.
2 versus 2. He screams slow. SlamG, they're moving towards the middle, just onto the control. They don't take that level of aggression unless they have to, though. But when you've got Boostik on your team, you get those pixel perfect picks. Blue Zone going to force him now to move back, taking huge amounts of damage, though. And he's going to have to get it med back on because the nade was good. But the Blue Zone was better. SlamG, 11 kills, Toby. A 21-point game. What a game from SlamG. And do you know what? At the end there, it shows us what they've got. Yes, teams can go aggressive. Yes, teams can extend and try and take advantage of the 3 versus 2. But SlamG had their eyes on the prize, and that was the victory.
Oh my, for as good of a headshot coming through from Boostik there in the second knock, to then just see the slow creep of a Blue Zone nade go boop, boop, game over. Feels bad, man. I would have wanted to see that 1v1 in the end, because what a nice return nade from Dante, I believe it was, to get that knock there. But in the end, it wouldn't be. SlamG still on the hunt here, Mark.
SlamG definitely on the hunt, and as I said, showed that discipline, though, for our rondo. Well, they slam their way to the top, though, for our match number 4. Best throw back to the desk. Sam and the guys, over to you.
2 games remaining here at PEC4 before we crown a champion, and it's looking like Twisted Minds might run away with it. However, SlamG sitting in second place, also fighting really hard to keep in that contesting for the first spot. Let's go right back to sort of early on in this one when we had to say goodbye to Win or Die. Kyloris knocked their day. I know we spoke about it coming into this game. They just struggled to find momentum throughout this final.
Yeah, no, I feel like it's over for them. I really do. I mean, with only Erangel remaining, with only 2 games remaining, they've just not got anything going today, and I think that they're going to be quite tilted after seeing what they've done in these 4 games, because it's everyone's leapfrogging them. I mean, even Hive is still alive here now after getting this second place, being able to potentially challenge those top spots as well. I think Win or Die might be folding here.
For sure. Now let's focus in on the SlamG victory, Avenger, because nice to see them coming in here and being able to grab as many points as possible from Rondo. How did they do it?
Yeah, as music plays while Calaris talks about Win or Die, the party plays while SlamG and I talk about them here. Boostic, man, what a player. What a fantastic effort for him to have come here and really show he is truly the biggest prodigy coming out of EMEA this year. 6 kills coming his way here. SlamG looks like to be getting one of those PGS tickets and PGC tickets with just 2 games to go.
Well, it's exciting as well, right? Because a lot of people have been singing his praises, not only in our region, but even the greats like Tiggleton were singing the praises of someone like Boostic, and being able to get to LAN would be awesome.
It would be awesome, and I think it's exciting when you start to see those new faces going on to LAN as a team together for the first time. That's kind of what we want to see, right? I mean, eventually that's the new blood kind of entering and getting an opportunity to represent the region.
It's always lovely when you see these, 18, 19-year-old guys come in and it's like, okay, we've been grinding. I think he has like an it's something like maybe 8,000 hours in the game already, and he's just turned 18, right? Or maybe he was 18 end of last year. I'm not sure, but still fantastic player to come in and do it here. And yeah, if he can do it on LAN as well, proven. If SlamG doesn't get picked up, surely he himself would get picked up.
So we saw them go out early on Rondo, but I kind of want to talk about them in the same vein that we've been talking about Win or Die. Kylaris, I had high expectations for BB team, and I feel like they've also had a bit of a struggle here at Grand Finals weekend.
Yeah, again, really nothing kind of materializing, nothing coming together. It's sad, it's disappointing. Obviously, they're not going to get a chance to defend their PGS title as a whole, and I think they're just going to have to go back to the drawing board, right? If they do somehow survive through to get themselves a place at PGC based on probably PGS points, but I mean, we'll see. Of course, it depends on who actually leapfrogs in that position as well.
Avenger, your favorite, the overall standings.
Yeah, I love standings. I love standing.
Wow.
Okay, cool. I mean, that's great. That's great.
He moved the camera
hanging
away
with that one.
I love standing.
He's so tall. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, this is great, right? For SlamG to be 22 points ahead right now of FaZe Clan, the closest contender, to take a spot away from them. Sure, Virtus Pro could kind of jump as well, but FaZe Clan is the real kind of point here, because it doesn't matter for PGS or PGC if Virtus Pro jumps up on them. Sure, price pool changes, but you still hold on to this. The question is really, how would it look for PGC depending on who gets 5th, who gets 6th, who gets 7th? That's really the big one, and I think BB team has a say in that. So it really comes down to what their final placement is as well.
Realistically, Kylaris, can anyone catch Twisted Minds at the top now?
I mean, as much as SlamG has been unbelievably consistent, I would say more so beyond the station that I would have pegged them at, I do not think that we will be seeing people catching up with Twisted Minds, because it would only be really SlamG to actually do it, but Twisted Minds should be walking away with this one. The question does remain, though, with that cutoff point. The fact that still a team like Hive was alive in a previous game like that. Obviously, FaZe really wants to be able to get to the lands and find themselves a decent position for PGS points, because I think, honestly, traditionally, in the past, FaZe has done really well in lands, even when they've had some kind of like blips here and there regionally when they were GPT. So, but if they can't do it there, maybe the PGC points can carry them forwards.
So this is obviously the PGC standings that we'll get to take a look at as the games progress and as we move closer and closer to crowning our champion, Avenger.
Yeah, this is obviously SlamG. If they hold on to 2nd, they would be able to go in and grab one of those guaranteed spots. Both, of course, going to PGS, but also going to PGC. This would mean that FaZe would rely on also being tied with BB team. If BB team could have some good games, they would jump into that 6th spot, which means that they would have to rely on, again, Twisted Minds, getting a spot through the PGS point system. It could also be the 420 points that BB team currently has would be enough to put themselves through. But right now, I'm pretty sure we're going to have one more spot through the PGS point system, meaning Twisted Minds would probably get that, meaning we would have 2nd through 6th currently going to PGC. through that, because Twisted Minds would get their invite through PGS, right? So that would be awesome if FaZe Clan would get that through then. But also, if they could jump Na'Vi, they would take the spot away potentially from them. Now it would be a tie. 10 points the other way. Boom, boom, boom. It actually would be a tie, and now FaZe would win that instead, actually.
Boom, boom, boom. There we go. What was that?
Quick
Is that how you do? Is that how you do quick maths in your head? You boom, boom, boom it.
Yeah, it's just boom, boom. You take 10 from here, you put 10 to there, and take 10 to the other one, and then you swap a roux, and then boom, boom, boom.
There was like symbols flying at the screens, like algebraic equations and all of this stuff as Martin's just going on and it never stops. Like, okay, all right.
Boom, boom,
but then
boom.
what if Geek actually moves? And then we see SlamG actually being able to say like, okay, all right, cool.
I mean, Geek is also one to talk about because PEC Spring, such a fantastic final day. They've also just, I mean, Kyloris, we have spoken about it, but seems to have just fallen off this grand final. Was it a matter of, in PEC Spring, maybe just getting the circles working in your favor, a little bit of luck playing into it?
I don't know. I can't peg it. As I said, after day one, I was watching, how the circles are played out and really not in their favor at all. And I was like, okay, well, it must be down to that. And then we got to day two, and then it didn't kind of come together either. And I didn't really know how to see how it all went down. It's just they don't look as proactive as they did in PEC Spring. They don't look like they're able to take the same fights they did in PEC Spring. I do not know what it is, but whatever it is, it seems like a multifaceted problem, not just something that is stemming from one individual component.
I mean, Avenger, how does this affect them outside of just PEC Fall, though, as the rest of the year closes out?
I mean, obviously missing out on 2 sets of PGSs would suck, because again, that's the best kind of practice you'll have, seeing that they're guaranteed for PGC, right? And as we kind of compare day 3, fall and spring here, big points difference. But their big day was day 2. They had insane performance there, that 87 points on their day 2 in spring, and yesterday it wasn't, again, not a big performance for them either, but you would just forget about PEC Fall. You would forget that you're not going to have the best possible practice going into it. Sure, you can play scrims and all that, but still, PGS 9 and 10 will set a lot of things straight, both for drop spots, both for where our kind of current form is. And Geeky will have worse practice than the 24 teams that are going to PGS 9 and 10. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's now cross over to, because we've got a bit of time to talk about some of these different teams and get us set up as we move into the last 2 games of the day. Virtus Pro. So they might not have been, we're not really seeing them in the final fights. But Kyloris, they've done a really good job of always making sure they find themselves getting the kills, at least trying to secure 1 placement point, which has allowed them to kind of stay to the top of that leaderboard, right? Which I've actually been quite impressed with, because even though they haven't been the loud Virtus Pro that I would want to see with victories, it's almost, it's just a smart way of playing. They've taken what they can, no matter what the circles or the zones have given them.
Yeah, I think me and Martin are probably both in alignment here of saying that we believe that this Virtus Pro roster should be going to these PGSs coming up, like undoubtedly, with the caliber of roster that this is. And then we even see some of those small kind of glimmers of where you see Beamy, of course, in that last chance, just a 1v4 hive, the entire team pops off, suddenly they're destroying the rest of that day. So if this team does get rolling, clearly they are absolutely not only championship caliber for this region, but also championship caliber potentially for internationals as well. It's just a matter of getting there, and I believe that they're going to be able to hold strong and get there here for PGSs.
Avenger, do you think that they've lost a little bit of form coming into PEC Fall and losing Scoom as their coach?
No, I think there's multiple kind of facets to it, and putting a player in a position that he has to get used to, getting synergy rolling, all that things considered, is also obviously great, but still, Grexia has 21 kills in 15 games here. Nixie has 24, Beamy 22, like, it's going great for these guys. My worry for them is that in the 4 games of Erangel they had, they've only gotten 13 points in 4 games on Erangel exclusively on the 2 prior days, right? and it's been their Achilles heel so far. So sure, they've been able to kind of get some points here and there in some other games. They had some good consistency on Miramar and got good kills there too. So the question is really, are they going to be able to step up and heighten their average that they've had on Erangel so far? Because, you know, for 13 points on 4 it's just not enough. That's an average of a little bit more than 3, and it could be enough, but still, they would love to be even higher up.
Okay, I tell you what, Mr. Mathematician / sort of stats guy / averages, or all of those good things. Avenger, tell me, who in the lobby does Erangel appeal to? I mean, which teams have had a really successful run during grand finals?
Yeah, so
and the ones that we should look out for?
It's sad to say, because so far Windive has not had the best of times, but they actually had 52 points on 4 games of Erangel alongside SlamG that also had 52 points, and Bushido had 30. So like, these two teams are so far ahead. That's also why they've been so high up on the leaderboard. So yeah, can they replicate you know, the 12.5 points per average or more? SlamG would look fantastic. Obviously could contest Twisted Minds that had 27 points on their 4 Erangel games, but you know, win or die. It feels a little too late, even though Erangel is their best map so far statistically. I would say anxiousness that we've had, and this is a great you know, point here that we get in. Levante getting 11 kills. Hello My Bad 10. They've really been fragging out.
But it's still not enough.
No,
right at present, it's still not enough, and that's
the nerves got to them.
Yeah, it's hard to keep it going for 3 days of a grand final. Man, they looked good in day number 1 and day number 2, and I was really hoping they were able to hold it down. I mean, technically they're not out. Technically they're not done. Technically they could come back on Erangel and try and make it work somehow, some way. But after having these kinds of 4 games, it's rare a team is able to recover from those kinds of 4 games.
So this is the thing, right? They've had on day number 1, I believe it was, they had a victory on Erangel, but they would, if I'm correct, they would have to get, what, 2 victories or at least sort of, 2 victories. So we need back-to-backs from them, and we need a couple of teams. There's too many variables in the mix, surely, Avenger, for them to really make the comeback we want so desperately for them.
Yeah, and as I feel like this is almost to a point of torture to put these stats up here for what they've done so far today. They're a former shadow of themselves. Getrax getting the only 3 kills and points that they've had in 4 games is just insane, right? And again, we talked about it. The nerves got to them. The anxiousness of the prospect of potentially going to PGS and PGC got to them. So it's a little bit scary, and I'm pretty sad for them, to be honest.
That's the worst, when you can just taste land, Kalaris. You know it's there. You know you've been consistent, and you come in today, and then it just sort of slips through your fingers. I can't imagine what they're going through, and now the pressure is on. They know they have to perform, and we've seen that they not really handle that pressure very well. Can they do it here?
I don't know. Love the taste of land maize. Kind of cinnamony, buttery, like it's good, but they might not be sampling it at the end of it, as we've got the penultimate game. A good playing path as well, Avenger, for everybody to get things rolling on the grassy pastures. It is going to be as fair really can be here for the second to last game.
Yeah, we've had some more forgiving playing paths and circles today, so hopefully we get that in the last 2 games too. Oh, you know what? It's the guys on the desk here, you know, that it wants that, but the guys casting, they love the spicy circle, so we could get that too. But at least majority of the guys that are dropping in here are going to get to the usual drop spots, or at least close to it, or in a good kind of alternative spot, as well as we see Bulbasaur's trying to get there. The question is, are they going to try maybe even get a car and drive south?
Kylar says land tastes like cinnamon. I'm curious, Mark, Toby, is land a little bit more spicy for you two?
It can be spicy, depends on where the land takes place, of course. I like to think that with so many lands in Southeast Asia, it does tend to get pretty spicy, but I'm also with James that the waffle flavor usually is where lands are, because that is, as we've heard from Strimsy, the breakfast of champions. So we'll see. We'll see what land is going to taste like come PGS 9 and 10. Not too far from now. But first, 2 more matches left to play here, Mark, and a good Eastern Circle to kick things off.
Got to pick back up on that point, though, right? With win or die. Is it too little too late? Yes, they have performed on Erangel the best out of all the other teams. Plus SlamG, though. Right now, if we say we lock in SlamG, Win or Die need to have an outstanding. They've got to get their backs up against the wall. They've got to be win, let alone die, because if they don't win, it's going to be over for them. And again, the stats would say this is the maps for them to do it on. But you look at those other map stats, they are not great. Really not great for the team.
I will say, though, as brutal as it is to see a team come off to such a strong start and then crumble under the pressure, that exact thing, the crumbling under pressure, I don't think there's a single roster in this tournament that from their very first, potential global qualification spots have not done that, have not fell under the pressure. But it's what you do with that lesson learned, right? It's what you do when you come back next time, that you were there and you fell. Great, now you know how horrible that feeling is, what it does to you. And I think for teams that suffer that defeat right at the goal line to then fall short, those teams are the ones that always come back to the following tournaments with that extra fire in them, like that extra willingness to go out and get it because they were so close once and fell. I am eager, regardless of whether Win or Die qualifies here or not. I'm wanting to see them come back for the next season with a fuel you've never seen them play with before.
Toby, how many? We've seen this from them. This happened to them last year. They played Americas, they played EU, they played APAC events all before PEC Spring. They came into that event and we all had these massive high expectations for them. They played really well and they bottled it at the very, very end. Now,
so what you're saying is that they just crumble?
Yeah, on the last day. And this is such a good team. There's some mental game that teams need to appreciate a little bit more compared to where we used to be, especially with gaming, because it used to be all just down to mechanical skill. But it's the idea of pressure, right? Yes, I can take away that actually if you lose, you need to come back stronger. And I have seen that from this team. This team has gone away and done that. But they need to keep cool, calm, and collective under pressure, because when day 3 comes, it's push come to shove, and they should be getting more kills than what they've delivered already.
But then my question becomes, if that's what we're going with, as we see this rotation taking place and there's not going to be any fights happening, at least within the next couple of seconds, then my question becomes, we talked a bit about this while the games were going on earlier today. We had Sam in the conversation as well, Mark, of how a lot of teams in PUBG, but also in other games, are very game-focused. What can we do to get better in the game? Improve our sprays, do better rotations, know this and that about other teams. And don't get me wrong, if not all, then close to all teams are very good at understanding what can you do on the server to improve their game. But it's things outside. If we know that Win or Die is good enough at shooting, good enough at rotating, good enough at all the things you can possibly do in the game to qualify, then what do they need to do to make sure they make it through? If what you're saying is that they always start off grand final strong and then crumble at the end, then it's obviously a mental thing. It's, as you're saying, crumbling under pressure, being able to perform when all the eyes are on you. I would say, even though I know they're obviously not paid players and they all have lives outside of their careers, as we do see Eternal Fire get some kills in, maybe as a team, invest some money in a in a mental coach. Just for a couple of sessions, talk over what we can do. Have him sit and watch these games with you. Because if it's been happening for years now, imagine if you had spent those couple of $100 getting a coach in for a couple of sessions, how many more thousands of dollars you would have made at this point.
Do you know who they could get? Scream. He'd be a good coach.
Yeah,
even a coach would pick him up.
It doesn't even have to be a game-related one. It can be your local psychologist. Like it can be anyone that understands athletes and what it feels like to perform. Like people get degrees in understanding sports psychology, right? So talk to one, find one, maybe talk to one who's still in uni, so it's not as expensive. And get some lessons in, if that's what you're looking to improve upon. Having said that, let's focus back on the game. Also, this is, by the way, something that all teams could get something out of. So if you're wanting to take it up to that next step, by all means, look into it. Circle is out east, and for the most part, teams have already gotten there, but also some very slow rotators towards the west.
Yeah, northeast. We have a lot of water in play, but a drop out in the far east and the water as well. Seems already on that rotation path. We kind of see a line north to south in the middle, going down to kind of phases. Drop though in middle to all the way up towards sort of the east side of Yaz, where we've got our Virtus Pros. We can see them now under the barrage of fire from the PUBG gods. Win or Die taking that wide rotation from Georgia Pool. They've gone really, really wide, but nice to see them go slightly early here. These final 2 games, it's going to be about who can control, I suppose, the zone, but this zone could be variable. We could see a north or we could see a south.
I like. I mean, Sam was talking to the guys on the desk about like what are we expecting to see coming into these final 2 wrangles of pacing, of how aggressive teams dare to play. Do they go out, give that extra for those extra points, or do they now start, hugging the points that they already have and go, hey guys, let's be safe on this. We're on the cusp, but we're already in. I'm seeing more teams in this game in particular waiting for people to rotate towards them, like setting up traps, rotating extra cautiously than what we've seen in this tournament thus far. We had Circus Crew up on Everest. We had Eternal Fire sitting on the west side of Rostock waiting for teams to cross there. We had Kref sitting up by North George in case anyone was wrapping north around. And Geeky on the southern side doing the same thing. Hive still in and around Chopsticks and Gatka. Teams are playing extremely cautious right now compared to what we're used to seeing. And I think, as we just talked about, it's the pressure. It's the knowing that there's only 2 games left to perform.
It's all down to the margin of error, and the margin has gone. Penultimate game, though, for the grand finals of PEC 4. And Kilikai finds himself in a compound at VP. Pop the smoke. They get an idea someone's here. They're going to try and clear out the buildings. Ascend slightly more aggressive in the last game. Be intrigued to see if they can send some reinforcements, especially from the south here. Maybe trying to leapfrog onto the other side of VP as Kilikai refuses to give any sound cues.
They're coming back on foot here to try and fortify. Luckily for Kilikai, VP is taking their time on this, but now they are pushing in 3 guys on foot, coming towards the building. Spots one. Kilikai able to get the first knock, runs upstairs, instantly mollies the stairs behind him to try and slow down that push, and now it's when the remaining Ascend players, they have to come in. They're jumping into the vehicles. They are coming in to try and help out their teammate. Nixie will be flushed to the molly, but whoever comes out victorious here should have a play at a rest station after this fight is over. Beamy now down as well. Ascend up 2-0 so far.
Good play from them. Lukrux, though, let's get Brex. He's just charging from the outside edge. I think he second-guessed that window. Flash will go through. Sawn off shotgun comes out. Kilikai on the hold, though. Comes through. Lukrux, though, unfortunately, will fall on the outside edge. He's not looking good for VP. Correct. He has to say goodbye as he gets back into the car. He ducks tail, but he ducks tail into the arms of Win or Die. Do they see the opportunity now of a team chasing the position? They can get away from him. They see the car cross by, and he has to divert another way.
For the headshot, first bullet connected by Getrux as well. I'm sure if you can see the heart rate of Correction right now, it is through the roof. Yeah, don't take out your teammate, mate. But Getrux able to get back in the car, get that repositioned. And I think if you're Correction right now, you're praying for like quadruple southern hard shifts. Anything that forces Ascent off of that compound. And well, this circle might not be it, but you know what now? Just keep going west. Anything that allows him to go over and pick up his 3 fallen teammates, if those blue chips are even still there.
This is unfortunately for VP. Yes, they might be down numbers. Yes, they might be ahead of some of these other teams. But the PGC points, guys and girls, that's what we need to look for in these teams. Try and take an additional point away. Additional place means points go in the hands of others. Zubida looking on towards GK. Our spring champions not having, I suppose, the fall that they expected. A lot of us expected. Now being closed out by Vorpal Sword. Spray's not good. Goes for a repeat. And PWD's just better.
I like the commitment to the spray through here. As One-Eyed King whips out the MP5. We'll see what he can make of it. Sloyd does get flushed, but One-Eyed King with the MP5 in hand gets the kill in the end. And now it's Bushido pulling up on Slam G, I think it is. Yeah, exactly. It is just that. And they take them out. So Slam G, the team on the hunt for Twisted Minds, down and out early on in this one. Bushido, much needed points for them. Able to get the 4-1, also keep all 4 players alive.
This is backs against the wall, win or die. No, they weren't involved in that. Slam G out, VP down to a 1. FaZe, I don't know, Na'Vi will look to try and climb that leaderboard, but that might potentially look to give an opening. Hive looking to try and get that recall back here as they are being kind of on-watched. FaZe look their way towards Vorpal Sword. James working his way back south as well as the zone goes back towards that northwest corner. Yaz still holds in.
Indeed, Ghost up now peeking over the top. They heard all the commotion down here. They're like, wait a minute, are these guys actually fighting on the shoreline? And you know what, for FaZe, they will take any single free point they can possibly get. And, well, this is the first one. I don't think they're going to go on the hunt for Sabila. I think he's going to be all right, wrapping all the way out there towards the east-hand side. And for FaZe, they're probably going to sit around here for a little while longer, look to see what's available, and then dip themselves. Dante committed to the res earlier. We saw that. Went all the way to the west coast to get that res up. Just Rox and him, though, left alive here. Still trying to make their way into that top 5.
That is A little bit dicey. He's got to try and get down, get loot, and pray there's meds in front of him as well. I won't be too surprised when maybe take one of the compounds a little bit further down the hill. But for now, FaZe, after picking up an additional kill from that football sword, now working their way back towards zone, back towards shelter. Teams was up here. Vard going to be leading the charge. So they were keeping an eye on any teams rotating past. Obviously, if you have got the map feed up, you can see it is slightly open for them. As most of the teams reposition because that Yaz is holding onto zone.
Exactly, and I think for FaZe, I mean, they'd be smart. And honestly, maybe even sitting outside circle for a bit. Get up on the western hill, like west of shelter, and just sit there, wait this one out as... Oh, that's what happens when you commit to the rest too far on the west. It's Schenken out in the water gone down. And do you actually commit to the swim here, Dante? What? How many mets does Dante have? He's already rest one. Now he's going for the second. He's skipping across the water like a flat rock floating through. And now jumping out 5 first aids. Now that's a commitment to try and pick up a blue chip.
If he mistimes this,
what's the guy from that
movie?
The
halfway point? What's the halfway point? Here, maybe?
I mean, he can heal in water, so that's all right, but we're in phase 3 now. He's far away from the circle, too. This ain't going to be easy. Circle, it's going to shift down towards the south. I'm looking at Corexi right now because they have left that eastern compound, so maybe he could get them back up, his teammates, that is. Issue is, even if you go for it, where in the world do you get a rest station? Mansion has one, but it's taken over by a set.
And I think it's going to be expecting it as well, right?
Yeah.
It's moved just yet. Jogo Bonito pathing the same way as Win or Die. They're now phasing their way through. Those that sit in the middle of the field. That's Fields, dangerous place. Jogo Bonito going to collapse their 2-2 split as well. Now I think still hold their 2-2 split. And again, Twisted Minds, big 2-1-1 split. But this trap could just be enough, though. Win or Die. It's like they turn, they deviate slightly. Do they see that Coop and head on my back gets away with it? But BBT rolls straight into them.
Complete and utter chaos unfolds in the center of the circle as Medusi runs himself over trying to take the fight. Win or Die down 2 players early on here. Finally, they get to keep all 4 players alive through the early game. But as soon as mid-game comes around, they get completely annihilated. Levante down, Leosh down, the remaining players scrambling through the fields, trying to find anywhere to call home. And no, it won't happen. Once again, a 0-point performance for Win or Die.
This game has not been their day.
Doomed,
the pathing was good. They got caught by Twisted Minds. They turn back, they run into BB team, then they ducktail and go to the field praying, hoping to get into one of those bowls. But Eternal Fire already there. They woken the dragon. And Win or Die will say no more. Here comes the util dump. No, Batornis is down, has been picked up for the res. Now the utility from Example hitting the rock and bouncing just away. As the roof is causing a little bit more danger. Scrap that! Example finds a path in past the rock though, gets one, and now Kref get involved.
Big knocks coming through here. 4 Twisted Minds as well. If this next circle goes east, this would be their next checkpoint. They are currently in possession of the liquid compound, which I guess now we call the fate. I don't know. But nonetheless, they are still out there towards the west in control, and they're going to pull up on this now, I think. They're going to leave the compound altogether. They want to take out BB team to get more space for themselves towards the east.
To wait and see. Sens have taken an early engagement though with VP. Now looking to try and play towards Heaven out of Mansion. Jogo Bonito have played that 2-2 split now back to a 4. So it's going to be a 4 versus 4 heads up. Is Chris is still in Mansion knows he will unlook that, but back to the other side. BB team get the opportunity now to get their res because don't forget Twisted Minds had to go get that res as well. Both teams set back to 4.
Yep, Send using a lot of util up on that roof. This is always so weird to me. You throw, what, 4 maybe? Was it 5 nades in total up on that roof and then not make a play on it now? I mean, if there was one on the roof, he jumped down, but now he could be up there again. So what was the point of throwing the util if you're not going to make a play on it? Chris, now trying to go over and group up with his teammates. Maybe that's what they were doing. They were throwing the nades to make sure that he could get up on the wall too. So just try and make sure that angle wasn't available. But even then, a lot of util spent to try and make this play happen. But now, here they come. Ascend on the front.
Here comes the flash, comes through. And it gets the first nade, and a coat will go down. That's going to put a big anchor into the push. And that actually going to potentially give the opportunity now for Simon to reposition. That gives a bit of a sound cue away. And back up, though. But puts down, it's Chris. Simon looking to try and take the elevation away.
Yep, one more down. Chris falls sends down to just the two. Simon jumps into the fire. Not what you want to have happen. Kiliakai finds one. Chris posts board and finds the second. Bragg's able to find one as well. So turning things around against the odds here. Now it's just Nailub left alive against Brex.
1v1 and Ascendo rise up. They're going to have an opportunity, maybe not to get the reses as they hear the cars. Bushido outside edge zone. They're looking for kills as they roll straight up on Ascend.
Yep, they want to get the points. And what better points than people knocked on the ground? Bushido needs them. They're aware of it. 91 is where they're at currently. 113 is where they need to get in order to get into this one. Well, they actually survived. Jenkins and Dante. They're inside the circle now. Not only that, in a good position, too. But there you go. Double flush is confirmed. Good for Bushido that they're able to clean that up as well. Ooh.
So comes out. Flash comes in. He runs the background the other way. Round robin into an aid. And Bushido, well, they claim additional points, though, that they weren't going to get. So good play from them. Good read. It's early into phase number 4. They still have the opportunity to move on into the zone. Yazfields, though, as we go. As you mentioned, though, Hive find 2 inside zone, but 2 become 1.
Yep. Definitely. Schengen's going to sit with his iron sights bolt and hope for the best. Oh, you need to land a headshot made of that guy. Is probably going to take you out before you get a chance to reload. Whoever comes up these stairs. Good thing for them is they're inside circle and in a somewhat comfortable spot too, but I might have spoken too soon. 1 HP.
No meds.
Oh, you got to prone this one down and hope for the best. Now he's alone as well. Oh, Schengen.
Go.
1 HP in a dream. Can he make anything happen? He is close to placement points. And odds are not that this is going to get pulled up on anytime soon. So we'll see how long Schengen gets to stay alive. Oh, what is it? Hip fire, headshot.
Close the door. Close the door. 1 HP.
In the world flick was that?
That was a no scope. Schengen move. What a play from Hive. He was dead to rights. They should have started with the blue zone, but now he's got meds. Now he can move out to the position. And look, do you know what? Keep the bolty in his hand. Schengen is here to stay.
Hip fire car headshot. That is absurd. With 1 HP. If this somehow means them qualifying, that is the best Cinderella story we've had all tournament long. We'll see. We'll see how far Schengen gets in this game as now the fight's starting to take place out towards the east once more. The circle has gone further north. We are creeping right into the field.
Damn right. Queen Bee Schengen stays in the zone. Deservedly as well. So we'll wait and see for the rest of this team now. Krev got to go on the holdout. VP do have bodies coming back now. So we did go for the chips. Send weren't playing sneaky and taking them with them. So VP have numbers back in the game. But for how much longer and for what loot they can get, that'll be up for question. We are working our way close to those placement points. We're still not quite there. And a lot of teams, like FaZe, are sitting on the outside edge.
Yeah, it's not easy. Not easy at all to try and make your way in, especially from that southern side too. Twisted Minds currently holding out Na'Vi. And out towards the west, FaZe are sat just 1 dip over from Eternal Fire, a team they would really like to get rid of. Not only, of course, because that would make more space for them, but also they could creep further up, more comfortably up that leaderboard and not be right down on the cusp with just 1 game left after this one.
Let's wait and see. Eternal Fire were one of the critical blows towards win or die in this map. And this is the area they deviated to, but got caught. Bushido, obviously the aggressive stance on towards Ascend. They were taking advantage of on the way back towards zone. So they are now down to a solo player as well. Twisted Minds, after that jump, Nade will come through from between into his, again, kind of that pinnacle point for Twisted Minds out on this east. Ludo is wrapping around on that south side. Na'Vi, though, at the moment, need to get repositioning, but same for FaZe. They have to reposition as well, but can Schengen do it again? Get that hit fire on!
I believe. No, Imagine if he gets the first with the bolt out the car, that would have been hilarious. But not to be. Hive falls. Unluckily, a bit shorter placement points. But you know what? That's 1 more point. It's something. It ain't a lot, but it's something.
If it's nothing else, it's a clippable moment. That's what I'd say.
Definitely. Highlight reel.
Highlight reel all the way. Na'Vi, got to continue rotating their way around as Petornians did hold them out though, but it's down towards BB team as they do pull up though. M249 one side, they're pinned behind 1 vehicle, so Steedo puts Molotov down. The usual dump comes out as he has to try and hold. Final player here from BB team, 4 kills on the board as they try and stop Na'Vi, but it's an explosive end to BB.
Keep in mind that I was just going to say, Nixie is prone behind this as well. No vest, barely a helmet. He is prone here, hoping for placement points, hoping that this next circle is going to shift in his direction. There is still a good chance that it could, but he is far out on that northeastern edge. We'll see if he's going to be in it 15 seconds from now.
Wait and see. Vorpal Sword Dive is found. It's found to find the sneaky snake in the grass, which is Slight Jacket. He will fall. Circus Crew. Points on the board. Zone might be saying goodbye to them now. Phase number 5. Soon be phase 6. And no, Na'Vi is setting up a mortar on the outside edge because they want to make an explosive entry into this next zone.
Second circle shifts down towards the south. Kref still in their compound, and for Twisted Minds, they're wanting to take this fight. They wanted to clear that entire south side as fast as can be, but they're met with a lot of resistance from Eternal Fire down in this dip, or crater, I should say. They are able to dislodge them, and they can't go too aggressive on it because you can see there's a bit of a crest there. Once they peek over the top of that, I mean, Kref should be able to get lines of sight at least for a brief moment, and maybe James could as well. So got to be smart about when you engage on this one if you're Twisted.
Nixie, holding, praying. If you don't rotate this way, smokes are in front, so they might path away from him. Fexo does silence. That's a long distance shot. Quick kill confirmed for FaZe. That puts them up into 5. Again, extending that lead between them and Win or Die.
Yep, team's able to find one more. That's Marco down again. They know as soon as they peek out of this dip that FaZe players will be able to get eyes on. They can effectively see almost the entire circle right now. FaZe, that is. Ooh, wait, did one of them saw him, but they kept going? He actually got tagged by a Na'Vi player. He got tagged by a Na'Vi player, but the driver kept going. He was like, guys, there's one here. No time. We got to prioritize the circle.
I'm trying to kill people. Unfortunately, no, Nixie gets blessing. Oh, my God. Yusudum comes over. Now they have to get the fight going towards FaZe. Gustav, though, opens up with Hakatori as more Yusudum come through. Looks like Kref getting involved as well. Gets shot in the back. They can't get out this dip, and the car's going to go. The cover's on the roll, and Nixie might have the opportunity to backfill this. Yep. Gustav finds another.
If he can make his way across into that grass and prone further forward, that is a lot of placement points potentially coming his way, because with Na'Vi sending it as deep as they did, no one should expect there to be more players towards that northeastern side. No one would be looking this way at all. As you can see, all of them completely exposed towards the northeast, not assuming that there can still be anyone up in that direction.
So wait and see. To try and hold Vex gets that confirmation on 8 kills now. You've got to remember, this is key. PGC points, though, underway. Every position they can go from. There's a way to dislodge, though. Now it's going to maybe play bounce off one. Doesn't quite get the connection. Eternal Fire, lucky enough, though, they dodged the C4.
Able to do so, but plenty more use will come in their way now as Twisted Minds do go on the offensive. Marco, though, able to find the first. Perfectix down. Big loss for the Twisted front here as they try to fend off. But again, as I was saying, as long as they peek over that ridge line, they are in lines of sight for FaZe Clan, and they do not waste time here, FaZe. I hate to say it, but FaZe Sunday might be a thing once more. 9 kills, 6 teams left alive, and they are looking as good as ever.
Keep dreaming. Keep dreaming. FaZe Sunday, people. Get in chat at least. 9 kills. We're in a top 6 position. The ticking time bomb, though, that was Twisted Minds and that C4 unable to work through. But Nixie has a ticking time bomb of himself. Nixie's a go. He's going to start punching people out for victory. A 2nd place. But he's not been blessed with the zones, so he has to be creative.
Oh, no. You know what? He's made it this far. I think this is further than he expected to get anyway, so he's probably going to be well satisfied regardless. But we'll see. Kref, they're going to make their way towards the west. Maybe if Kref goes down to 1 gets shot from afar, he can creep over and take something off of him. We'll see. We'll keep a track of how long Nixie can stay in it. I just love the fact that all of them can do it. It used to be Beamy, then we saw Lucarux do it for a bit, and now Nixie is on the solo snake mission here as well.
This has got guns.
He's taught his teammates well, you know. They have all been on Bloomy Camp, and he's taught them well.
That is the new
Bloomy
VP camp.
Maybe that's the new thing.
Wait and see how that plays out. At the moment, he's got to keep ahead of the blue zone. Kref, though, do look back. They quite see his way, so it's going to be a based on time. They have lost zone as the compound now says goodbye. Phase number 7, though, still 16 players up, so we'll be obviously tracking that kill feed based upon the new updates. They have to be careful, but FaZe now sitting on the outside edge, eager, watching, waiting to see what Twisted Minds do.
Wanting to wait this one out for sure as they peek. Oh no, FaZe completely shut down by Subbiocean, able to get the double. Free gets one more as well. FaZe down to just 1 now. As great as things were looking, just like that, James the only player left alive.
Yeah, but they have jumped ahead of Na'Vi here. They're in third currently, but only 1 point. Na'Vi store up. That's why he's gone to ground. Jeem's going to ground as well. Every point is going to matter. And now, it's not just about the kills. If you can get a team out, it's the double up. It's the kill, and it is also the placement point. And I'd argue Jeems is closer to the zone. So we are going to see Na'Vi go. Twisted Minds full. So there's another point for both of these teams. As we will now sit, watch, and wait. And so Dido, hoping, praying that Kref lead this area.
The Eternal Fire dream in this one. Look at the leaderboard right now. 19 points from 5th down to 6th. It's looking impossible for anyone to upset that in the final game. But here comes creeping forward. Finds one, taken down immediately after the 3rd. Make that 5th place for Na'Vi, as Nixie also a snake. No meds, no util, no vest, no guns. Trying to peacefully make it into the top 2.
He's good. He's got this. He's got the whole ridge line. He can keep going. Eternal Fire on the other side. They're already getting involved. Jeem's now underway as the barrage of util comes over. Big Hail Mary from him. Doesn't quite get the connection now as he has to reposition. Now, he's got 762, but he's not sharing over 2. He's only got 73 left in the chamber. So he needs to keep that for any close range fights. They're in the top 4. 4 versus 3 versus 1 versus 1. Can we even classify Nix as a 1? Is he like a 0.5?
He doesn't.
Okay.
Until he gets like, I mean, there's plenty of dead bodies on that east side. There should be a crate somewhere you can crawl.
Another point for him, though.
Jeems goes down. That's face out. But as you said, they have played an incredible game. And look at how close it is with them up there right now. Actually, now Na'Vi surpassed. But of course, in the grand scheme of things, they're through regardless. So it won't really matter too much. Still, you can consider the top 5 to be in, even if Na'Vi gets kind of bunched out of it.
Yeah, for those that don't know what we're talking about, though, Na'Vi are a global partner team, same as Twisted Minds. If they get into a top 4 scenario, that line does move, so it's a dynamic shift here. But VP, if they go below Na'Vi, they're storing kind of give or take, right? So, but it is key. Then it comes down to the PGC points. So the guys and the girls on the desk, Sam would take the guys through because it would be really critical, especially after this map before going to the final. Actually, the big changes that we've had from the point side.
Does Nixie get a gun? Subarus, there's a corpse right next to him. He can crawl there. He can get one, but maybe he can only stay alive because he doesn't have one. We'll see if it ends up happening. Another Sheila trying to make more happen again. Eternal Fire. If they can come up victorious here, maybe there's a dream for a final explosive game that they could come out and win it. And Nixie has actually managed without a gun to get second. I am perplexed. Second place for VP without a weapon. That's got to be some sort of a record. Nonetheless, Eternal Fire, incredible game for them. 21 points here, Mark. Still a long, long journey into that top 5, but they've just made it theoretically doable.
Without a weapon, Nixie is a weapon. He's got the 2 guns. He finds his way into 2nd place, and Sneaky Snake as a recall blesses VP with some additional points. But yes, Na'Vi do drop out. VP move in, but FaZe, though, move further and further up. FaZe Sundays might be a thing. Looking good.
Definitely. Just one more match left to play before we'll crown the EMEA champion here of PEC Fall. Before that, though, let's hop back to the desk and let them break down that second to last match.
Thank you so much, Toby, Mark. We are now 1 game away from crowning a champion. Kylaris, what did you think of our first Erangel of the final day?
Oh boy, this field, and oh boy, Schengen. I really liked that. But Eternal Fire, of course, looking to try and make an insane recovery and insane fight back from this. I like how they were able to control the south side. It always gets a little bit weird and dicey when it comes to kind of field endings like this and how you're trying to play them out. Really cool to see, once again, kind of this blue chip res from Virtus Pro somehow work out. Nixie crawling around, little secret agent style, but in the end, Eternal Fire reigning supreme.
Reigning supreme, and obviously Virtus Pro also being able to sneak in and get themselves some more points there. Avenger, they've done a very good job of that throughout the grand finals.
The low amount of kill games on Erangel continues, but 6 points for a second place. Sneaky is good for Virtus Pro, but Eternal Fire, 21 points here, guys. It puts them up. It's not, entirely within striking distance to FaZe Clan on 5th, but still, it gets them a ton more points for on the placement point on the leaderboard and overall. So good prize pool chunk here to be gathered still, and one more good game for them, it could still change.
So key takeaways for you, Avenger, from this Erangel game?
Yeah, I mean, there was probably the biggest takeaway is obviously FaZe Clan continue to do well, but also the second place on Virtus Pro, no kills, but getting those 6 points, upping the average in terms of placement for angles for them is great, but it was Corexia, I believe, that got a hero res that then paid off. And you know what? When Navi drove away and there's a snake, and they just continued. I love that. That was highlight for the evening for me.
I like that one a lot. How about you, Carlos?
Yeah, cool stuff, cool stuff. It bears repeating, good old Schengen with that hip fire car 98 headshot against One Eye King, especially on the fact that he was on 1 health in the Wizard Tower. Like, I didn't expect anything from him. He probably didn't expect anything from himself in that moment as well. But it was fun nonetheless. So nice try, Hive. Better luck next time.
Nice. Good enough. I like the giggling. Okay, let's see how this has altered the overall standings.
Let's get it.
There is nothing that's going to stop them from claiming this one. But a little bit of a shake-up. Obviously, Eternal Fire trying to push themselves up. Avenger, what do you think about these standings so far?
Could they break the record? One more big game for Twisted Minds, and they could actually break their own record, which we saw, as Toby pointed out, in one of the other seasons with Mad Bulls being second. So that'd be cool, but damn, there's a big chunk of points between 6th and 5th right now, and it's looking pretty scary for Winner Die Hive and everyone else trying to chase.
For sure. And obviously there's the teams on the other side. I mean, at this point, Kylaris, they know that they're out, right? Your Crafty team, Circus Crew, KSN. I mean, so coming into the final game, and this is a question we ask every single grand finals, it has to be asked now though. Do you just stick to playing your game, or do you go, you know what? Screw it, let's cause absolute, I'm going to say the word, chaos. You can go with pandemonium if you want. But like,
yeah, that's not bad. Better than chaos.
You have, fair enough. You have the option now to cause some beep. You know, like, do you think that's going to happen, or does everyone have that gentleman's agreement where they're going to play the game that they need to play?
No, I think there's a really outside chance for some of the teams that there's still technically some PGC points on the line, so they will stick to their own game, try and get as much as possible, because PGC points proliferate all the way down to 16th place and then keep rising from, like, technically there's a few segments like where it's 14th and 15th and you're getting 20 points, right? But other than that, every single placement really matters. So just getting as many as you possibly can on the board, even if you then suddenly are able to advance to PGC via just a 5 points extra, would have massive ramifications on your year, right? So I think they stick to what they want.
Here we go, those PGC standings currently on your screen. Avenger, how much of a change can we see after the last game?
Look at that, guys. It's almost like I said something about FaZe Clan and, you know, swapping and, you know, I did the boom, 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 and you guys made fun of it. But with FaZe Clan jumping Na'Vi, it's a tie where FaZe wins because they have more points than PC falls. So if this stands, FaZe is guaranteed, and Na'Vi has to hope for Twisted Minds to get them a spot for PGC.
Okay, so who do you want there? Do you want Na'Vi or FaZe?
The good thing is Na'Vi can come to PGS no matter what and fight for their own spot through the PGS system. So that'd be cool to see, and it'd be cool to see, you know, FaZe in a situation where they can come in and obviously play PGS again. But this would be cool. I mean, a tie where your performance in the last regional gets you into PGC is always awesome.
Fair points. Okay, so taking a look at this, I mean, are you happy with the representation so far, Kylaris? Would there be another team you'd want to see in the mix?
Yeah. I mean, every time I'm thinking about what Avenger's saying when it comes to the numbers, I'm just like, what's happening? Am I in Narnia? Is it another land right now? But no, I don't know. I'm happy to see how these teams have set themselves up so far. I think it will be fantastic if SlamG can continue to do this. I don't think anyone's taking their PGS spot away from them. I think that's fantastic. I'm interested to see how the rest of the lobby is going to react to someone like Boostic being on a LAN like this. That's going to be exciting too, so we'll see.
The DC standings look like. You've obviously seen the overalls as well. You've seen Kylaris' face when Avenger starts talking about PGC points.
No numbers in general.
A little bit there. Well, I mean, I think that my face, I look like that when you talk, full stop. So there you
nice. That's great. I love when you throw yourself under the bus, Sam. It's great.
I always do. I have no issue with that. Yeah, we've got less than 10 seconds to get into our final game here for the PUBG EMEA Championship for Fall 2025. Twisted Minds more than likely are going to be crowned our champions, but the bigger story is those PGC points and find themselves at a global LAN. That's the exciting thing for me now, Avenger, is that there is so much more than just that prize pool up for grab.
Yeah, for me as well. Honestly, you know, going to global lands, going to global championships is some of the most awesome feeling as a talent, you know, but as a player, that's your ultimate goal. And that's really what's on the line here for the last game.
What do we think about this playing path, Kalaris?
Good, and I think good for an Eternal Fire who, let's kind of wheel it back a second, has had a brilliant last day. They've got 2 chicken dinners on the board, and they've got a circle and a plane like this where they're already dropping in Pachinki. So it's a real shame for me that Eternal Fire, such a good roster, has had the fight back now. It's just a little bit too late, so stings a bit.
Stings a little bit, and it's like you said, it's just the final day, the last few games. We really needed them to do more, and you know what else? I think it's just time now, though, for us to see how this is going to go down. Mark, Toby, for the final time, let's get into game.
Thank you so much, Sam. Yes, one final chance, Mark, for a potential upset. But looking at the leaderboard as it stands right now, it would take an incredible performance for anyone in the hunt to really make a change to that top 5.
Well, this is a team that could potentially try, but they need to get as many kills as they can. Zone goes pretty much in the middle, though, just on the outside for Win or Die and Kref. So that fight continues, as we've seen it all the way through the final, but no knocks this time. Only the knock coming in from Bushido and Ascend.
And to kind of go off of what James was saying, Eternal Fire getting themselves 2 wins today, but it being a bit too late. I want to say, being the naive optimist that I am, it is definitely extremely late. You never want to have it come down to the final game. But they're landing.
Oh my god.
Pachinki. They look all right. Do they have it? What are you oh my godding? The fact that we have Bushido, Ascent.
No. Look at Na'Vi. Na'Vi have landed, and they're
camping phase because they want the PGS points or PGC.
They know that they couldn't get to their drop spot. They know that FaZe are going to be stuck here. They know FaZe like to rotate really early towards Milta. They are actively trying to deny Na'Vi. Na'Vi going to try and close the bridge on FaZe and actively trying to stop them getting anywhere here. Game 6.
Issue right now is that BB team is currently crossing that bridge, and Navi's gonna, for good reason, think that's FaZe. So they're gonna start shooting now, and that's gonna bait the attention. They think this is FaZe. No, time. You know what? Are they gonna actually chase them now? If they chase them now, thinking this is this is FaZe, that would be hilarious. Because then when the first knocks come through and we get cameras on, they're gonna go like, wait, what? But no, they're not going to go for it. They're going to let them pass, and now they're going to leave thinking they just allowed FaZe into the circle. Little do they know, FaZe is still on the island.
Oh my god. Martin's going to be going boom, boom, boom.
Boom, boom, boom.
Trying to calculate, though. But that is a variable, right? They would have seen that team come across, very aggressive. They would have gone, well, that's FaZe, because they couldn't get to the drop spot. They would have got to the cars and then tried to get towards Milta. They've moved towards Milta. I didn't reload my gun. I need to go back and get some more loot.
Definitely. As we see here, again, Eternal Fire, Saturn Pachinki, Circle Center. Not always favorable position to be in come first circle shift, because they ain't really a whole lot to cover. You're kind of in a bowl in Pachinki proper. So we'll see where they up to play out from. But them, alongside Win or Die, Bushido, and Hive, they're the only ones with a chance to crest into that top 5. But as we can see, Win or Die in 6th with a 20-point deficit, and that's assuming now that none of the teams up in front will get anything else going this game. And with what they've been able to do so far today, that is just, I mean, can we really expect all of top 5 to go out without any points this game?
It's difficult. I'm with you on the no, right? But it's got to be a little bit.
As casters, we gotta keep optimistic. You know, we gotta keep it exciting, keep it hype. And as much as the hunt for top 5 might be improbable, the fight between FaZe and Na'Vi is one that we're gonna be keeping an eye on for this entire game. And also, there is the off chance that SlamG gets a 23-kill win and beats Twisted Minds.
This is the last game, though, right? Look, I'm with you. It's difficult, like, and that's some quick maths to me, all right? I can see 18 of 18 in the top left. You'll be able to give away.
Boom. Quick math. Go for it.
Right, boom, boom, boom. But last game antics, like, anything can realistically happen, right? Na'Vi already try and closing out FaZe. They want to try and stop them. They want to then try and get ahead of them because that's all PGC point conversation here. We're seeing some teams a little bit lower down. Engaging here as Sendo getting a revenge for Kiddigai going down. They will say goodbye to Crossberg. They try and reposition here. Bushido, I'd argue to say, in a better position. Again, looking for early kills, looking to try and have that crazy game 18.
Yep.
But back to your point, though, between that sort of win or die and sort of that Na'Vi, like, there is a world that they could do it, but I think it's just out of reach, even with a really, really good game.
This is definitely going to be difficult. Ascent, of course, coming into this game with 30 PGC points already. Even if they are down the leaderboard, they could make something have an issue. Look at the gap from them up towards the team in front of Benito. 18 points needed, and right now they're falling like flies. Chris falls down as well. Mediba able to find him. Nailquip cleans up. Now Ascent down to just the 2. There's a chance that they get the reses up and get back up to a 4-man strong, but unlikely that they'll make a whole lot more of this game.
Now Geeke on the West Bridge as well. They've closed it. Not in service. No toll to pay here. Have to wait and see. They'll send down to 2. Bushido, so you have losing an individual player. Now they're going to try and out-rotate Ascend. Rex does get a couple of shots on towards that. Zaniko, the new player for Ascend, moves in and moves closer. I think they've already heard the sound cues here. Nade primed, waiting. Let's go a little bit past Zaniko. Doesn't do the damage. It delivered.
While this is stalling for a second, service info is that FaZe have made it across, and they took boats across. Zianico here. That is a filthy double headshot onto Medibay. No counterplay possible on that one. Great shots connected. And, yeah, 2 more left to have to deal with in order to stay put in this one. But not looking easy right now.
No, Breck's obviously in the position that he has to try and get into safety, though. Oh, he runs out. Celtics taking a knee. Aniko goes down. Breck's in the open, trying to get a U-tilt through the window. Doesn't quite get the connection. Res does happen, so back to a 3 versus 1. Brex sees the player as he runs out, gets the flash, looking to try and get that confirmation. Maybe another point on the board, charges through, looks for the repeat now. Now gets the opportunity, 2 versus 1. Early shots will come through, goes for the pre-fighter. Second player comes out, he gets a knock as well, but he's got to get the reload, and he's allowed to get the reload in time. Oh no, he falls short. Bushido, though, will send out, but what a play from Brex.
Valiant effort, but effort through too late. Unfortunately, for Ascent, they will finish, for now, in 11th place. So PGS Dreams gone, and most likely, if not near guaranteed to be, PGC Dream gone with them for this year. Have to come back strong in tournaments to come as Geek now, of course, hearing the commotion. They want some of this, because there's a chance that they could overlap both Whirlpool Swords and Ascent, really, with a good game here.
PGC points. Remember, GK champions, right? And again, every position for them is one up. Now, I'd also argue to say that I think they've already locked in with their win earlier on in the year. I think that can't be taken away from them, but every additional placement they can get sort of maybe solidifies that a little bit more. It affirms that into the victory. But for now, they're looking for kills.
Definitely. Kreft doing the same thing here. 3 teams intertwined in this compound. You have Marcis sat outside here from Circus Crew in the containers, but little do Circus Crew know, or the other teams know coming in, that there's a whole other team in here as well, as now Geeke again clean-up duty, trying to take out the remaining players from Bushido. Bushido had a good run going. They won the last chance. They looked strong initially in the finals, but couldn't make it happen, falling short out in 7th.
Kref seeing Slam G's, cars coming in, turn them around.
Yeah.
Marcis is like, why are they turning around? Why are they not crashing me?
They fear me. So, I'm too strong. Yeah.
Godlike Marcis holds out the light. They can turn around. They go more towards the north. Other teams obviously are positioned up, though. FaZe did take those boats, so they move in towards farm. BB team trying to keep away from all the dangers. They go eyes in the sky as Bushido will get a lot of information from here after taking the initial heat away from FaZe. Now looking back this way.
Yep. I still can't get over the fact that Na'Vi, they dipped on the bridge camp. Little do they know, FaZe crossed over 3 in that boat, driving straight into Sharkfin, where Na'Vi had 2 players set. Had they seen that, FaZe would have been down and out. Like, they would have been done for. I mean, obviously, maybe still sat in top 4 and making PGS, but even then, Na'Vi would have surpassed them easily that game. Not to be, though. Circle closing in, just 5 seconds left before we will know where the next one takes us again. Win or die. As tough as a day as they have had today, there is still theoretically a chance, but with a circle like this and win or die being the most northern team, they are in for a challenge of their lifetimes to make this happen.
Who's got the voodoo doll and win or die today?
I don't know,
so far away.
Can't catch a break.
Oh, they cannot. Luca Rexday, unfortunately, will be the first of 4. Doozy crash lands in, but crash lands into the bridge camp, though, of Na'Vi. Then takes a face of bullets, though, as he tries to back away. He's down to 14 HP, as the rest of the team now also collapsing. BB having to go head-to-head, though, looking to get a good couple of shots, but he does fall. Ferris swings his way around, and Phil first, though, does more damage.
BB and Na'Vi, they've been running into each other all day. Right now, all Na'Vi needs is just to get a couple of points to surpass FaZe. They will both make it through to PTS, but this would mean Na'Vi is guaranteed to go through to PGC. Right now, though, that is not the case, as FaZe in the tie would surpass, but Na'Vi under trouble. First, it's BB team, now it's Joga Bonito.
Well, Na'Vi taking a chunk out of the pie, and now feeling some desserts. There's an inflatable boat. That's going to stop anyone running through this building pretty quickly. Hakatori, though, with the level 3 vest and helmet. That would also help. Again, I love the stance from Na'Vi, going aggressive, trying to catch those players out, though, but he catches the move from Joga Bonito. One is isolated. Now he has the elevation, but does BB get involved? They have the opportunity to try and shut it down as well.
They have such a good position inside this circle. If this next circle goes anywhere south, they're almost guaranteed to be in at least for the following 2. I like the fact that FaZe, seeing Na'Vi in the filthy, they're just waiting. They're like, you know what, there's no reason to risk it. Let them die on their own merit. Let's not get involved at all. Play it safe, hold out the east, go 1 compound closer. There's simply too much to lose in going in and potentially giving points over to Na'Vi. Having said that, though, Na'Vi is doing a good job at staying alive right now. They found one before, now they find one more. Hakatori trying to keep the Na'Vi dreams alive for PGC guaranteed.
Yeah, has to. No, though. Gets Lead out, so he is the last person. The last firing line sees the body nosedive. They've moved across towards the red. Simon does the damage, though, but that free vest keeps him alive, keeps him in the game, as he has to now pop the first aid. Reset will happen. It'd be Na'Vi back to a 4 versus 1.
Exactly. Hakatori, I mean, no better gun, really, in hand in order to try and make this happen, but odds definitely against him. For now, I think what he would really prefer is just to be able to coexist, but I don't think they're going to allow for him to do just that as Circus Crew. Able to find Diffix, instantly shut down on approach there. Many more to come, though. You have multiple teams inside this. Both Kriff and Circus Crew and Geek are sat side by side. Spiro now found as well. Oh, and he had a nade in hand, too.
Nade in hand. Hakatori now using the new defensive.
Oh,
no, not he finds him. Nade will go through. Oh, there's a lot to be said. Oh my God, beat me! That's a Panzer. Says goodbye to Win or Die. I still think there's a massive topic of conversation around Na'Vi and how they aggressively tried to close out FaZe, but FaZe kept cool, calm, and collective. But we're pinned out at the moment, though. Kref is looking to try and take the fight. This fight's been going on for a little while now as Geek reposition their way back to where they came from. They're down bodies. Kref, though, has one player down, but there's a Panzer in the back pocket, potentially looking for PWD.
Yeah, GK holding off here, waiting for Kref to push forward again with this circle shift. When you're BP right now, you're guaranteed almost to be inside the next circle unless you get one of those weird western shifts in this one. As Kref now pushing further forward. I like the flex position from PewDieD, sat outside on that rich line, finding the first one, now trying to reposition again, finds the flush on one, will fall back and try and group up with his teammates as win or die. They have made their way through from the north. If they can collapse on this building, stay inside, while it's a long shot, they need the points and they don't know it. They have a chance to third party this fight. If they can clean this up without taking casualties, who knows? Maybe it ain't done for them yet.
Well, let's see if they can get that ball rolling, though, as they do roll in behind. They are on the third party. No one else applying pressure, though, this way. Kref, though, looking back towards PWD. The hammer from the Panzer was to fall, but the godlike PWD refused to be knocked over. But
he does.
Hears him. Now repositioned, though. Good shots come back, and now we evolve into a third party, but they've got an off angle. There goes the opening. Jedrox will go down, and the information for both teams now know who's here.
Yeah, exactly. They have good intel. The question is whether any other team now is going to try try and fourth party this. If they can eliminate Win or Die, especially for the teams that are set inside top 4, that could be huge. Levante, though, drops a fadeaway nade onto Dak, will able to take him down, will fall immediately after himself, so not a whole lot more he can do with it. And for Win or Die now, hope's dwindling with every single knock come through. Get Drugs bleeding out. Levante, the same thing. It's all on Leosh to try and convert a one-man on his feet into a 21-point game.
Here comes VP, though. They know where Win or Die are. They want to get involved as well. They pull now on the north side. This is organized chaos. Game number 18 chaos, to be precise. As VP, again, hunting, praying. They're going to be able to wipe out Win or Die.
Definitely. They want to shut this side of the circle down. They can play up on this ridge line safely, knowing that the entire 12 stack is cleared out. They could potentially be winning this game and rocket past Slam G in the end of it, taking that second place once more in PEC.
Well, calm before the storm to a degree. As unfortunately for Kreft, down to their final player. It's been an outstanding run for them to find themselves into the finals. So a big shout for them. Let's see if they can dig deep one more time. Geeky on the other hand down to 2. On the other side, as we see the third and fourth party now arrived. Emido just on that off angle. As Nixie holding the line with that M249. Gives the opportunity now. Oh, no.
Did
What's
Sheila
going on?
just throw a pen in the head of Code Marco?
Why
Is that
not?
what just happened?
Why not? It looked like it.
Where is
Kadok.
Eternal
Empachinky.
Hey. Oh, wait, I think he DC'd.
Yeah.
Because he's off screen. So he didn't want him to run too far outside the circle. So Sheila is currently, he knocked him intentionally and is probably running with him on his shoulders, trying to take him inside circle. You know what? That's fair. If you're ever going to pan your teammate, that's a pretty good time to do so.
Anytime's a good time to pan a teammate. That's what I said.
Fair enough. You heard it there first.
So shift though goes back towards the north. We are starting to lose the water here. And yes, it is that final game. Recall though underway. I've seen bodies now from high. We're going to try and get back to the remainder, but not much to loot and not much to see here. Big EK on the other side, trying to take some elevation, understanding here in the cars coming in. Will be very eager to watch out towards that north because you always kind of get one of those players wrapping around and trying to take that higher side. So EK has to be very careful about how they win this fight, but no matter what happens here, the only team that can leave is VP. Everybody else has to stay and fight.
The thing is, they can't really leave because where in the world would they go, right? I mean, they're setting up on this forest ridge line, but as soon as they crest over it, you're going to have all of Slam G with vision on you. So I feel like they kind of have to stay here and then maybe try and flex out west towards Eternal Fire's position afterwards. Yeah. But going there now, knowing that then another team will just come up on the top and shoot you in the back as you leave, I think they need to stay here. They need to wait for these last players to come out of the buildings proper and then make a move.
Very intriguing as well. Like, you've got some teams at the top that are going for fights, going for kills, and you've got on the other hand sort of phase, cool, calm, control. On the other side of the zone, just waiting to sort of chip away at this one. Football Sword, though, in the midst of everyone else. So we'll try and drive right through the middle between Twisted Minds and Hive, who are now pushing the outside edge of blue.
Yeah, trying to wrap underneath this Hive rotation. They're playing in on foot from Potato Mountain and, of course, taking their time in doing so. But the timing could be good. Issue is they have been seen. Sloy able to get the first as Nixie from a pro position with the M249 in hand. Tries to find Quizzy, but not able to do so.
Quizzy leaving BWD behind, though. He said, no more, mate. I want to play this one out. He's pulled up, though. He's pulled up right on top of the van as he's worked his way underneath. Yeah, he's worked his way out and around on the coast. So he's trying to find as much as he can. And lucky enough, like for Quizzy, he won't be spotted just yet. And Levante needs to levitate his way up towards his top side.
Yeah, it ain't going to be easy. I mean, obviously, they're probably not going to qualify into top 5 with the amount of players they've left alive.
Oh, no.
And then, dodge and weave. Is this UGC? Is this new game mode where you have vehicles falling on your face? I'm not sure, but nonetheless, this is going to be Hive down and out. A honestly respectable 8th place finish. I'm going to make that 9th with Yoga Bonita surpassing them. But honestly, good performance by them to get to where they were. We talked about them in TPP, how well they were doing there. And also here, being able to make it into the grand finals, almost into the top 8, I think they can be satisfied with.
Yoga Bonito trying to find the bodies from Vorpal's sword, but you've got to keep an eye. Just the minds on the other side. The kind of prey is looming for them. At the moment, Yoga Bonito, more points again. They have the opportunity now with Bushido out in front of him. Maybe jumping up that prize pool slightly. Remember, when we start getting into this level, this is when the jumps start to be a little bit more. So Cool, calm and collected for them. And they're just trying to find the information.
Definitely. Rosa in hand for Kristalny. Let's find the first. Instantly tries to reposition. Ain't a whole lot of cover for them to work with. The good thing is Naleb is there. Go for the crossfire. The second punch through. Some damage in return. Nutty does get found. Slow jacket once again. I mean, really one of the main players on this Vorpal Swords player. Vorpal Swords team, I should say. Been able to do a really good job throughout this tournament of doing damage.
Damage is getting Sloyd refuses to get shifted away as he'll hold the line. That's the Groza out of play. Nail it though, one of the top fraggers though for Jogo Bonito and that IGL as well. The person making the calls. He has to now try and take the pressure on though as they go and grab the body. Try and get Noddy back up. Goes now more defensive smoke, but Vorpal Sword eager watching and now pushing forward. But as I said before, looks like our prey is getting hunted down as well because Twisted Minds now come over the ridge line.
Exactly, they're 13 points away from breaking their PEC Grand Finals record of 182. We'll see if they can do so here themselves as they try to fend off, try to get some of these points, but they're all being down to blue. Not a whole lot they can do with it right now. Util now being locked on forward. Little do they know, they're all trying to swing around the eastern side. Slam now in the meantime. Art's going to be able to find a double with the M24 now. And that's down towards the south, as we were saying. As soon as VP gets over that hillside, they will instantly be met with bullet spray, and that's exactly what happened.
The zone shift, though, has shifted back towards the north. FaZe had to go while all the chaos was happening. Get in front. Everyone else, though, on that rotation on the way around here. Twisted Minds know this. They need to get ahead of the fight as well. FaZe already locking down that position. Beamy, though, oh, he's having fun. Here's the final game. There isn't much left, though, in the BRDM.
Yeah, can't lead out the window either. So all you can do, sit in here. Is he gone from Beamy to Bloomy to BRDM me? I'm not sure, but nonetheless, yeah, he's just trying to make something happen. The match shuts him down, though. VP full, but satisfied and proudly, they are in PGS.
Yep, they are in. The FaZe be reading that kill feed with an opportunity, but they have to now try and defend. No, BB team working their way up. That's going to be a re-knock, though, comes in. But Doozy picks up Phil first as well as he runs him over. Vex in the smoke, though. Got to be careful. And look at this. Twisted Mind entered into the mix, though. This is chaos.
And that kill feed right there is just the perfect summarize of BB's tournament so far. Every single time something goes their way, they shoot themselves in the foot and something goes wrong immediately in return. And what was a great knock on entry is now best of luck solo player left on his feet trying to make something out of nothing. BB coming in on the northern side. You have FaZe right next door and Slam G is starting to push forward here as well. That could have been a triple. Vard has one more in hand, but does he go for the rest here instead? Doesn't matter right now though, because now Twisted is starting to throw util as well.
Super Dorito held, shifted, but got back onto the res pretty quickly. Doozy is down, but oh my god, that's three, not made that four though. Flex finds one, the rest will go down. BB will fall when he has summed it up. It has not been a great event for them in the grand finals, unable to get the flow flowing. Twisted Minds, though, looking to try and drive forward and get that point gap as FaZe, though, looking to try and take it, and they are ahead of VP now. So let's see if they can try and hold up. Vard gets the initial shots that come in. Lou comes over the top. There's one, goes for the second. He does get a connection. It's a 1-2 for Twisted Minds, Lou, and FaZe go out in 6.
First it's Example, then it's Art, now it's Lou. What's up with the M249 right now? Everyone seems to be swapping over. Maybe it's the extra bullets, maybe it's the easier spray control. I'm not sure, but nonetheless, a lot of players really seeming to play the gun right now. Maybe they just didn't find anything better. That could also be.
No, because Schengen's taking all the bolties away. That's why.
That's what it is. Yeah,
that's
true.
Exactly what it is. Simon, though, looking to get involved, takes the initial shots, though, but gets spun on. The Mad does find him. He will go down 2 HP. As Eternal Fire will find themselves now in a top 4. Twisted Minds feels like a bit of a victory lap now. 4 versus 3 versus 3 versus 1. A Slam G yet again find themselves in a top 4, but sneaky. Win or die also here joining into the action.
And it really is a feels the madman for Eternal Fire. Again, I mean, we've seen it so many times before. They come off to a slow start in grand finals, and then when they finally get things going, I mean, as James was saying on the desk, it's just too late. It's just impossible for them to catch up. They had through 2 wins today already. They're looking to maybe get a 3rd win on the day. Think about that for a second, and then that still not being enough to make top 5. They're so close, but theoretically, I mean, I'm not the numbers guy, but it's looking pretty impossible for them to be able to catch up the points needed in order to make this happen.
Not enough points. There's not enough points. But there. Eternal Fire Good to see him, and it is that kind of last day antics, but I think they did leave it a little bit too late. U2 Dump will go over the top now. They're going to try and sweep. SlamG still holding on to the compound. Boostic, though, does find Leosh, as he will go down. Twisted Minds, though, not just one, but two on the spray. Does get that confirmation, and it is confirmed up, though. Batonans will say goodbye to Eternal Fire, and they will find themselves with 11 kills, and it is a 4 versus 3. The top two dogs going to duke it out. Maybe a Pam fight in the end.
Could be. Could just be. First place, second place, fighting for the glory. Maybe they're saying, guys, I know we're ahead of you, but whoever wins this fight wins it all. You know, double or nothing type scenario. I don't think that's going to be the case. Of course, Twisted Minds want to solidify this tournament this year with a win here in the final match as well. They have a good circle, but I think it has to beat just yet. 10 seconds to go, and if it swings south, it's looking very much to go in the way of SlamG.
What a running though it has been. SlamG, I'm not going to say the underdogs, right? Because they are a force to be reckoned with. They're names that we recognize and they've been working through the table. But they're kind of the assassins, the sneaky ninjas of that leaderboard, though. Undetected, but working their way up towards the top. Zone does shift in between them, and again, the call for action, the call to a punch-up, though, will happen. The pads are coming out! We're going to get it, Toby! It's going to be a punch-up to the end!
He was actually running with a pen in hand. I don't think they saw it on the other side, but you can see he's standing where the boosting is open. He's hoping. It's like in the old days of old G Counter-Strike where all you do is knife the wall, and then if the opponent's here, they'll join the party. You have Penultimate with the pan now as well.
Look at him!
Are we actually getting the pan off to finish the tournament? Who will be your PEC Fall Pan champions? Look at the smiles on their faces. First on, it's a 1v1. It's Boostic versus Lou. Cue the Mortal Kombat music. We got a 1v1 in our hands. Winner stays on the field.
This is Pan Steel versus Steel. Oh, he's gone dodge duck.
Second one is a whiff as well. I like the turnaround from Boostic. Good strats be put into play. You can see the audience cheering, dancing, praying for their teams to stay in the race. But no, it's going to be a miss once more. Lou goes for the swing and he gets him. Headshot. Boostic falls down.
Winner stays on.
What now? Who's next? He gets... Wait, he has an 8. Oh no, we're breaking the rules here. We're breaking the rules for a second. But now it's next up. It's Example taking on Lurix. Who's the better panner? Who gets the pan going here, Mark?
This is the way forward, though, at the end, though. Dodge, duck, and dive. It is a battle royale that turns into the fight for the circle. Tendon blows, heavyweight fighting, though. Oh, the shot comes in from SlamG. Example goes down to 24 HP, though. He might have to go for a desperate attempt, but gets a connection as he dodge, duck, and dive. He weaves. It's a 1 versus 1, but he turns his back towards the end. And Lurix, though, he's waiting in the wings for the connection, though. But it goes back to Twisted Minds. It's 2, though, nothing, though, for Twisted Minds. And SlamG falls down to the final body.
2-0, he falls, and now it's just, you know what, now might be the time to whip out that grenade. I'm not sure. Yes, a cascade as well. Is he admitting defeat? Is that what we're seeing, or is he actually going to take the pan fight 1 versus 3? Is he going to punch the can?
No.
I'm not sure. There you go. Headshot confirmed. Batulins and Twisted Minds wins the game. 14 kill performance, but most importantly, they also are your PEC Fall champions.
There you have it. Yeah, there you have it. They should be celebrated. Twisted Minds is the champions, and what a way to end the day. What a way to end grand finals. What a fun panel that we got to see there, Avenger.
Yeah, you know what? The best way to finish a tournament is when everyone is smiling and laughing. I don't think I've seen these guys smile and laugh as much as when they won this tournament as they did at Esports World Cup as well. That's a fun ending.
Pô, guys, agradecer geral aí, tá? De verdade, hoje eu tô meio mal, tô melhorando agora. Me preparar aí pra acompanhar a PAS à noite. E, pô, de verdade, mano, colou uma galerinha legal, 200 cabeças aqui, 100 no YouTube, quase 70 lá na Kick. Obrigado, tá, rapaziada? De verdade. Foi uma força aqui pra gente. Beleza? E aí, à noite a gente transmite a PAS de qualquer maneira. Vou tentar melhorar até lá. Se eu tiver malzinho ainda, se ainda tiver com ansiedade, aí eu deixo só as imagens aqui pra vocês, tá, guys? Mas de verdade, muito obrigado, mano. Obrigado mesmo aí, geral que colou, que acompanhou. Tamo junto, viu?
But I think, yeah, like when you look at these two in the final game, normally I'd just be like, it's a bit silly.
Pô, tamo junto, viu, Tascola? Obrigadão por cuidar das apostinhas, meu mano.
Left alive. They were kill tracking. They were watching how things were going in this game. They were signaling to each other with the little bang, 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 and you know what a way to finish off.
Eu vou mandar vocês já, só esperar aqui terminar. Vou mandar vocês lá pro coxinha, tá?
The new young guns to be able to get to PGS. They're both elated. A great way to finish off PEC.
Pois é, passou a VP, mano. O Win or Die fez 7 pontos hoje, mano. O Win or Die em 6 partidas fez 7 pontos, né? Só porque eu falei que eu ia torcer por eles, mano. Aí, ó. Que merda, né? Tamo junto, PUBG da antiga. A galera que colou lá na Kick também. Tutu, Lazaí, Anark, Brum. Rato pelo sub, Toronto. Obrigado, guys. Vou deixar aqui passando pra vocês e já mando o gank pra lá, tá? Tamo junto, rapaziada. Vou torcer pela CAD hoje, mano. Torcer pra CAD do Gnomo se classificar. Pode deixar. Tamo junto, rapaziada.
Okay, you know what? I think we do need to have a conversation with our champions. Twisted Minds is joining us now, and I do believe we have the entire team in the mix. Welcome Batulans. We're gonna have to have a deep analytical breakdown of that final fight, all the strategy and all the big. I'm kidding, we're not gonna do that. What we are gonna do is, because we have you all, we're gonna pose some questions to you, as are the gents with me, and I'm gonna make you.
Ó, tô mandando vocês lá pro coxinha. Quem quiser acompanhar a entrevista, é só entrar lá na PUBG oficial. Mas dê uma moral lá pro coxinha, que, pô, mano, coxinha é gente igual a gente, beleza? E aí à noite eu tô de volta aí pra gente acompanhar essa PAS, se Deus quiser. Boa tarde, Eli. Eu já vou indo, tá, amigona? Não tô tão bem hoje. Aí eu vou dar uma descansadinha aqui. E umas 19 horas, 19h15, a gente tá online aí pra assistir essa PAS, quem sabe botar rock, botar fúria, botar as equipes brasileiras lá em cima. Tá bom? Obrigadão, rapaziada. Deixa eu falar lá no coxinha que é um cara que me ajuda muito, né? Sempre tá por aí, nosso super mod. Dê uma moral lá pra ele, deixa um follow. Ele vai estar jogando Minecraft, não é o que todo mundo gosta, mas vai ajudar bastante ele. Fechado? Obrigadão, guys. Obrigadão, tá, Eli? Já a gente tá aí de volta.
SlamG on another page, they showed pretty good games, and
But they're bad at panning.
Yeah, I mean, not better than us, yeah, but yeah, top 2 at panning at least. And
Nice.
so yeah, I would say that they didn't only qualify for PGS, they also qualified for PGC, and they made it very successful, very confident. So I think I should point out that the level of this team was pretty nice, and since this team is pretty new, I would say it means that many teams have a good level. Like FaZe Clan showed like that their experience still working. Navi showed another comeback in the last day. VP, I think, is the most stable team in Europe after us. So I want to congratulate all these teams who qualified for PGS.
Peguei um aí e um longe, guys. Moca.
Que mais um?
Nossa, da roça.